Here absolutely not a normal swordsmanship, so at least he must have practiced for more than 10 years to be as terrible as this. Thinking that way, he was more certain in his guess. That kid. This is highly likely to come from the white path. While thinking about this, his opponent is already very close. He keeps cutting and slashing non-stop and is always wrong about the male lead's weaknesses. But his mood right now is very leisurely. Where is the confidence from before? Why only know how to defend? As he said, he continuously used sword energy to kill Lee JaHa. Maybe he's planning something so he hasn't done anything yet. A lot of animations appeared right when Yu Sa-chung was angry. Then look at the way the male lead supported him. When he attacks, he has a lot of thoughts. I can't really guess his martial arts with this small name. What kind of martial arts are you using? How can you guess which type one use because my martial arts have no foundation at all? My martial arts foundation is the entire process of surviving from the bottom of society to the top now. A new sword wielder like you absolutely cannot know. Your opponent's words have made the male protagonist's interest in fighting gradually increase. As time goes on, I became more and more worried. This guy just needs to stand still and still be able to block his attack group. You're so slow, you should swing your sword faster. He started grinding his teeth, squealing, and then successfully increased his power to continue rushing in. Sure enough, the speed is now very fast and the spirit swords also appear more. But Lee JaHa just kept saying loudly that this is too slow. You can't win against me. Yu Sa-chung's head felt like it was about to explode because he couldn't hit. Because he was so angry, he used a lot of force to attack. There was a loud explosion and smoke. Dust spread out around. Then it took a while for the audience to vaguely observe what happened next. Yet the male lead only needed to lift his sword to gently block it. He coldly observed him, also commented. The third time it was still the same technique, only the internal attack was different. After saying that, he flicked his body, causing his body to be knocked far away. After that it's still a familiar move that everyone knows. The internal force in his hand flared up and the magic essence flew out and sucked the other guy back. Yu Sa-chung still didn't have time to do anything but just yelped. The male protagonist's sword flashed and was pressed straight to his throat. Then a series of actions invisible to the naked eye took place. Yu Sa's body Chung is standing still and not moving at all. Countless viewers commented, the crowd swallowed their saliva when seeing this scene. Perhaps everyone will know the ending. Just once. Yu Sa-chung was completely acupressured so he couldn't move. Everyone listen, from now on this guy is my sinner, he will be my henchman, my slave, is a subordinate of my subordinates. Whether you want to torture, kill or not is up to me, so in the future you don't have to say this or that. After this statement he showed a posture as if he was about to finish off his opponent. The servants all guessed that the guy would probably only live for a blink of an eye. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe he was thinking of some trick. His mouth spat a few times to create his own style. Just like that, his whole body kept undulating around Yu Sa-chung. The juniors are frustrated by the leader's behavior. The crowd commented enthusiastically, some said it was the executioner's dance. Why did our leader buy so much? Is that it? So no one knows what the male lead will do, so just stay quiet and don't watch. I honestly don't understand what you're trying to do. The sword and blood mixed with light are probably very good suggestions. I know the dance is beautiful, but Red Monkey also had to give an opinion on behalf of everyone. I'm sorry. The mistake has hindered your work, but will it kill you completely? Lee JaHa didn't know whether to kill him or let him live because he only wanted to be an executioner once. Sword dancing in the moonlit night, executioner under the moonlight. The owner of the inn in Ilyong town. The liberator of the good newspaper, the leader of the Black Cat Union. Lee JaHa danced and sang, making everyone shiver goosebumps. As expected, the name of the crazy demon is about to appear in this life. Most of the viewers are about to have their blood pressure drop. Suddenly Cha Sung-tae interrupted the show. The boss's performance. He pointed at a few people who were trying to escape. So Lee JaHa had to interrupt his excitement. He emitted a murderous aura that made him wait for a while. I can't move. The old man looks calm. Does he have anything to tell me? We will temporarily cease fighting as promised. But White Tiger continues to be greedy for the master. Senior brother, should you just kill him to clear the debt? It's okay if since there's a truce, let's just stop fighting. Mr. Su has sworn that if we meet again in the future, he will definitely take revenge. Since you're already the leader, let's meet now, why wait until later? Is this it? You guys came first and then surrendered and left like that, it's considered a loss. Go back and think to see if there is still a chance to survive or not. After that, Men asked his subordinates to check on the injured people and then proceed to clean up the scene. So-gun Pyong, you should manage the security guard carefully. If you're tired, let someone else change shifts. Maybe now it's time to deal with this opportunist. Even though he was completely overwhelmed in every aspect, he still appeared very formidable. Lee JaHa's hand stained with the enemy's blood was raised high. I slapped him very hard so that next time I would have to avoid the crime of teasing and provoking. The force was so strong that even though I had acupuncture points, I still fell to the ground. The prisoner had suffered a lot. The night air is very cold, let's go inside. Having finished speaking, he called his younger brother to his side. Your father Sung Tae, please come to me quickly, even though I'm very scared, he still has to leave. From there, just a gentle hug on the shoulder like a brother made this person breathe a sigh of relief. After that, he showed a very happy look. In his mind, it was also thinking of all kinds of things. It must be like that because I am the master of the reincarnation sect. After the war ended, everyone went back into the meeting room to discuss. Actually, everyone was very happy because they won a glorious victory for the first time. Everyone congratulated each other and used very uplifting words for the master. And Yu Sa Chung was also brought here to temporarily sit on the pond. Because he criticized the wine for being too light, Dok Gosang ran over to ask about his health. Just like that, he slapped his hand a few times to calm down his desire to kill. Then he returned to his place with a very sinister smile. Lee JaHa also asked everyone to see if anyone was injured, but no one had any hair broken. Sung Tae's father also kept saying that he was safe and unaffected. Of course you were fine, you were just standing there watching people fight. Just now after having fun together, he had to calm down because of the harsh words. So-gun Pyong finished sipping his wine and asked how to handle Elder Hornless Dragon King and Mr. Su. Just wait a bit, because that side suffered more damage than us, so after seeing our strength, they will be very uneasy and the subordinates behind will definitely be shaken. The choreography of Big Brother is so great, I should have been outside dancing the fan and accompanying him. If you say so, let's try dancing next time. White Tiger also had to speak up about Yu Sa Chung. The sword technique this guy uses is not something that can be learned from the dark side, brother. Please explain quickly, Father Sung Tae. I can't know about this. White Tiger continued to explain. I felt like he had received extremely harsh training in posture and swordsmanship. In the first attack against senior brother, his swordsmanship was consistent. It certainly couldn't be a crude swordsmanship. The male lead also confirmed this because he directly fought with his opponent. Dok Gosang immediately guessed that this prankster was definitely coming from the white path. As he spoke, he continued to hit a few more times. Red Monkey felt that his master had hit acupuncture points, so now he remained silent and could not say a word. So she planned to ask the male lead's permission to go down and solve the acupuncture points for him. But he also replied that no one could solve it and neither could he. Solving the acupuncture points was too troublesome, so he didn't have one. With some practice, as long as he still has enough strength, he can solve it, so just wait. Pointing at the acupuncture points for too long might cause him to not be able to talk at all. If that's the case, just let him stay silent for a while. After listening, Red Monkey smiled widely as if whatever Lee JaHa said was true. Outside, a servant came in to announce that the Wu clan leader was waiting at the door. Why are you guys hesitating? Since he's here, why don't you let him in? Many people have been talking about not knowing the Wu clan leader. What is the Wu clan leader doing here? The male protagonist understands this best. Perhaps he wants to grasp the situation as quickly as possible. A moment later, the Wu clan leader and his subordinates came in. No just walking empty-handed. The two servants were carrying a box of something that was definitely a gift. After firmly placing the box down, the leader also raised his voice to bow. I would like to ask my permission. My boss is Yang Jade of the Wu clan." Seeing his warm attitude, he happily invited him inside to sit. "I came here to confirm that from now on the Wu clan will no longer have enemies with the clan. Due to lack of information, we have already touched on the taboo. From now on, we will not participate in any of the Elder Hornless Dragon Kings or Mr. Sus battles, so you don't have to." Preoccupied. As he spoke, he opened the chest and inside were all shiny gold bars. Just looking at it made everyone's saliva drool. "Why did you bring those gold bars today? Is this coming here?" Although the first impression is not too good, as long as we don't become enemies in the future, it's okay. People are not like that, right, Master? Sometimes in the Wanderer there are also enemies who become allies and allies who become enemies. Only when they are unlucky will they be beaten to death, so you don't have to take it to heart. Yang felt like she was about to hear the truth. Jade Zhang had to ask permission to leave. "It was late at night, so I asked for permission to leave first, hoping for your forgiveness." After saying that, without the master's consent, they quickly left. But it seemed like something happened and I had to call back, causing him to be startled. "Master, let's go eat together next time." "If that's the case, see you again sir at that time." Looking at the appearance of Yang Jade Zhang, the sect leader, Dok Goseng, became uncomfortable. It's funny, just now he wanted to kill someone but now he immediately turns his tail down. Maybe he's the only one who doesn't understand what the other person means because everyone in this study knows it. However, Lee JaHa himself also feels that it's really funny. So his subordinates all had to laugh along. But then Yu Sa Chung's face ruined this fun. That made Dok Goseng even more angry. He continued to rush over and give him another shot. "Why don't you smile, or is your face not covered in enough blood?" Before he could finish his sentence, the servant hurriedly ran inside to report. "I begged the gang leader Madame Chul Som to ask for an audience. At such a cold night, please invite her in quickly." Then a woman who looked very evil and pagan walked inside. "You are Madame Chul Som, right? Just now you were hiding behind your subordinates so I couldn't see clearly, but being able to hide behind your subordinates is also a kind of ability, right? Please forgive us and our disciples, Master. We will not follow the faction of Elder Hornless Dragon King and Mr. Su in the future." As expected, these are still promises after seeing them. The male protagonist's abilities. Because he's a woman, he's a bit more open-minded and doesn't cut and slash anymore. After that match we're considered acquaintances, so I hope Pomegranate Blossom Valley will never be an enemy. To me too. Seeing Lee JaHa's forgiveness, she also pulled out something from her pocket. "This is the thing that I cherished so much when I was young, it was the Moonlight Dagger. Please just consider it as my promise." Holding the treasure in his hand, the male lead seemed very interested. "I always want to have a knife in my hand, having this to protect myself is enough. Although it's a bit short, it's extremely sharp and very suitable for assassination. Powerful people like me will know how to use it better, so you can rest assured that I'll use it well." So another person has fallen at Lee JaHa's feet. Because this accepting thing was too troublesome, he asked So Gun Pyong to go directly out to receive it on his behalf. Temporarily put down the wine cup. He immediately followed orders. The door to the room closed and the male protagonist began to prepare to do something. He slowly walked towards Yu Sa Chung's side. In his hand he also didn't forget to hold the cup of wine while walking and looking at it. Then he drank it all in one gulp with a very cunning look in his eyes. Maybe he will continue to get free kumquats again? His face is now puffy. Lee JaHa shows a very emotionless expression towards that person. Of course, it also has to be accompanied by a good slap. Last time this guy was stronger than Dok Goseng, so his body fell to the ground. Father Sung Tae immediately got up and carried his neck to help the boss. Just looking at the enemy, he thought of all kinds of tricks. Or should we just torture him and then kill him? But fortunately for you, I have changed a lot. If you are an enemy, you have to chase them away and kill them completely, or what is it? Anyone who sees this scene will be scared for Yu Sa Chung. Their master continues to say nonsense that is too difficult to understand. Most likely this is a new way of torture that the male protagonist just thought of. Now perhaps sparing or killing this guy is also a problem. Looking in his direction, he continued to curse with incomprehensible words. His eyes, "What's wrong with you? Do I look like an idiot or uneducated?" Although he really wanted to say something, he couldn't open his mouth. Now the male lead remembered that he still hadn't solved the acupuncture points on his body. "I thought he would have to solve it this time. Acupuncture point, but it's not. The next action is to lift up the neck and throw it in a corner like kicking a ball. After that, forcefully insert the small knife that was just given to you and threaten loudly. When I was a child, where I lived, there was a very interesting brother. Why would there be such a person? He is a very interesting person who is always happy and treats me well. He is also a very manly person. People solve everything by life and death every time there is a conflict before speaking. When it comes to reconciling, they all put their knives on the table. If talking doesn't solve the problem, they will pick up a knife and stab the other person. Even if it's a matter of life and death, it won't happen every time. There are also people who die. Even so, one of them will definitely have to leave behind a finger or two. One day I saw him dead on the table, but it's not surprising at all. The patriarch cleaned up the body and I was the one who brought the towel to clean that table, but no matter how much I wiped it, it still couldn't be clean. When I looked at the table, I saw it on it. There were dozens of dagger marks. And I thought that after all, the brother I knew wouldn't die while arguing with me. Every day I wiped that table more than once, every time, so I wonder how to accept my feelings. Suddenly I can't remember his name, because we're both orphans, so there's no way to know. Anyway, after a while, I used the same method to kill the person who killed him. The more he talked, the more the male lead stabbed the knife into the table, making the other person scared. Everything revolves around, in the end we will have to die. Just saying this, Yu-Sa Chung screamed for his life. Hearing these words, I knew that he had committed suicide. Solved the acupuncture points on his body. This guy promised that he would tell everything he knew, but Lee JaHa no longer cared. He continued to swing the knife back and forth in front of him, making him panic. Only acupuncture points can be solved. From now on, if you don't stay awake, you will be transported to a ghost, so please adjust your breathing. But why do we have to kill people, right? It's unclear how long the male lead will torture him because he probably just wants to die. He doesn't have to wait much longer to use the star absorption method to absorb the person's strength. His eyes rolled back, showing that he was very unwanted. But then the heavenly pearl inside him just kept biting the button and continuously performing internal exercises. Yu-Sa Chung had tears in his eyes and nose running down because of the effort. All those years of practice have now gone down the river and into the sea. Lee JaHa also slowly helped him stand up because he probably didn't have any strength left. He pulled his hands up and stabbed him hard. Just now, if the person who made Dok Goseng woke up, he would have come here and turned your head around a few times. Compared to death, wouldn't it be better to endure suffering? Having said that, brother immediately went straight back to his seat. The reason was that he had just absorbed the internal energy, so he needed to attack immediately. If you are confident, then choose an attack. I have told you about the decision of life and death in my place. I'm alive. What kind of monster is this guy? The enemy is right in front of him and he dares to sit there and get lucky? As expected, Yu-Sa Chung's internal skills are many and make the male protagonist very satisfied. He plans to break through the realm, but it is not necessary. According to the general principles of martial arts, it conflicts with Kim Tu style delivery. Right now we don't want that to happen, so there's no need to rush. As soon as I opened my eyes, everyone around me had almost gone home to rest. The other person also spoke up. The story that my blood had stopped flowing for a while. Lee JaHa didn't say anything and just quietly observed. Then he pulled out his dagger from his hand. Yu-Sa Chung immediately tore his shirt and hastily bandaged the wound. Perhaps he had to do this quickly to avoid losing too much blood and dying. The reason the Wu clan leader and Madame Chul Som tame me is because their residence is fixed. They know I can massacre the Wu clan and find Lan Hua Kok and burn that place down, the male protagonist said as he spoke. Pushed the cup of wine back to him. They put down their pride and came here to beg for their lives. Sipping a couple of sips of wine, Yu-Sa Chung raised his voice to thank him because he was so thirsty. I don't care coming to your situation, but you are the owner of the casino, right? After saying that, Lee JaHa poured it for himself and drank it without being invited. I asked this guy to kill the elder hornless dragon. If Mr. King and Mr. Su do not succeed, you will lose your life. Your life depends on how you handle those two guys, you know. Or should you find a way to convince me now? Yu Sa-chung became angry because he couldn't do anything? In the end, he deliberately banged his head hard on the table to commit suicide. Why are there more and more crazy people just talking to me? They must be treated by Mr. Mo Ying-bek. The loud noise caused Dok Gosang to wake up and was planning to turn it off a few more times, but he had no chance. He reminded the master, "I should go rest soon because I drank too much alcohol." Then he pointed at a few places implying that he had absorbed a lot of internal energy so his body would not be safe. After listening, Lee JaHa also turned around. The person below left. And then he closed his eyes and fell into a very strange dream. In that place, it was the time of his childhood days. Maybe because this table was already clean. It's so easy to clean. A voice rang out from outside, "Lee JaHa, please make me a delicious bowl of noodles." Perhaps this person is the person the male lead told Yu Sa-chung listen. Where did Hein come from? He's so neatly dressed. But the other person doesn't say anything, but always smiles at the male lead. And he still sits silently looking at him enjoy delicious food. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. Putting down his chopsticks, he also asked that Lee JaHa would probably never remember his name. That's sad. Then in the dream he kept asking that person's name over and over again. But he still couldn't hear what that word was. And then the story turned to another story. Another story. Hein dressed neatly to go somewhere or meet a lady. There's no one, it's time for us to leave. When asked about the revenge story, he also replied that the other person was dead so there was no more enmity. Anyway, I thank you and I'm going too. At that time, the male lead only knew how to say so many words to wish him a safe journey. Gradually that light was closing after the other person's shadow disappeared. Immediately Lee JaHa's eyes opened. He sighed in relief because he had a good night's rest. Very relaxing. From outside the red body's voice was loudly echoing. It turned out that since last night Lee JaHa had been sleeping until lunchtime. He happily lay still in one place like still sleepy and doesn't want to wake up. Then Nam Chin started to go out to eat and drink with all his subordinates. Should we attack Elder Hornless Dragon King or Mr. Su before? Sogun Pyong spoke up. Hearing this, I don't know which side to choose. For now, just eat and drink first and think about it later. White Tiger also asked about Yu Sa-chung, but Lee JaHa doesn't know where he is anymore. Because of this, it's already happened, so you don't need to worry. Looking at the master like that, the generals looked depressed. From outside, Dok Gosang opened the door and walked in, bringing Yu Sa-chung with him. Everyone is guessing that perhaps this guy was defeated by the leader of the Black Panther in a battle. But his attitude became very strange. Not only did he pull a chair "please sit down" and also invite us to eat directly here. Yu Sa-chung quickly dried up and bowed his head to thank him. How terribly did he get beaten that he was so submissive? At the beginning, Lee JaHa spoke up to remind his subordinates. He asked Dok Gosang not to be so cruel. I only punched him in the face a few times and did nothing else. Our gang leader is the one who punctured his hand. He even took away his internal power. He was so afraid of our gangmaster that he couldn't speak kindly. As expected, Yu Sa-chung immediately defended Dok Gosang because what he said was so true. So everyone was confused by these attitudes. Watching the opponent win drink well, but the people of the bad guys started talking again. You should eat a lot and don't be shy about anything. Dok Gosang, it seems like you've been through a lot. While the meal was delicious, everyone had to act puzzled as to why Father Sung Tae always caused trouble with him. Then the leader of the bad guys Bao replied thoughtfully. You also had to. You've been through a lot of things, it's all over your face. Maybe there's going to be an internal war over who's close to Lee JaHa. It's obvious these two people don't like each other. Since the first time they met. Suddenly Yu Sa-chung spoke up. He wanted to consult with Lee JaHa on a few things. If you allow me, I will gather forces and went to the Vanguard Corps with Dok Gosang. This is indeed the male lead's idea, but he has to eat so he doesn't want to talk about work. Please keep your mouth shut and continue eating and drinking. Let's go. After making some vegetables and noodles, it's time for Lee JaHa to call a meeting. Now I will explain the plan. Let's all focus here. To make it easier for everyone to understand, he immediately asked the general manager to prepare a small board to illustrate. After finishing everything, he took the initiative to go downstairs to start working. Not understanding the terrible plan that Lee JaHa wanted. What else should I say? He started using a pen to draw out the positions of the current opponents. Of course, the two main leaders are the Elder Hornless Dragon King and Mr. Su. After at that moment, a show of luck appeared on the board that made everyone pay attention. The first job was to ambush Mr. Su's side. The Cloud Rain Society's aura had completely declined. The Wu clan and Madame Chul Sohm have all fled. Of course I am concerned about the first Cloud Rain Society, which has already weakened before, so instead of attacking the Elder Hornless Dragon King. As for receiving power, I will only limit those who can use air skills skillfully to move from here until reaching Mr. Su's place without stopping. So Goon Pyong, do you understand what my plan is? Quickly travel to the Cloud Rain Society with air attack. You're saying that you don't even need to care about those who are left behind. That's true, but it's not enough, so you have to agree on the details with me too. This is simply a light attack competition, you guys have to catch up with me. After listening, everyone made a puzzled face. I will start with you guys, then I'll run in front, but I won't care if everyone can catch up or not. So won't the gap be created because of each other's flying skills? Each other? Red Monkey immediately gave his opinion. But this is not a problem for the male protagonist. Once we get there, we will go over the Cloud Rain Society wall to continue attacking and then go straight to the place. Mr. Sus. So Goon Pyong has understood that when he meets an opponent, he immediately fights and doesn't need to rest at all. That's right, all of you will keep moving until you find Mr. Su. I am the leader and you will move behind to support. When the enemy runs away, there is no need to chase, just kill those who are in the way directly. Finally, continue to advance while trying to keep up with me until I find Mr. Su, do you understand? So Lee JaHa's plan can be roughly understood as a quick attack. Seeing that no one had any further comments, he began giving orders to prepare for departure. Cha Sung Tae hastily spoke up to ask when he would be able to see the good time to depart. You idiot, that's right now. So those who are confident in light work have all stood up. Yu Sa Chung planned to apply for a job as a foot soldier but decided against it. Lee JaHa also noticed him and knew where else he could fly and jump. An Lin reminded him that prisoners of war should stop participating. Go. And the more important thing is that Cha Sung Tae will have to stay at home in his prison. After hearing that, he was upset. Why'd I have to take care of him? Dok Go-sang argued, take this opportunity to run over and throw a few spins that will make you even more angry. Everyone has added a lot of things. Let that person do your best and watch him carefully. In the end, the bad guy this also has some contribution. The owners of Golden Dragon were about to ask to tell the subordinates below, but the male lead brushed it off and forced them to follow along. Those who were lagging behind in the end, this can be seen as a light attack exercise. You guys and I are more than enough to deal with them. Opening the study room door, he continued to speak his mind. Come to think of it, I'm also curious as to what order we'll get there. You guys just treat it like a duel and just run away. Dok Go-sing's ears are itchy because he was talking too much. He kicked open the door and tried to be the first to fly away. You bastard dared to play that trick? Why are you guys just standing there, why don't you start? After speaking, Lee JaHa affirmed that he would be the first to get there. After hearing that, everyone rushed to attack without having to count down. Red Monkey's group was to continue and then the three great generals. The lowest subordinates are the last because most of them do not have flying skills, so they only run. So a war without sending notification letters has been deployed by the male protagonist. It's already over, so he's the last one to go. I really don't understand what kind of fight will happen with this number. In just a few minutes, Lee JaHa's animation is about to catch up with the other members. Was leading. Then in just a blink of an eye, he began to surpass the leaders. A few subordinates were still running with their legs high. Passing by Goon Pyong, it was convenient to remind, hurry up your legs. Even though it's a bit uncomfortable, he doesn't know what to do anymore. Lee JaHa's speed is shooting like crazy now. Not just tiptoeing here and there, but he flew as straight as a bird. Some of the generals were surprised because they clearly started 5 minutes ahead and still had. In front, the two leading people were Dok Gosang and Red Monkey. In the blink of an eye, Lee JaHa's voice rang out. Both of them were happy. After hearing that, Red Monkey quickly accelerated and ran away to take the lead. But even so, he couldn't stay far away from the male lead. "Okay. Junior sister, are you going to the toilet or something? Why do you run so fast?" "I'm the fastest, so please keep this speed. If you keep running like this, the others won't be able to keep up." Having said that, Lee JaHa began to advance to become the leader in the group. Perhaps he considered this battle like a cross-country training session with his subordinates. Just a short time later, the opponent's territory was right in front of their eyes. Countless lotters inside still didn't realize there was an intruder. Only when they got inside did they see them. Only then did I gradually realize. So at the same time, a scene announced that there was a stranger. The male lead was going straight to the building where he had killed countless people before. No need to type. There was no door, one foot kicked it open. Inside, the atmosphere was still the same as usual, it was the dancers entertaining the viewers. His animation kept jumping everywhere, making so that everyone has to stand on their feet and watch. Once you pass the first floor, you quickly run to the next floor. Up here there are also a few subordinates who are guarding very carefully. But it was impossible to stop Lee JaHa's footsteps. After dealing with these monsters, he continued to increase his speed to search for their owners. In some rooms, there were also many monsters. Other people jumped out to block the way. But they were just pretending to let the male lead show off his skills. As soon as they were done, they caught 3 guys sitting and gossiping to each other. This guy started shouting loudly to ask about Lee JaHa's reputation. He solemnly introduced himself as the executioner Wei An. Only now did the other guys realize that there was a stranger intruding. They quickly pulled out their swords to stop. A very fast sword shot from Lee JaHa's direction. So these unfortunate people had to die right away before they could feel any pain. After a while, he went straight to Mr. Su's private room. "Did you sleep well, Mr. Su?" While busy with the 2 newborns, he became panicked. He didn't have time to put on any clothes, so he quickly grabbed his precious sword. Very quickly Lee JaHa's animation came to his place. It was also said that he had some martial arts skills, so he promptly fought back weakly. Upon closer attention, he realized that the leader of the Black Cat Union had come to inquire about his health. So as bitter about the old story, Mr. Su continuously hacked and slashed. However, because he had not yet had time to put on the belt, he appeared to be at a disadvantage when fighting while carrying his pants. In order not to waste any more time, Lee JaHa continuously performing the crystal absorption technique. The hand's internal force shot out from inside his body and ran straight to the opponent. Then he was reluctantly sucked forward. Conveniently, he also pleased give him a shot to avenge the siege of his area. He started to vomit blood continuously when he had no time to defend. Just like that, the male lead pushed the opponent straight towards the corner of the wall. He couldn't resist after being seriously injured. Maybe now would be the time for Lee JaHa to talk to the enemy a bit. It turns out that people have their own moments. Look like this. But without waiting for him to respond, all his internal energy was sucked away. His whole body immediately collapsed and his life was probably about to end. When he pulled out his sword, blood splattered everywhere. This method of handling was relatively neat and I wondered if the other subordinates had reached this place yet. Cries of fear rang out from the soldiers. The woman caught Lee JaHa's attention. He glanced over to check if the other 2 had any dangerous attitudes towards him and would deal with them. But it seemed like they were just women. Specializes in serving Mr. Su's beauty needs. Looking at this guy, he couldn't say anything anymore. Moving closer, he only heard bad curses about himself. "Me. Why the hell is the last thing you can say a curse like that, you bastard? Why didn't you come and surrender? Didn't I say you had no chance to live anymore? Why don't you believe in others for once, don't live and just believe in yourself? What the hell are you doing in broad daylight, Mr. Su?" As he kept talking, he realized that he was dancing with a corpse again. Then his eyes continued to wander towards those women. Maybe they were scared. It was a long time ago when he saw this horrifying scene. Fortunately, Lee JaHa still had some humanity left, so he spared his life. At the same time, some of his subordinates had just arrived. Finally, have you come here too? Everyone had to be surprised by the gang leader's extremely quick way of working. Just seeing the body made everyone admire. Actually, everyone didn't think that it will end so quickly. Only Dok Go-sang dares to speak up because he has no respect for the male lead. Did you end it already? Take care of the remaining guys downstairs and tell them Mr. Su is dead. Don't kill anyone who asks for help, and if anyone resists, kill them all for me. All right, he obeyed and then dropped down below following the angry and murderous words of the gang leader. Then he reluctantly went down below to see how his subordinates worked. Haven't seen the scene yet, but there are many. A painful scream arose. A very terrible cold scene took place right in Mr. Su's territory. Outside, other subordinates had also dealt with it neatly. And then I also informed the survivors that last night I was waiting for your master to surrender, so I didn't directly attack here. But I waited forever and didn't see anything, so I had to do it first. If anyone wants to follow Mr. Su, just say so and I will follow right away. Seeing no one say anything, the male protagonist continued to talk. Very good, from now on you will still be Cloud's people. Rain Society. For some reason, Lee JaHa looked towards his subordinates and then asked them all to change into brand new clothes. Was thinking of asking Dok Go-sang too, but maybe there's no need. You don't need to wear or change anything. Because you stand out, just changing clothes is enough to disguise. Then he continued to order So-gun Pyong a few things. Please prepare to quickly treat the poison for me. Just like that, everyone continuously changed their clothes that were stained with the enemy's blood. As for Red Monkey's side, I don't know what you should do. Sister Hong, you always understand my heart, right? That Dok Go-sang is so crazy that if you punish him, he will slaughter all these prisoners, so you stay here and keep watch. I will take those women back to Ilyong town, first I will release them. They go and you should observe the house. Then he continued to look at the enemy's subordinates. Guys like Cha Sung Tae probably only know how to eat with him. Why do we listen like he's cursing him? I should have killed all of you for participating in organizing the attack on me, but that is too cruel, so I will give you a glimmer of hope. If you want to live, raise your hand, if not, bite your tongue and die to avoid suffering. Seeing that they couldn't answer, Lee JaHa threatened that if he didn't speak up, he would let his old master go. Then everything had to happen. They spoke up in fear to avoid an unjust death. If that's the case, now I need you all to join forces to kill the Elder Hornless Dragon King with me. Take off your shirt and give it to the 12 divine generals. Go there. Then a few guys showed a very unpleasant attitude, making the male lead gradually get angry. His eyes were like bullets looking straight at those guys with unsightly faces. Suddenly I feel very angry, or should I send them all to hell? Luckily for them, White Tiger had to rush out to stop them. Otherwise another massacre would have taken place. Please save me because there are still many people left. After Mr. Su dies, please save them a new life like us. After hearing this, Lee JaHa looked very surprised. Because of his junior's words. He sighed because at that time he was thinking of sending them to hell to make them feel better. In the future, big brother, I will monitor them well so the rescuer can rest assured. Then White Tiger bowed again to thank him and invited him to continue his story. Lee JaHa immediately asked where he had been talking and knew that he was talking about the previous 12 divine generals, and it was Cha Sung Tae. Let's postpone that matter, let everyone know that Mr. Su has died. My purpose is to let you pretend to be a loser and go to the mountain peak of the Elder Hornless Dragon King. If you understand what I'm saying, please answer right away. White Tiger continued to answer on my behalf. I understand your strategy, so please save us and let us guide them. So it's a success. The attack on the Elder Hornless Dragon King's area has been carried out. Then he started calling So-gun Pyong again to assign a few more tasks. Tell the subordinates from the Black Cat Union to run here and rest because you guys have worked hard. Hearing this, he obeyed and did not dare to resist. If you fight when you are tired, it will be very troublesome. Why is the number of soldiers increasingly? My force is getting weaker, right? The owners were starting to get scared because their brothers were a bit negligent in their training. Dok Gosing's subordinates then ran over and also started asking questions. He had prepared a question. New clothes to help the gang leader change those blood-stained clothes. After hearing this, the male protagonist immediately grabbed it and checked it immediately. But it seems like everyone in the Bao Bao gang is as stupid as. Bring something clean here, this one has a stab wound right in the chest, it looks very wrong. So the other person made an unpleasant face. Why did you scold me like that for I just came to help you? After saying that, he angrily left immediately regardless of how strong the gang leader was. Because he was so stupid, Lee JaHa had to let him continue to live so he could teach him better. After a while, everyone the most trusted subordinates have changed their clothes to disguise themselves as Mr. Sus. He also glanced around to check if there was anyone else who had not finished their work. So it was a march to the underworld. The Elder Hornless Dragon King's table continued. A moment later, everyone had come close to where the opponent was stationed. According to White Tiger's plan, someone would pretend to come and announce things that were not happening. Or about Mr. Su to the Elder Hornless Dragon King. The main character and he were also in the nearby bushes to observe very carefully. He kept rolling his eyes following the acting of the military actor. Just seeing these actions made me feel very satisfied. White Tiger asserted that whatever he promised, he would do it perfectly. They really are a knife-sharp bottom, boss. Even though he didn't want to be like that person, he had to grit his teeth and endure. If he didn't do it, he would definitely die. Just like that, he dragged his tired body to the door of the Elder Hornless Dragon King's house. The sound of knocking on the door kept ringing without saying a word. A moment later, the butler slowly opened the door to take a look. Not one of Cloud Rain Society, what's happening here? The Black Cat Union is attacking, so I came to inform the Elder Hornless Dragon King. Seeing that old man was inviting him inside to heal, he also spoke up to stop. And after that, too. Moaning very tired voices. Please wait a moment and can you go get me some water? After listening, Lee JaHa laughed happily because his acting was so top-notch. A moment later, the male lead had to wait for a long time at the gate of Elder Hornless Dragon King's house. Hearing that maybe he should act, but why is he so quiet? Or has that idiot been taken away? Are your subordinates thinking about it or should they just rush in and deal with it once and for all? Looks like I've underestimated this guy a bit so you guys just wait here. The situation seems to be very dangerous so everyone is trying to dissuade the gang leader. But words like that, how can you pay attention? Then he confidently walked into his opponent's house alone. But looking back at the clothes he was wearing, he felt that they weren't very suitable. So he had to go find temporary clothes. Maybe if I wear Mr. Sus clothes, I will lose face. So it's best to keep the style of the Black Cat Gang leader. As long as it lasts, it's fine. I went straight inside but the place became strangely quiet. Looking around, there was not a single person in sight. Then the opponent was alone right in front of my eyes and right in front of me. Have a tea table to discuss. Without any need to say hello, he took the initiative to go there. And then he also raised his voice very calmly. Has our truce ended? Have you arranged everything yet? I finished everything and there was only one old man left to guard the door, but I also chased him out through the back door, because he didn't know martial arts so there was no need to kill anything. Sure enough, Elder Hornless Dragon King has prepared for his funeral. He sent all his subordinates back to their hometown and also gave each of them a little money to protect themselves. After listening, the male protagonist felt admiration for his actions. It means this. As expected, people who are about to die often do good deeds. You are the same, so please sit down here quickly. But Lee JaHa is standing there without saying anything. No response at all. Maybe he sees this invitation as a trap so he doesn't want to follow the opponent's example. Don't you have time to drink a cup of tea? I'm a person who doesn't have any free time. It's so suspicious that you want to win against the great Rakshasa, right? I've seen many people like you in the world from actions to speech. As soon as he saw him, he could grasp some of that personality. As he spoke, he took the initiative to pour water and push it towards the male lead as an invitation. Anyway, then you and I are also fighting each other, and we don't necessarily need to see the blood of our subordinates, so I've been waiting for you here alone. In response to these easy-to-hear stories, he also actively drew them up. Many things. It seems like you and that great Rakshasa are very close, right? Then the old man hastily used the traps around him, causing the male protagonist to be surprised. Sure enough, the more the ginger comes out, the spicier it gets. There are many deep pits underneath. It's all traps that have been created. But that can't make things difficult for Lee JaHa. Seeing this scene that the elder hornless dragon king did, I silently stewed in bitterness. Below there is many poisonous insects and of course no shortage of decomposed skeletons. This was witnessed very carefully by Lee JaHa's own eyes. So he began to be more cautious and don't be negligent anymore. You almost killed me, didn't you? Without responding to this sentence, he continued to rotate his organs. Vibrating sounds began to sound as soon as the bowl was rotated over and over. Not only did they create deep holes with many traps that can also shoot upwards, causing damage to the opponent. The male protagonist figure continuously jumps everywhere to escape from the net of heaven and earth. Just keep so being in this manner is like a giant trap that was pre-arranged. Only the elder hornless dragon king's seat can be called safe. Fortunately for if the male lead had brought his subordinates inside, there would definitely be total damage. Now is the time for the old man to start pulling out his weapons to prepare for the contest. Before fighting, the male lead also raised his voice and insulted the wolf a bit to make him mad. I finally understand why your reputation is higher than that of the great Rakshasa. 40 long years have made so many people fall into the hole, so perhaps few people know about you. It's true that you're a monster who dares to eat rice, drink tea and sleep on dead bodies. Why is your face so pale? Wanderers are really scary. Hearing these words, the elder hornless dragon king was impatient and didn't want to reason anymore. I've seen many people like you who dig holes in people's heads, but I can't help myself. Escape from that hole. They do not directly hunt like animals, nor do they travel around the world to compete with strong people. Their whole lives are extremely rotten all day long. It's just a family understanding. Every time a hole is filled up, the corpse vibrates again. His opponent already knows that those words are just to cover up the fact that he's trying to escape. Get out of this dangerous manner. If you encounter an unfavorable situation, you must run. I'm not stupid enough to fight you here. Then the old man had to remind him that the exit is no longer possible. The original direction is not the same. After listening, Lee JaHa had to turn around to check if there was anything dangerous. Sure enough, the gate to enter here had all disappeared and was covered with poisonous vines. What an interesting old man who has learned how to play all kinds of games. Are you planning on imitating Wraith Valley Master? Hearing this name, Elder Hornless Dragon King was also curious as to why the male protagonist could know that person's reputation. But he did not know that despite his young appearance, he was actually 100 years old has passed away. Having said this, silly thoughts appeared in my head. The weather is so beautiful today and it seems like I've talked too much just now. Talking about Wraith Valley Master, he is a strong man specializing in speculation and contemplation. He is a person who lives in hiding on the streets, especially the name originates from his own place of residence, which is Ghost Kok Sun Trang. There are some masters who hate this person, most notably the founder of Kim Kao Tiu Dao Kong. An old man, like you know about Wraith Valley Master. Unfortunately, one of my spiritual advisors really hates that kind of nonsense. Have you heard of the strange death? That's my subordinate. The martial arts I learned were created by that person. That's the true fire of Tam Kwok and Tam Moi. That's why today I was caught here. It's really interesting. The smart rabbit digs 3 holes to hide. The smart person will burn all 3 holes to catch the rabbit. And that's where the pterygitis was created. After all that nonsense, he used his energy to create an extremely powerful force field. Seeing the opponent's aura rising, the elder hornless dragon king began to shrink back. He immediately knew that those words of the male lead's main purpose was to buy time. So he didn't need to be calm anymore and jumped up from below to attack him. The snakehead staff immediately almost skewered straight towards him. Lee JaHa's seal side. While people prepare their weapons, gangsters often have the habit of waiting, right? So the two sides began their life and death battle. Perhaps this time Lee JaHa's opponent was 1 level stronger than the great Rakshasa. The old man began to exert a strong force. then swung his stick in front of him. But the male protagonist stepped back and knocked him back. Immediately the poison needles shot straight towards him. His eyes were moved very quickly to see this sneak attack technique. All of those things were blown away by the weapons in his hand. Because of that, the elder hornless dragon king took advantage of the opportunity to rush in to attack. He made a strong blow downwards, creating a terrible impact. Fortunately, Lee JaHa foresaw what was going to happen, so he jumped to a nearby stone pillar. But that was also the case. Not the safest place right now. Because wherever he jumps, those stone pillars are immediately lowered down. Then Lee JaHa had to jump everywhere to avoid falling into the trap. The elder hornless dragon king continuously fired hidden weapons from within his body. This time the number seemed to be tripled and they continued straight towards the male protagonist's animation. Immediately he took off the weapon. My shirt to block those poisonous needles. Even so, it seems that my heart is very unhappy because the most beautiful shirt has fallen down below. What a pity for your fate. I hope that in your next life you will meet a good master and meet a gentleman, then you will no longer have to suffer. As soon as he jumped down, he made a very scary look that made his opponent must be scared. Why did his aura sink so quickly? In the hearts of his people, the heavenly pearl once again appeared. And then he also began to raise his voice to threaten his opponent. Mr. Su is dead and you dare to tear my shirt. If I don't repay this revenge, how can I be worthy of being human? You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Then the two continued to fight each other with very vulgar words. If you just stay there and talk nonsense, you'll die immediately. It seems like he wants to eat his life away. Right. Feeling unsafe, the elder hornless dragon king continued to fire his hidden weapons. He was in a quite favorable position compared to me. Now he wanted to move continuously to reveal his poisonous fields after. Seeing the opponent running out of control, elder hornless dragon king grimaced and chased after. Just in time to get close to Lee JaHa. The two continued to fight each other. Punched loudly. Could it be that he still hasn't unleashed his full strength until now? At this point, the elder hornless dragon king also looked at the male protagonist's face and became angry. Bastard, this is a very good problem for you. Let's see my technique. After thinking about it, he started to play his poor tricks again. A lot of smoke came out from the staff, causing Lee JaHa to lose his life. Out of sight. The guy started to jump to another place to take advantage before he could detect it. After that, he immediately returned to the safest place, which was the tables. But that will not be able to make things difficult for him. In his hand, the internal force has begun to radiate and the magic crystal absorption shot straight down. It absorbs all the dark energy surrounding the male lead's body. Then he pushed all those unpleasant things straight down into the traps. Just seeing this scene made the elder hornless dragon king lose his mind. He looked puzzled for just a few moments. How can you wave your hands like that? Now there's nothing left to make it difficult for Lee JaHa, so he's free to tease his opponents. If you have any other tricks, use them all. If they're good, run down here. Come fight me. Do you old fox think I'm that stupid? We already have the dominant position, why do we have to go down there? Did I hear correctly? He has taken all the safe positions here? Not letting his opponent rest, he thought of other sinister plots. He held the sword tightly in his hand and slashed hard at the position where the old man was standing. Seeing countless swords, the air flew towards him, so the elder hornless dragon king had to force his staff down and radiate energy. Lee JaHa's internal energy is very abundant, so he can freely attack without fear of being wasted. The currents of power had now collided with each other, creating a terrible impact. The old man's whole body suddenly shook unexpectedly. But he still tried to resist even though very weak. Just like that, Lee JaHa continuously slashed forward to keep him from resting. A series of sword auras in denser quantities were being created by him. Not only yet, they are so virtual that they go in many unpleasant directions. The elder hornless dragon king still has to struggle because there is no way to resist. Then the male protagonist sees the loophole again. Immediately the arm holding the staff fell from his body. This was so unexpected that the elder hornless dragon king did not even have time to feel anything. He quickly turned to the arm on this side, also suffered the same fate. So both arms, the only thing that could support them, were now gone. Even though it was painful, Lee JaHa's opponent still had to try to endure. And this is also the best opportunity for him to end this match here. Theme Chow has appeared again right in the palm of his hand. Maybe now the male protagonist must let him feel extreme pain. Then the elder hornless Dragon King had to lower his voice and begin to moan. He continuously said pleading words to please Lee JaHa spare my life. But perhaps these words are too late. Probably because of the distance, he probably couldn't hear those words. Because of that, he single-handedly flicked his strength towards the opponent. So the elder hornless Dragon King was helpless, standing still to reincarnate in another life. Wherever the firepower went, it burned and the old man's body was burned into charcoal. The screams of pain gradually disappeared. Elder Hornless Dragon King this time is better than Lee JaHa's other opponents because he lives for a long time while fighting. As for the male protagonist, he is very leisurely feeling his power. Right now I'm thinking of all kinds of nonsense in my head that no one understands. That fire I just created is so beautiful. The fire now seems to be spreading everywhere in this manner. The image looked terrible, but in his heart Lee JaHa felt it was wonderful. His mouth began to ring with endless laughter. After that, he burst out laughing as if he had found gold falling on the road. And then another dance was started by the male lead. His whole body gently and gracefully glided along the pillars of fire. Not only that, but the sword in hand also radiates a lot of hot firepower. As expected, the mood right now is feeling very satisfied. Burn with a fierce fire and burn everything for me. Remember just before the point burst into flames and violence. Elder Hornless Dragon King, you deserve this end, that is the price you pay for causing suffering for others. While making a few more lines, the subordinates ran over and spoke up. This startled him because there was no one here. Then the sounds the gang leader's calls are continuously echoed in space. Why is this happening, or am I hallucinating? This subordinate was the one who met the gang leader in Ilyang town and has been following him for a long time. Since when did you appear? Has the crazy fire burning inside me all ended? Why is my mood still not at peace? Then when he returned to reality, he realized that it was So Gunpyeong's voice. So his confidants had been here since when, but the male lead didn't even know. Temporarily hiding that crazy look, he replied, "You guys are all here. Why are you so quick?" We saw that the fire was too big, so we immediately ran over to see what the situation was like. As expected, the eyes of a crazy person will be different than that of a normal person. So the eyes of a crazy person will be different. The male lead right now can't see anything. In reality, the scene is like this. Then he ran back to where his subordinates were. It's all over now, what to do next? White Tiger spoke up. Lee JaHa didn't bother to say much but just laughed loudly and reminded everyone to return to their base. You're having fun, aren't your subordinates worried to death? You're already worrying a bit too much. Even if my mood is a little too excited, it won't reach the point of going crazy. After listening, So Gunpyeong laughed out loud again, acting no different from Lee JaHa. The feelings of the gang leader and his subordinates are very understanding that sometimes we cannot control our emotions. My unusual temper is like that. People to still be able to understand is truly extraordinary. Having finished speaking, all the subordinates along with the male lead flew out of the manor. As soon as they left, the fire seemed to have flared up a lot. So you have successfully destroyed a serious opponent that hindered your path to dominance. Elder Hornless Dragon King and his subordinates have been completely destroyed, right, Lord? Everyone has ignited that violent fire, don't you see? After answering, Lee JaHa felt that there was something unhappy about his subordinates. He had to make a face. It was a terrible force to start looking back at them. Then everyone, even if they couldn't laugh, had to try their best to cheer them up. That's enough fun. Where's that bastard actor in the beginning? As expected, the action this time would have gone quite smoothly without him taking on a very good acting role. The elder Hornless Dragon King's power was over. All of their servants had escaped outside. Now their areas are all under the control of the gang leader. Let those servants go. To control their areas, you need to pay attention and not be subjective. Having said that, it's not simple. This time the fight is quite hard. Everything seems to be getting more and more difficult. It seems like Lee JaHa's words are a bit redundant. Because since fighting Su Tian from birth to Elder Hornless Dragon King, up until now, he has done it all by himself. It's all done by a gang leader and his subordinates can't do anything." After listening, the male protagonist also said, "Inside the Elder Hornless Dragon King's manor, there were many traps. And he was sure that the old man was an old fox who had been an elite for a long time. So after Great Rakshasa Mr. Su and Elder Hornless Dragon, all three forces of the king have been destroyed. Great Rakshasa's power seems to be the greatest. It was a bit difficult to defeat him. Yes, our subordinates have understood what the gang leader means. Now everything in Cloud Rain Society is over. Those of you who want to leave can leave because I won't force anything. The future battles will still be very dangerous, your martial arts skills are still poor, so think carefully. Those who choose to stay are also very welcome because the Black Cat Union, the Cloud Rain Society and the Dark Leopards, those three forces have now all submitted to our JaHa clan. Just like the name JaHa clan is the place that harbors all the weak and stupid people like you. It's also sad for me to think about it. My subordinates are all stupid people who can't do anything properly. So the leader of JaHa clan is also you, right? This is so stupid. If it's not me, then who else is here? So you're not also the leader of the Black Cat Union, right? Can't one person manage multiple states? After destroying the other three forces, our area has expanded too quickly. The matters of managing the subordinates and the situation in those three forces, you divide and manage yourself. Reason well because I don't care too much about this. Even though you guys are stupid, there's no way you don't have your own strengths, try to develop those things. Through many recent events I feel like my greatest strength is being the leader of the clan and managing you guys. White Rooster understands the clan leader's intentions and he will handle all the forces that have just been acquired and any elements that can, if we can subdue them. We will subdue those who are not involved, we will immediately release them. This will be difficult for that person. Everything has been successful, let's go home quickly. So we won't say anything for now. After deciding who to allocate the powers to, the male protagonist also returned to his area. A moment later he was at the Black Cat Union. This place was empty because there was no one. Stepping inside, there were only Cha Sung Tae and Yu Sa Chung. Seeing the boss return, he became happy. Lee JaHa smiled with satisfaction and sat down. He asked if the situation was okay and he knew it was quite okay. Cha Sung Tae treated, is it good to treat people? Yu Sa Chung. Seeing the gang leader return happily like that, everything is over, right? Seeing that the elder still didn't understand anything, Father Sung Tae said frankly how to deal with Mr. Su. Everything is okay. He is gone and Elder Hornless Dragon King has become a torch. The great Rakshasa under the golden stream must be very happy because his friends are having fun with him. Things are a bit sad but everything is going well, so it's all thanks to you, Yu Sa Chung. And I also have to thank you very much. After that, the three of us sat down and talked honestly with each other. And after hearing Cha Sung Tae's words, the male lead knew Yu Sa Chung's real name is Huyan Chung and comes from the Huyan Swords family. Then he showed me the picture that the general manager had drawn for me. How did you find him? But Lee JaHa didn't say any more reason to let him know. Please forgive me and I will do everything I can to find him. If he is poison, please wait for me a little while I find him. Then I came to get the antidote. Too many people died today. My normal day starts with killing people and if it also ends with killing people, it doesn't seem very good. Listen. Yu Sa Chung had to breathe a sigh of relief because today he was still able to keep his life. Things related to people cannot be resolved by force. Having said that, I arrested the guy. My younger brother went to the back to get another bottle of wine and brought 3 cups with him. Right after that, a bottle of delicious wine was placed in front of him. Father Sung Tae also did not forget to proactively fill the 3 cups. The male lead asks the other person to drink quickly. I don't care if you are Huyan Chung or Yu Sa Chung. If you are not a member of the Huyan Swords family, I don't care if you are. Is it a plot by another force in the world? You are just an unlucky person who was taken prisoner by me. From now on, you just need to do what I say and you'll understand. When the teacher nodded in agreement, I also brought out an object for him. Sure enough, it was the dagger that Madame Chul Som had brought. Donated from before. Just seeing this action makes both my brother and the prisoner become scared. This is the self-determination of the place where we live. From now on, if things don't go well, you will have to use this to kill the opponent. I will give you 108 days. Everything you know including swordsmanship, internal techniques, footwork, and mind techniques must be taught. Give it all back to me, Cha Sung Tae. Listening clearly, my close brother started to make happy faces. Yu Sa Chung, in order to save his life, had to agree. In 108 days of work, how can we learn everything? So I had to send a very gentle voice for him to understand. Seeing the master's expression, Cha Sung Tae also remained silent to listen. You want to die, so what if that's the case? Then use your own life to decide. Then he opened his mouth again as if he wanted to say something. And Lee JaHa started to look cold again. Maybe if he said the wrong sentence he would lose his finger. This is Black Cat Union. At the hour of the rooster you two will wake up and start eating and practicing until night. Break time is your free time. If you want to run away from training or anything else, I will personally kill you. You are free to decide. If you are not satisfied, you can now choose that knife and stab me. It is true that only a crazy person would do that to Lee JaHa. Because I robbed you've lost your internal energy, so during your rest time you can use it to restore your internal energy, or do whatever you want, I don't care. However, I repeat that you only have 108 days, if you think about it. If it's long, it will feel long, if it's short, it will also be very short, but 108 days from now, Cha Sung Tae must be stronger than he is now. How do we know that in 108 days we will be stronger than now? If you're not satisfied, you can choose that knife and stab me. Damn it! Why do you always force me to stab the master no matter what you say? Yu Sa Chung himself also found it a bit difficult because Cha Sung Tae's qualifications for love were poor, so 108 days was a bit too much. That's none of my business. Cha Sung Tae is really a guy who only knows how to cook rice, but he's not an idiot. Teaching swordsmanship or anything else is completely up to you. I don't care what your background is. If you don't want to teach, then pick up the knife, just stab me. If you can't do it, I'll stab you to death. Having said that, I'll remind my younger brother, if you don't want to learn, then just die and don't live to harm yourself. If you don't want this, you don't want that either, then pick that up and rush towards me. After hearing this, Cha Sung Tae also ran out of things to answer. Maybe he should understand clearly. Especially Lee JaHa loves me very much, right? Finally, after thinking for a while, he clearly admitted that he would learn. Hearing these words, Yu Sa Chung also breathed a sigh of relief. He promised to teach the male leads juniors a lesson. In the most detailed way. He also did not show any unpleasant attitude towards these two idiots anymore. After that, he also temporarily pulled the other knife into his hand. Immediately cut his own finger. I just saw every drop of blood falling into the wine bottle and everyone was confused. Next, Lee JaHa gave the knife in his hand to the other two people. Cha Sung Tae was sweating profusely. I understand what the boss wants. But when he saw his face, he probably had to do it. He himself was trying to cut as lightly as possible. The drop of blood spilled out and he was in a hurry. Drop it right into the wine jar. Then Yu Sa Chung did the same. This cup of wine contains our lives and it is mixed with the blood of 3 men who have passed through birth. Death decision. According to the agreement, for one of 108 days, Yu Sa Chung will be Cha Sung Tae's master and will have to devote himself fully to teaching him martial arts. And for one of 108 days, disciples of Cha Sung Tae must devote all their efforts to completing the practice of martial arts. I, as the person who made this oath, in case if the two of you take it lightly or are dishonest and show an attitude of opposition. When performing your duty, you will have to follow the decision of life and death. I will end the rest of both of your lives with this knife, so heaven and earth, please witness. After hearing this, both of you frowned. Because if you don't do it, you'll die, but if you do it, you'll probably die. Lee JaHa raised his cup and asked if the losers dared to swear or not. As expected, no one dared to disobey him. Yu Sa Chung and Father Sung Tae Lee Nhi said that they would try to make it work. If that's the case, then everyone should drink it all. The 3 touched at once and then emptied all the wine in the cup. After drinking, he continued to raise his voice to remind. From today the harsh training will begin and we will eat our last dinner together. Cha Sung Tae refused to cook, the others did. Go to Ilyong town and the majority of the subordinates are still in Cloud Rain Society. Mr. Su and Elder Hornless Dragon King are also dead. The problem now is how to deal with dinner, which is really difficult. A moment later, Red Monkey walked in from outside. Big brother, I brought the manto here. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought half made of meat. And half of it is vegetable filling. I bought it at the store in front of the sect so you can use it as a wine drinker. Everyone clapped their hands loudly because they forgot that this ragtag gang still has a female princess. Before Red Monkey could understand anything, Lee JaHa assured her that she was very suitable. Well done, from now on the 4 gods will take turns taking care of our food and drink. Even though I don't want to agree, but in the end the junior sister had to follow suit. Then the 4 of them drank wine together and the dumplings looked very delicious. Lee JaHa still wasn't full enough to eat this much, so he was craving noodles. So Red Monkey took the initiative to finish eating and then went to the kitchen to cook. If that's the case, then thank you very much. Hearing this sentence, she became very happy. Cha Sung Tae also thought about asking Red Monkey to cover a bowl for him. Then even Yu Sa Chung really wanted to enjoy that woman's cooking skills. They all turned back to their original appearance. He looked very confused. I'm just a prisoner of war, but I just wanted to ask him to make me a bowl of noodles, but that didn't help. Then he had to suppress his appetite. Seeing the expression feeling that way, Lee JaHa immediately understood the situation. He asked his junior sister to cook a big pot for everyone to eat. With just a word from the gang leader, Red Monkey immediately agreed. As expected, the world is full of hardships, giving us a feeling no different from hell. The sounds of screeching were heard, causing him to lose all interest in eating. It turned out to be Yu Sa Chung with tears streaming from his eyes and nose. Net. Is it true that he ate dumplings so delicious that he cried? Since when did you risk your life for just a bowl of noodles? Anyway, now he is the person who taught me swordsmanship is enough for the sake of conscience. If not for that, anyway, I will wholeheartedly teach it to you. Lee JaHa immediately reminded his son of a bitch not to overdo it. With the master. Then I had the free time to think of some interesting things. It seems like your time is over, Cha Sung Tae. They both continued to laugh like crazy. What makes you 2 brothers so happy? Red Monkey said as he brought up several bowls of noodles. This kid thinking about the difficulties he is about to face makes me so happy. Then everyone had to admire Red Monkey's cooking skills. The male lead was the first to reward woke up to see how it tasted. Then because we were so hungry, everyone had to use chopsticks without being invited. Just seeing this expression is enough to know how delicious it is. Suddenly the happy atmosphere was destroyed by noises entering. This made Lee JaHa, who was eating a bowl of noodles, had to look up. It turned out to be Kum Chu Liang and his disciples. I came here. What's going on? Why did you suddenly come here? We have completed the work that the master assigned us. It seems like Lee JaHa's mind remembers and forgets, so he doesn't understand much. Only when he saw the weapon box he had asked the blacksmith master to do it before realizing. Not to make everyone curious, he opened the box immediately. The admiring eyes were accompanied by an incomprehensible expression appeared. A very classy-looking precious sword was created by Kum Chu Liang himself. Its length was shorter than I imagined, it was impossible to find all the cold iron. What do we need? But it's been a long time since I received a gift. Even though it's not perfect, what's important is the heart. What are you thinking? Please try to pick it up quickly. Without waiting for that urging, the male protagonist took the initiative to hold the sword firmly in his hand. The sound of the sword being unscrewed from its scabbard was heard, creating a very interesting sound. It seems to suit Lee JaHa's style very well. Just looking at it, he felt it was very satisfactory. But to test the iron level, I don't know what to try with. The male lead looked in Yu Sa Chung's direction and he began to panic. Then he quickly ran to kneel down and begged for his life. But how could he kill his disciple's master? I don't want to do anything to you, I just want to try this thing. Having said that, he pulled out the sword he always used. That sword looks pretty good without the sword. Just to test whether it worked or not. Ignoring Kum Chu Liang's warnings, power radiated from the 2 swords. In just a blink of an eye, Lee JaHa caused them to collide with each other. So one of the two was not strong enough to withstand the other's hardness. The pieces fell to the floor, causing everyone to panic. The master blacksmith began to feel scared. This is difficult to understand when it's clear that he just advertised very badly. Then I had to speak up out of curiosity. I saw the legendary thing. Where did you get that thing? So, this is just the sword of the Black Cat Union. Anyway, I will reforge it again. How does the guild master have such a treasure? Having said that, then the disciple right next to him hastily cleaned up all the mess that had just been made. Then the two teachers and students left without saying goodbye. As expected, the title of Master Blacksmith made he felt very embarrassed. Even Lee JaHa himself couldn't believe it. His younger brother kept smiling and looked like he wanted to hit him. He quickly corrected himself. And his insolent attitude. Everyone has failed at times and it's the same with me, it's not like you've never failed before. That's right, I failed so many times I can't count what to do. That's the only way to fail, right? If you don't do anything, you'll never fail. You're not someone who's never done anything, right? After hearing that, Red Monkey's expression started to look dirty, making him angry. Became upset. The male lead was also bored and didn't want to talk and left. Cha Sung-ti was curious about what his boss was planning to do. But Lee JaHa only said that he was itchy eyes, so he wanted to go to sleep. So it kept talking, making him angry. The male lead had to find the familiar place that he loved the most. I don't understand what was going through his mind. What else is this? His eyes only stared at the falling apricot petals in an extremely confusing mind. Then the whole person lay down silently, looking at the beautiful moonlight reflecting down. The crazy monk is the great master of esoteric Buddhism and is also the one who made me become a crazy demon in my past life. He is considered one of the great disasters that people in Wanderlust should absolutely not touch. He has tasted the taste of flame herbs, and is also the one who has led us everywhere from the Central Plains to Tibet. All the black men or evil spirits of pagans encountered on the way must die at the hands of the crazy. That monk. One fine day, people accidentally realized that more than half of the Central Plains masters went to Tibet but never returned. Perhaps these guys were defeated by the crazy monk. I followed him. I traveled all over the world but never once called my master properly, but he always gave me the word disciple. After becoming a crazy demon, sometimes I reminisce about the past and think about that old man. He is truly my true master. That disciple, I entrust this to you. That's you. To me right now it's just a useless thing. I'm not even a monk, so why would I use this thing? And if you're tired, then just throw it away. Why make me hold it? The killing intent on your body is so strong that you need this thing to suppress it. It is also an extremely excellent weapon. It must be said that this is a weapon that is difficult to destroy, just like that's human belief. If your thoughts are still there and you haven't breathed your last, don't expect to destroy them. Speaking of this, the crazy monk didn't explain anything further. Lee JaHa also quietly observed that wonderful weapon for a long time. He finally had to receive it from his master. Where do we go now? Of course, return to where you started from. Why do you suddenly do that? A trip is only meaningful when we have a place to return to because we have been through countless things. So now is the time to clean up the mess. So for those who no longer have a place to return like us, why don't I have a place to go back to? No matter when, as long as you come to me, I will definitely shave my head like this. If you don't like it, it's okay. Anyway, just don't die in any corner. Whenever you feel upset, come find me, you rotten boy, let's go quickly. So Lee JaHa has no more words to respond to his master. Just like that, he remains silent, looking at the back of that foreman. In his heart, he still did not fully understand the meaning of his words. In his hand, he still held the magical weapon that person left behind. Gradually, he fell asleep. Dreams about the past are also disappearing. Maybe the male lead still can't find a safe place to return to. That's why he keeps walking and walking without stopping. Therefore, the path to becoming a crazy ghost is very arduous. Just like that, the first rays of sunlight of the new day shined into Lee JaHa's eyes. Looking at every fallen apricot flower petal that he had so many thoughts. This is definitely an extremely troubled mood of crazy people. Today is also a very special and meaningful day for Cha Sung-ti. That is the day but he officially entered the 108 days of arduous training. The more special thing is that he will have to practice privately and not be with other disciples. As for Lee JaHa, I'm relaxing in the bathtub. Just like that, time passes peacefully without any problems. Stupid people are still stupid, but those who eat a lot still eat more. It's so boring that even the generals don't have anything to do. Old Byuk's job is still to paint according to the wishes of the guild master. The day has ended and the night has passed. Lee just like that, JaHa focused on practicing. Gradually, Cha Sung-Ti's swords became stronger. Just like that, the screams of practice always echoed in the Black Cat Union. Innumerable places. The disciples are now much stronger than when Lee JaHa had not yet assumed the position of gang leader. During this time, he had not come up with any tricks. Time still passed until one day. The male protagonist was still concentrating on cultivating and the heavenly pearl radiated its inherent power. It is very possible that some change has come to Lee JaHa. He himself also I have felt this miracle. My eyes also look a lot different than before. I have conquered the highest level of cockfighting. Now it is time to reach the fighting cock realm. After that, he went straight to where the disciples were practicing martial arts. Everyone looked surprised when they saw the gang leader. Don't pay any attention to me at all. Everyone, please keep going. I really don't understand what it's like to be in the middle of someone practicing. Sogun Pyong seemed confused but out of respect for being the leader of the gang, he continued to practice. Lee JaHa himself suddenly followed all the actions of his subordinates. Just like that, he swung his fists and kicked his legs in the same motion. When he was tired, he sit down again to start fondling the heavenly pearl inside your body. And when you feel better, run out and draw a few lines with the others. Today was like any other day, the other servants ran to the information. Newspaper. Dear Master, 108 days have passed. The person who said that sentence is none other than his biological disciple Cha Sung-Ti. In his character and appearance, his appearance is too good now. The difference makes the male protagonist pay closer attention. You seem to have become a lot stronger. The servant from 108 days ago really can't be compared to now. It's not just Father Sung-Ti and even Yu Sa Chung also improved their cultivation. After all, I am still a swordsman. In such a short time, I have to master the basic movements of the technique of dividing light and sword, and then transmit my mind until late at night so that my internal strength will gradually recover. Although time is still not enough to accumulate internal energy, the Dantian has returned to its original state, and I have also become familiar with the method that can increase internal energy significantly. Hearing these words with this confession, the male protagonist also wants to know how his teaching of Cha Sung-Ti went. If the sect master allows me, I would like to continue to teach him more. After listening, Lee JaHa I can't believe it. Yu Sa Chung's words are very strong so I don't have any opinion. It seems like he has changed quite significantly, maybe teaching at Cha Sung-Ti makes him what did he realize? When I asked my younger brother, he also said that he really wanted to continue learning more from the other guy. Feeling the high determination of these two people, he agreed. Just keep working, according to the promise of the three of us, and this is also a good thing for you guys. Hey Father Sung-Ti, what do you think of hiding from the martial arts world? Master, it's not as bad as you said. If you still live like before, drinking all day in the mansion, your martial arts skills are weak, but you don't need to worry about killing people. Do anything, but now that your martial arts are perfecting, survival becomes even more difficult than before. This is the place of wandering that I know. Now is just the beginning, so I definitely won't regret it. I don't know if I can get stronger with each passing day, but everything will be okay. Everyone in the world is like that if they haven't experienced the moment of being hit by a sword. No one wants to regret if they stab straight into the heart. Becoming stronger is the charm that attracts everyone. After thinking about it, Lee JaHa also thanked Yu Sa for his efforts. Chung. You've worked hard already, please try harder. On a beautiful day, the male lead was preparing to go somewhere. This made Cha Sung-Ti show off. Very surprised. After asking around, he found out that the master wanted to go to dual gambling and on the way would look at the areas around Yiwa. When he heard about the place he was going, he seemed very confused. After that, They learned the information thanks to Yu Sa-chung telling them that it was about betting money and then fighting. The two became more thoughtful because they were not sure what the master wanted to do. Thinking again, then in my previous life my face became so sinister because of dual gambling. If I get beaten a lot, a person's face will change, and I have been beaten too much. And I have also learned a lot of things in that place. First, we realized that we can learn a lot from failure. After being beaten, we learned how to fight back. Through the opponent's eyes, appearance and demeanor we can know how strong that person is. We also know the reason why people who are at a dead end in life look for silver lining. That is, no matter how much they fail, they will fail. Can earn part of the money there. So Lee JaHa alone created a new behavior because he lived in the main gate too boring. Thinking about the past and present now, the way the street still hasn't changed at all. It's still busy and noisy, drunk people are always present. Then he went to a restaurant to rest and eat. Tunhi quickly ran out from inside to greet. Please bring me a jar of dak kang here. But looking back and forth, it seems like the people inside are not very kind. Feeling. Whose face looks like he wants to eat Lee JaHa. As expected of that dirty atmosphere, these guys also participate in martial arts betting. After a while, the second child brought out wine and cups to serve. The male lead still poured himself a drink by himself, showing that his level of destruction was no less. All of his actions were gone. Into someone's eyes. I was about to pour another cup to drink, but I'm not sure who came and took my things. He didn't even bother to say hello but just picked it up and drank. The wine seemed to be very delicious, so his expression became very interesting. First time seeing it, you invited me, big brother, a cup. Just drink it and I will explain to you about this place. Listen, seeing these cliché words, the male lead suddenly burst out laughing to the point of not being able to take the initiative. Then the other guy also laughed, but he immediately turned it off and asked for the bottle of wine back. But maybe he had to order a new bottle. Because he drank it all. Not only that, but he also showed a very suggestive face. That caused his face to be deformed because the male lead grabbed it and hit him directly. Face. It probably didn't stop there. He had a mess of hair and pushed it all the way down on the table, almost breaking all the things in this restaurant. The onlookers were all very surprised, but no one wanted to participate in it. After a while of torture, Lee JaHa began to carefully examine the other person's face. Although not to the extent anyway, I only have a few temporary teeth, so I probably won't be able to eat for a long time. Next, I called Tunhi to bring me another jar of dokang. Then he also made a smile. His eyes were very cold and he chased him away. Hearing that he was spared, that guy quickly stood up and left. Not only that, but he showed a rather unpleasant face. While cleaning, the second young man also asked if Lee JaHa was okay. He also said that the person just now was the owner of the brothel, so he must have gone to call someone by now. Normal, then he will call about a dozen or so people here. But looking at Lee JaHa's face, it seems like he doesn't care much at all. The waiter started to pay closer attention to him. It seems it's like you've been here before, but this is the first time I've seen you. Hearing the male lead say that he's been here before, he begins to understand the intention. After cleaning up, he's in a hurry. Ran outside and rang the bell to get everyone's attention. All the diners inside had to temporarily put down their cups to observe. Anyone want to join the martial arts hotel? Tunhi started to speak loudly. And as he spoke, he pointed towards Lee JaHa's place in a condescending manner. That strange customer just had a fight with the owner of Black Whale. Some people had to calm down immediately. Black Whale's subordinates must have been 10 people. There was no participation fee but only bets on winning or losing. To make it more professional, the second lieutenant brought out objects to help. Makes betting easier. On the left is the basket containing the bet money for Lee JaHa, on the right is the Black Whale. Especially, our hotel will add 500 taels to the winning side and divide all for the winners. Very quickly, a few moments later, the money baskets were full. There were also some people who felt curious, so they ran over to ask about the male lead's reputation. But he would only tell them when they bet everything on him. Anyway, this happened. I remember the old days. From outside, a certain man with a large body walked straight into the shop. Of course he came straight in front of the table where Lee JaHa was sitting. Please wait after we finish drinking a little, we will go outside immediately. Just like that, he kept raising his voice, urging him to drink quickly so he could talk with his fists. Don't let the opponent wait too long. The male lead drank in one go. Finished several cups. He put the cup on the table and began to sigh deeply. Then he picked up his weapon and reminded the opponent to go out. It seemed they had because of careful preparation, he seemed very comfortable. So Lee JaHa had to do things his own way. He immediately took the wine bottle in his hand and tapped hard on the other guy's neck. So the whole huge body collapsed to the ground without having time to do anything. Normally, everyone would just start digging around, but here it seems like everyone is having a lot of fun. It goes on and on like that. The people who bet on him all cheered with all their might. From outside, there were about 5 to 6 men with strong bodies waiting. At the head was the bar owner who had just been punched at that moment. His sister's face still looked like it was still not healed, so the male lead proactively wanted to fight using his bare hands. So he started signaling to his juniors who didn't know what he meant. Yes, after explaining for a long time, they let go of all the weapons in their hands. The bar owner's face was covered in blood and he grinned and he asked to beat him. Lee JaHa was also very calm and stood still, waiting to see what they wanted to do to me. To make it more convenient, he stepped back to create a large, comfortable space. In just a blink of an eye, nearly a dozen thugs rushed in to discuss. But as the class master of JaHa clan, how could they touch a single hair? Just like that, the first guy who rushed in was knocked far away. The remaining guys immediately stopped and became a bit worried. Seeing this situation, he jumped back. In front. The rest of Zong's subordinates were all beaten until their teeth and lips were confused. Some of them didn't even know where the attack came from. Some were poked in the eyes until it's all over. With a few kicks, most of those bastards have been dealt with. So you've eliminated that group of people who specialize in eating and drinking without paying for ins. After in the end, they had to run back and pick up their swords to continue fighting. But the more they did that, the more they only made Lee JaHa excited. Then a guy came from the side with a sword pointed straight at him. Towards Lee JaHa. And he also dodged to the side to make it miss its step. His right hand also pushed the sword away and then bent his arm to the side. Because of the sudden attack, this guy went crazy in pain. The rest of his teammates rushed in to save the day. But the end result wasn't much better. Maybe they weren't worthy enough to touch the male lead's toes. Because it was too confusing, he had to show off his strength a bit to save time. With just a single blow, Lee JaHa's figure flew straight. Go into that group and give each one a shot. The whole group lay down in a different place and cried out. The people around watched and could not believe this. If you have any more names, please call them out here for me. Then no one dared to speak up anymore. Realizing that there was a good bet, an old man immediately called the second young man to come and help. Placed a bet. So the boy carried the basket with the male lead's name out to receive money from each person one by one. Many people were happy because they thought that they only needed to spend a little to be able to drink freely. After a while of picking up miscellaneous things, the second child brought it to the male protagonist. He looked at the money in the basket and felt like he didn't really want to collect it. In the end, he had to pick up a bar of silver. And gave it to the young man. Please give those injured guys a little bit to call it a cure. And I also didn't forget to cut a little commission to work for him. Seeing the money in the boy's eyes lit up with his hand. As for the rest, the male lead kept it all and didn't vomit any more money. Immediately the other person had to get a towel to wrap him all up. Your martial arts skills are so strong, earning money is as easy as eating porridge. Who has received the highest silver reward here? It's Dongfang Yian, but it's a bit difficult because to challenge him, you have to have 10,000 taels. Hearing the name, Lee JaHa also remembers from his past life. It must be the king of the ring in my previous life. I have to respect it partly because of his health. Perhaps his next goal is to challenge Dongfang Yian, that undefeated god of war, but with this amount of money, it won't be enough. I have to go earn enough money, then challenge him to a fight and then pay all the bills that need to be done. Around the street, many old men are sharpening their rusty swords over and over again. Just by looking at it, he can understand things like this. When competing, whoever damages the opponent's weapon will win. So the male protagonist went straight into the martial arts arena. This way, Gu Jonggik ran out to confirm whether his purpose was to fight or not. If so, then a lot of silver is needed to bet on whether you will bring enough. There was no need for him to explain further. The male lead placed all the money he had just won down in front of him. Seeing the pile of money from this case made his eyes light up. You're scared, aren't you? If the dojo specializes in weapons, I'll accept it if you're afraid of that. You sound like you're talking well, or do you belong to some family? If there's anyone here who knows this guy's identity and doesn't tell me, he'll be rewarded with a little silver. But the people sharpening their weapons all answered in unison that they didn't know anything. Gu Jonggik had to think for a bit to see if he should do this mission. In the end, he agreed and asked the male lead to leave his weapon. This is my first time here, are you a bastard? Are you planning to trick me? Don't see me being gentle and doing mischief. This challenge mainly breaks the opponent's weapons, but Gu Jonggik is a master of internal attacks, combined with his weapons are also good. Base. He wants me to put down my weapon so he can see it and then transfer the internal attack to destroy the durability. This guy is really a bastard fox. Don't doubt me like that and I'll just thinking about you because I just want to check the weapon to see if it meets the standards or not. After listening, I don't bother to argue and just warn you not to do anything you'll regret. The guests give in. My master will give way to you first. Well, if that's the case then I will use this heavenly sword to deal with you. Be careful of the weapon debris that flies out and causes damage. Are you ready? Lee JaHa asked him to start quickly because he didn't want to waste too much time. Gu Jonggik could only praise the other person for being a very confident person. After saying that, he started swinging hard. Raised the sword in his hand. Then, he used all his strength to attack Lee JaHa's weapon. Would you also like to cut the spine of my sword to increase the damage to the sword? Understanding the trick of a long-time worker, he put his internal energy into the sword. As soon as he touched it, Gu Jonggik's arm was immediately knocked up. His eyes and attitude now seemed to be very dissatisfied. As if because of a bet, he also took the initiative to put out his sword to receive the male lead's attack. The rules here: if you injure your opponent, you will have to be hunted down, right old man? That's it, so be careful with your life. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung hard at that sword. Before I could look at anything, it broke in half. At this moment, Gu Jonggik also pulled out the pig's hoof from his chest to shoot at Lee JaHa. It seemed because he has many years of experience, he doesn't pay much attention to these things. Inside his body, internal energy is emitted, creating a shield that causes the hidden weapon to be knocked away. Another howl rang out and the other guy's eyes widened. So Lee JaHa used his sword to stab straight into this guy's chest. He came closer and whispered to him, "This is the end for anyone who dares to play tricks on me." Then I started moaning, wishing my juniors would come and save me. But maybe I can't do that anymore. It looked like Lee JaHa had forced that body out of his place. His body rolled around on the ground, causing many people to widen their eyes in surprise. Most of those eyes were watching, are all mixed with a bit of fear inside. The male lead's job right now is to open the box containing the betting money. What are you guys still doing there? It's not according to the rules. If you let your opponent get hurt, it's fine. Will the series attack? Who will come up here first to take my money? As he spoke, he also turned to see if anyone dared to sacrifice their lives. But the expression, the feeling was still the same as before. Then Lee JaHa had to sigh because they were a bunch of cowards. After finishing work at the sword testing place, Lee JaHa went to the arena. Before entering, there were already sounds of fighting among each other, accompanied by loud cheers of martial arts. This place is where martial artists can fight each other, using any form of duel. Here, the use of poison or any kind of hidden weapons is not allowed. The male lead put down his money to sit and watch before registering to participate. A few people also noticed his strange actions. Below, the temporary match had chosen a winner. Everyone continued to cheer non-stop. Some people also knew. I heard a story a while ago that someone had the audacity to challenge Dongfang Yian. Then he went down to tell strategist Pyong about it. That person was probably none other than Lee JaHa. When hearing the information, the guy started to walk to the position where he was watching. "You're the one who came to challenge, right?" "I'm the one who came to challenge Dongfang Yian." What a brave person who doesn't know his strength and wants to die. Everyone, please give this idiot a big round of applause. Maybe not to say, maybe this idiot will defeat the fighting king Dongfang Yian. Many people have had to remind the admin to quickly let the match start. If you want to challenge Dongfang Yian, you must have some strength. If you love too much, then you have no right to fight with the fighting king here. Consider this your debut match in this arena one-on-one. If someone gives up, then stop it. Hearing Lee JaHa agree, strategist Pyong pointed out that he is an arrogant guy who doesn't know how to control himself. You guys heard it clearly, but who wants to come up here to confront him? No head-to-head with him. If you win, you will get thousands of taels of silver. Unarmed hands or weapons are allowed. If you want silver taels, please hurry up. Before you can finish your sentence, the three guys with dirty faces have to slow down. From the stands jumped down to the ring. The manager again calculated whether the three of them were afraid the opponent wouldn't be able to stand it or should they fight one-on-one to make it even. After listening, they began to discuss and calculate with each other for a while to see who will be the first to fight. So after a while, it's certain that the brat will have to take the lead. You guys are already familiar with this fighter, but I'll also introduce it. For those who don't know, he is the swordsman Bang Gaek, a solid shield who often appears in thousands of battles in the arena. Lee JaHa also knows this because in the past that guy also had strength. He also sold me a lot of onions. The swordsman Bang Gaek is familiar. He always tries his best. In this match he is truly a person with real strength when fighting with the sword. His defense is quite solid. But people don't understand that his main purpose of making such an effort is to avenge his defeat against Dongfang Yian. Having said that, the manager seemed very satisfied when his servant brought the bucket to hold the betting money. After introducing someone, he forced Lee JaHa to introduce himself. Up until now I've been looking at someone who looks very calm, doesn't it? Ignoring the commentator's cliché words, the two opponents are ready to go on the floor. There are whispers around when the match has not yet started. Everyone, please prepare for me to count from 1 to 10 to start the match. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath to see the performance of the newly arrived anonymous youth. Bang Gaek's killing intent looks so terrible. Maybe I haven't had time to count them all yet. He'll jump right in. As for Lee JaHa, he doesn't seem to care much, probably just hitting a few times to quickly go see Dongfang Yian. The competition match will start right away, so everyone please prepare carefully. After saying that, he started shouting the words, "Start," and strongly fanned down. The first person to attack was Bang Gaek had a very big sword in his hand. Not only that, but in his other hand he used a shield that looked very sturdy. Lee JaHa had just succeeded in a few attacks and he was on the attack. Continued to counterattack. After receiving a kick, the opponent's whole body begins to move backwards. The shield to protect oneself seems to have changed somewhat, accompanied by a very sinister smile from Bang Gaek. Even though he hadn't unleashed any power yet, this made Lee JaHa feel very interesting. Maybe he was fighting and remembering things in the past when entering the arena. The opponent was still trying to rush in, then suddenly the male protagonist's entire body radiated internal energy. Then he slashed strongly towards the opponent. Immediately that means he had to raise his shield to defend himself. Not only that, but another leg also kicked straight towards the only object protecting his body. However, the other man's strength still could not hold. After a few minutes, he fell down. Then he felt the numbing pain transmitting into his body. Taking advantage of this moment, Lee JaHa jumped up high to prepare to finish. As soon as he landed, he slashed hard at his body again. Luckily for this guy, the male lead didn't pull his sword from the sheath, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Just like that, his body was continuously kicked back and forth like a ball. Lee JaHa kept coming closer to pound him a few more times. Bang Gaek was now like a turtle with a retracted neck. The viewers are very surprised by the strength of this newcomer. He feels discouraged because in a famous arena there is such a mediocre genre. Just like that, the booming sounds, the boom rang out, but Bang Gaek still endured it silently. In the end, because he was so bored, Lee JaHa had to play martial arts to see if it would come out. It seemed like it took forever for his opponents to give up. It was over. Because he didn't want to waste any more time, his internal attack came out and a kick went straight to the guard. Finally, he started shouting loudly to beg for surrender. Fortunately, there was only one, just a little bit more and I can meet my grandparents in the afterlife. Seeing this scene, the manager is hesitant to announce the result. Looks like we won this match, let's give me 1,000 taels. You bastard, you're good at the opening match and you're already treating everyone like nothing. Do you know that action hasn't already angered everyone here? The male lead had to know him for a while. If he didn't declare victory, he would beat him to pieces. It seemed like he still had no fear at all. In the end, I had to raise my hand so that if he didn't speak, he would be slapped away immediately. Then the figure of this commentator quickly ran to where the two opponents were. And what was the result? Everyone watching already knows. The entire audience in the stands cheered loudly because of a very unexpected outcome. Then those cheers caught the male lead's attention. He realized that it was the second guy who served him at the bar. And he brought the money he made to go red and black. What a guy. If you're stupid and don't do anything, if you want something to eat, just eat a grapefruit. The commentator turned to remind the male lead a bit. I know you came to this arena to challenge Dongfang Yan, but let the children, we will hold a few more competitions to promote tomorrow's battle. Today, here I will show you the strength of the arena that cannot be underestimated. Tomorrow it will be official. Organize a competition between you and Dongfang Yan. But JaHa doesn't care much because the only thing he cares about is money. Perhaps the two sides haven't found a common voice about things. Agreed to fight today or tomorrow. So the manager here is showing a very attitude when he sees the male lead's behavior is very childish. You quickly take him to the room for the others. Challenge you when you leave. Seeing that guy leave, Bang Gaek had to warn the male lead. Be careful with that guy because he has many devious plans. He can't do anything to me, at most he can just use beauty's trick, right? After hearing that, the loser became surprised. Do you have experience in dealing with it? So, family, do you think I'm that bad? While the story was unfinished, a servant brought him his winnings. Without needing to check how much was in it, he pulled out a silver coin. After that then shot at Bang Gaek, making him continue to be surprised. Holding a piece of silver in his hand but still not understanding anything in his heart. Take some of the money from this case and put something in your stomach. Real strength. If that's the case, he'll just be a puppet for people to beat. After saying that, Lee JaHa turned around and left, leaving a void in his heart for Bang Gaek. I know this guy had quite good strength in his previous life, but now this is too bad for me. When Lee JaHa returned to the guest room, he also knew that the other guy was preparing to use the beauty plan. He had just opened the curtain to rest when a female voice sounded. Rang out. Please sit down, sir, because tonight this young lady will be honored to serve you. According to some stories, that lady's name is Baek So-ah. If you need anything, please feel free to tell this young lady that everything here should be done naturally because it is this young lady's responsibility to serve the guests well. So, do you ever poison the guests here? If I had died, Dongfang Yan would have won without fighting, and you guys would have made a lot of money in the arena. Sir, you were undefeated that day, so there was no need to do such things. But the male lead knows that this guy is just a magnet that attracts gamblers to come here. With him, this arena will become famous and earn a lot of money. What do you guys lack to cheat for money? What else is money from stupid gamblers? Baek So-ah immediately brushed it off and said that her duty was just to serve wine to the guests. After hearing that, Lee JaHa asked to bring delicious wine. But he reminded her that he wouldn't pay a single penny. He kept urging her to go to work, but maybe there was something else that was difficult to talk about. The male lead clearly understood what the intention was. So he continued to urge more. Please wait a moment, this young lady can ask you what kind of woman you want to serve you tonight. As the person who will serve you drinking, this is the rule. Old of the arena, you don't need to refuse this young lady, you will call a very beautiful person to serve you. Or maybe you already have a friend in mind outside. If that's the case, then it's really difficult for me. Lee JaHa, ignore this matter first, bring me premium wine. After hearing that, the woman's face showed surprise because it was the first time she saw someone who was not interested in girls. And plus the male lead's very dull face. So in the end she had to agree and ask to wait a bit. Half an hour later, a tray of wine had a few pieces of double meat. 3 cakes have been arranged. Not only that, but also Hyuk Soryong will directly massage Lee JaHa tonight. But the male lead doesn't care about appearance, he only cares about worrying about whether the quantity is good or not. She didn't say anything, just focused on pouring the wine. There's a high possibility that she's also a blunt spirit, that's why she's so silent. Look at the wine cup, put it in front of him, but he felt very suspicious. It was also very possible that this group of people had poisoned him inside. So the male lead had to use a little of his internal energy to check. He immersed himself in the alcohol and began to feel everything around him. From outside the door, there was only Baek So-ah walking slowly out after finishing work. So for the time being, it would be okay. There are no bad guys looking at his place to rest. The beauty sitting next to her is feeling very confused when her customer doesn't bother to move at all. However, Lee JaHa has a little experience from his previous life. At that time I only heard about the famous black and white women in the competition arena and then witnessed these two with my own eyes. They look weak, but in fact their martial arts are not ordinary at all. Even though they are, but inside I also felt a bit disappointed because I thought beauty would be very superior. Well, let's just pretend to be stupid to see what they want to do. After thinking about it, I took the initiative to pour wine. To start making a thin confiding bet. Hyuk Soryong didn't think anything of it and accepted the cup of wine that the customer had just poured for him. In Lee JaHa's eyes, it seemed like he was a very careful person. That's why I took advantage of this moment to point at a few acupuncture points to see how things would turn out. Immediately, the woman's entire body became numb and could not be controlled. Her mouth were numb. His arms and legs were motionless and the only thing he had was his eyes moving back and forth. Next, he grabbed the needle from his head and started checking. Sure enough, there was a small bottle of medicine inside. Just opened it. When he opened it again, he discovered something with a high probability of being spring medicine. Lee JaHa smiled with satisfaction because his skepticism had saved him a safe life. Look at this, it looks strange. Is it okay to drink it? I'm very curious how to do this, or should I let you try it? Having said that, put it all into the wine cup, by Hyuk Soryong. The guest drinks respectfully, right, young lady. Her eyes became very scared when she knew that she was about to receive a bad ending. No time wasting plus. Lee JaHa squeezed her mouth to pour the wine right into her mouth. The beauty kept moaning because she couldn't do anything. Did that high-energy lady drink it all? Putting down the wine cup, the male lead also started to check to see if anything had happened. If there was poison, he would probably die, but if not, he would be very lucky. Hyuk Soryong suddenly died. I can't explain why I didn't say or do anything. After a while it seemed like nothing happened. So it didn't seem like there was any poison, so I misunderstood you, miss. But this person's tears and nose suddenly kept flowing, surprising the male lead. He really wanted to receive a satisfactory explanation from Hyuk Soryong. Even though he was planning to remove the acupuncture points, it was only I was afraid that if she screamed loudly, I would die. Suddenly, Baek So-ah's voice rang out outside, catching his attention. I immediately had to jump out to see what she was doing. Sir, do you need anything else for this young lady to serve? Before he could fully open the trap, the male lead continued to point acupuncture points to control. This woman's face turned black again because she had no time to explain anything. Then he carried her straight to the door, where his accomplices were. They both seemed very scared when they were dealt with by Lee JaHa. Of course, the male lead would have to check the needle on his head to see if there was anything. As expected, it was her. If that girl has anything, then this girl won't be lacking either. It seems like you guys poisoned me again, right? Still a basic procedure like a textbook took place. He poured the medicine into the cup and forced Baek So-ah to drink it. The gurgling sounds kept echoing in the person's face. This is almost very reluctant. Then his face claims to be no different from Hyuk Soryong. Even Lee JaHa himself doesn't understand what kind of medicine it is, but they both have the same expression. Then after a while he started to pay closer attention and understood a few things. The sound of panting and light sweat making the male lead's eyes round. So it was, if that's the case, then you won't die, so don't worry. And if you die, it has nothing to do with me. I'll go drink a little and then come back, so you two should calm down. After that, Lee JaHa went outside with countless bold thoughts. He felt that in this life he probably wouldn't need to touch alcohol anymore. Because in his previous life, he didn't have to touch alcohol like that in his previous life. If you don't move, it doesn't matter. After a while, I reached the second kid's place. Thanks to you, I got my money back, so today I'll give you free alcohol. Because of this place. It's a foreign land, so I had to ask if I dared to put poison inside. If you get poisoned, there's no way I can rest in peace, right? Maybe even my life will be gone. But anyone can poison themselves, and so just check to make sure. Ignore this story for now. The second child started looking around and also whispered a few things to him. This story I want to ask, because tomorrow I will bet all my assets on you. Who do you think will be the winner tomorrow? Obviously he's always been on Lee JaHa's side. I keep thinking in my heart, but I don't know why. It's like my ancestors are telling me. Will you follow everything I say? As long as he has money, this little guy will do it everything. After listening, the male lead had to ask again and again, but he still insisted. But I only advised him not to gamble from now on. If I win this time, then life will change greatly. Do you want me to work hard all my life? Isn't it because you don't have the courage to do other things? Should I switch to another job? Everything requires money. As we talked, we both drank wine to understand each other better. What are your hobbies? Or do you have any dreams and just think about what you want to do? But my only dream is money. Don't ask others, think about yourself. Then no one said anything more but just stared at each other as if they had so many words to say. To increase the atmosphere, they had to punch him in the face. Outside there were 3 guys. In the morning, when he came to the arena, he suddenly walked in. Seeing the customers coming, the second man quickly spoke up to greet. He ran over to ask what the other guests wanted to eat and drink. Preparing. Then I don't understand why he immediately received a slap without any reason. The guy standing in the middle laughed happily because a petty brat dared to drink alcohol and not worry about work. Please forgive me because today I encountered some good things, so I dared to drink a few glasses. After that, those people didn't pay attention and went back to their table to sit. Look at the man's expression, it's just that he's so confused that he doesn't understand what he wants anymore. As for the younger brother, he sighs because his life is so bad. Suddenly that guy just took over. His legs and forearms were already stewing with murderous intent and turned around. He thought he was being slandered by the bar's servant. Are you talking about me? It was so annoying to see that Lee JaHa had to stand up and admit it was him. After saying that, all 3 guys ran over to try to pamper him a bit. Just a quick look was the male lead. Immediately knew what their intentions were. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye and he began to restrain that talkative guy. Why do you dare to hit others so arbitrarily, you bastard? ? Having said that, there must also be a few actions to make it memorable. This time I was very gentle, so I just flicked it once to show its face. Even though I didn't use any content. But it seems like that guy can't stand it. The whole person collapsed to the ground and held his head, showing a lot of pain. The 2 guys accompanying him also don't stay quiet and don't dare to do anything anymore. Those people even in the shop, you have to be quiet to see if anything else is going on? They will probably have to suffer the same fate as their comrades. Both of them were given a paper by Lee JaHa as a souvenir. The 2 bodies continued lying on the ground and also showing pain. Seeing this scene, the second child was also very impressed. You must have been very tired from fighting with them, right? Nothing is easy in life, not even fighting. But sir, have we met before? Why do I feel so close to you? If I quit my job here, where should I go to find you? You're still too weak, so I can't tell you anything. That's just because I haven't touched martial arts yet. Taking a sip of wine, the male lead has already explained it thoroughly to him. I never thought someone was weak just because they hadn't learned martial arts. That's why the boy had to lower his voice to beg and all. I wanted to be stronger, not because I became a martial artist. It's just because I want to make my life better. After listening, the male lead asked the second child to go to his area tomorrow to gather all the juniors. He also carefully instructed me to bring a sack and carriage to come here to collect all the school's money. After completing the assignment, he returned to the break room to check the effects of the spring medicine. Is it over in the bodies of the other 2 women? But looking like this, both of them are still upset and need to be relieved by Lee JaHa. Suddenly he slammed the knife into the table and also raised his voice. The two of you will soon have your acupuncture points removed, so don't worry too much. If you scream or don't answer my questions, will this knife have its job? When the acupuncture points are solved, remember my words. I've already mentioned it. If you don't blame me, don't blame me. If you understand, then wink. Because the acupuncture points were touched first, it was Hyuk Soryong who spoke in agreement. If so, is that strategist Pyong behind you? I still don't understand anything, so I don't blame you at all. You have to see my tricks to become smarter, right? As he spoke, he was about to pick up the knife and ask a few more questions. Let me ask again, did strategist Pyong tell you to do this? Knowing that the other person would do the truth, Hyuk Soryong did not deny it. Don't be too hasty. If the person dies, there is someone around who can confess. If she dies, then we will know the consequences of not saying what we need to know. So then we may hear more, so calm down, do you understand? Having finished speaking, he also turned to look at Baek So-ah. Sir, this young lady has also solved the acupuncture point. Now you two listen to me and then tell me if you can tell. If both of them give false statements, should that spirit together say that whoever hesitates will die? Looking at this expression, the women seem confused as they have never met someone who is not interested. Flirting with girls. It's amazing. I wonder which girl will die first. Immediately the male lead asked again who was behind all this. The two of them said in unison. Said that it was caused by the gambling king. Very good, it seems like you guys got lucky. Compared to Dongfang Yian, does the gambling king have a higher or lower position? Just saying, I said the countdown kept making everyone confused. Of course it's higher, sir. After listening, JaHa felt very excited. Because he also knew a few things so he still didn't know. What question should I ask next? Let's ask the third question. Think carefully and answer who is the gambling king. It was said to give thought, but it also counted down continuously and made the two women hastily answer. They both said the name Mr. Yang Bok in unison. Mr. Yang Bok? Is that the innkeeper of Hell Inn? Seeing that they didn't deny it, the male lead seemed puzzled. He's a peaceful person who knows how to be reasonable and has a good temper, and he often entertains his gangster friends, but with such a rich family, he often has sex with the underworld. I can't believe that the person behind it is him. If so, then the innkeeper of Hell Inn has a rival. I see there's nothing left to do. Asked again, so he immediately pulled out the knife and turned away immediately. Fortunately for the black and white woman, she was able to save her life. Then the male protagonist went to the exact location of Mr. Yang Bok. Inside there were a lot of diners eating, drinking and drinking loudly. As always, he asked the young man to bring good wine and some boiled peanuts. Not only that, but he also showed a very difficult attitude. Accepted the request to make something for me quickly. After the other person left, an old man ran over to get acquainted. It seemed like Lee JaHa already recognized who that person was. This person did not none other than the fallen king Mr. Yang Bok. There was no need for him to speak up, he took the initiative to speak right away. The two girls have made a mistake with you and strategist Pyong has done too much, so I hope you try to correct it. This old man is really quick to guess what I mean, like an old fox. To make the space more comfortable, Mr. Yang Bok sent someone to chase away all the guests. In just a blink of an eye everyone had to leave and there was no need to pay anything. Now there were only 2 people left in the whole huge hotel. Did you come here to ruin everything? The challenge fee is 10,000 plus 40,000 to apologize to the old man, is that okay? Until now, no one has ever received more than 50,000 taels of black and white masters coming to compete to receive compensation. Seeing that the opponent did not understand anything, he kept repeating the value of the money. The male lead will receive. But Lee JaHa just wants to know that it's really him who is behind everything. All of Dongfang Yian's victors disappeared without a trace a few days later, right? You don't need to know much about that matter. If I make the mistake of killing your colleague or friend, I shouldn't be angry because it's just bad luck, but if not, please leave quickly. My good intentions are already clear and you don't need to overdo it. Having said this, Dongfang Yian loomed out with a full face. Murderous intent. The male lead already understands that if he doesn't accept the money or doesn't leave, there will definitely be a pile of corpses right away. Just thinking about this, the fat man immediately pulled the chair closer to him. Not only that, but he showed a very unsightly face. Mr. Yang Bok continued to repeat the amount of 50,000 taels to see if the male lead wanted to accept it or not. Hearing the large amount of money, Dongfang Yian stopped him and was scolded by his master for being rude. He's good, but it's clear that this is a scam, not a martial arts competition. It's business. So, as a businessman, you don't have to use any means to benefit yourself. You'd better take the silver and leave. That's interesting. I'm wondering about betting games. This is because I also like it very much. If I do it, I usually do it to the end even if I have to lose my life. If I gamble, I win or lose, but it's not okay for you to cheat like this. Surely you guys did the same thing to many people and bribed the experts to keep them quiet, right? If we don't listen today, we will surely lose our lives, right? The black and white duo in the recent area must have a close relationship with you all. Doing business legitimately but lying behind the scenes to cover up clues if exposed, then who will play again? After talking for a while, Lee JaHa cursed that this group of people were bastards. Mr. Yang Bok understood that he did not want to receive money but only wanted to accept death. This was my intention. Yes, but if you bet until the end. You probably didn't think about this, so let's make a big bet. What does the biggest mean? What do you mean? Lee JaHa's intention is to bet all the assets he has in his hand. In addition, he also guarantees that everyone in here will fight with him. If we win, then everything will belong to me, and if I die, everything will be according to your wishes. Seeing that the opponent seemed a bit uncomfortable, Lee JaHa had to speak up further. I gave too many conditions. That's why you're confused, right? Or are you afraid that you will lose everything, so you are afraid? Then the gambling king had to answer that he wanted to refuse. Refusing will only put you at a disadvantage. It seems like this old man doesn't really want a real fight. Tomorrow my subordinates will come, so tonight all the benefits will belong to your side. Looking at the master's expression, he was so confused that Dongfang Yian had to raise his voice. Good, shall we just do as this madman says, master? The male lead ignored that stupid name and continued to answer. Look straight at me, Mr. Yang Bok, because suddenly I'm curious about something. You hide your true identity, right? Distribute alcohol and food to the people who came here to challenge, then use beauty tricks to weaken them before fighting Dongfang Yian. Lose time to secretly attack and bury the dead. Buy alcohol, giving money to gambling addicts and making money from them and pretending to be honest people, then colluding with black gangs and leading them all. As expected, you are living a truly corrupt life. Is it because of this that you are nicknamed Gambling King? These words were very accurate, so the old man couldn't respond at all. There's still one thing I don't understand. If you're so confident, why don't you just kill the two of us right away? This will only benefit us more. Where does that kind of assessment come from, coming from the same background as a prostitute? Do you think you are equal to me? Hearing that he was a colleague, he began to act puzzled and not believe it. You've lived your whole life based on the lives of others, why don't you try making a serious bet for once? Can this nonsense Mr. Yang Bok stop saying such stupid things? Ignoring those insulting words, this old man continued to ask where the male lead's background came from. Without any hesitation, he directly said that he was the owner of JaHa Inn. It seemed that Mr. Yang Bok also knew this name, so he was acting a bit suspicious. As for Dongfang Yian, he was dumb. I don't know what to do. If that's the case, then gather your subordinates to the arena. No matter what, the advantage is still ours, so I hope you don't regret it. Live without regret is the virtue of people in this world. Having finished speaking, he started to stand up and urge these insects to hurry up. Is it true that your kid wants to die in a strange way? Weird, right? But Lee JaHa just said a few words that were very harsh, causing both opponents and viewers to have a headache. Among them, the angriest person was Dongfang Yian. His master is truly a person. Very calm, so I didn't bother arguing, just reminded me to quickly go to the arena. Let me see how he struggles to beg for his life. So after finishing preparing, Nam Main and opponent went to the ring. Countless passers-by were wide-eyed to see what was really going on. Then they also knew from Dongfang Yian's words that they had to come good theater arena. Maybe he wanted to call a large crowd to humiliate Lee JaHa. Half an hour later, many people lined up to prepare to go inside. But this time the male lead was planning to do something, so he stopped. Seeing this expression, Dongfang Yian also spoke up. He reminded Lee JaHa that if he regrets it, it's not too late now. But right now, I don't even want to listen to those empty words. I got rid of the crowd of gossips and ran to a gourd shop to buy a string to eat. The old lady is next door. Trong quickly gave it to his guest and immediately received a large silver bar. Just take it, no need to return it to me. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed the delicious taste like this. The more he looked, the angrier Dongfang Yian became because of his opponent's joking attitude. The named strategist Pyong had only just found out now. What was going on? Wouldn't he be fighting tomorrow? Then his accomplice got angry and forced him to shut up because of Lee JaHa's matter. That's right, you should quickly shut up, that ordinary strategist. Hearing these words, but he didn't dare to answer anything, he just made a scared face. Today is a good opportunity we had to kill you, bastard. Are you going to fight? Why are you called Gambling King? It's so strange. It's true that a cow or a dog can also be called a king, so no one can blame you like that. Seeing that Lee JaHa's martial arts skills are indeed stronger than his own martial arts skills. A few moments later, a large number of people gathered in the arena. Looking at the opponents, countless people expressed wonder. Strategist Pyong reminded the participants to only sit and watch, not to bet at all. To stabilize the situation, the male lead also had to speak up to make it clearer to everyone. I want to tell those who know and those who do not know that today the right person is the strongest force here will be present. And that person is none other than Mr. Yang Bok. Dongfang Yian had to stop loudly because Lee JaHa cursed his master too much. If people say I'm dumb, do I have to be dumb? Where does that reason come from? After hearing this martial arts king, he started to stay silent because he has no talent for gossip. Gambling King is the owner of the innkeeper of Hell Inn. You already know that he is staying there. Here. After hearing this, everyone started whispering. Most everyone knew but didn't know that old man liked to bet on each other. From this moment I will challenge everyone to a duel. The innkeeper of Hell Inn includes the Gambling King. If I die, you guys will continue to entertain him. And if I win, everything of that guy will belong to me. Looking at the appearance of those guys, the male lead also confirmed many more things. If you guys were subordinates of that guy, if you fought with real strength, you would never have had a chance with me. Let's see. Looking more closely, it seems like their number is very large. But Lee JaHa is not afraid, he continues to fight. This will be a unique opportunity. If anyone is afraid, hurry up, sit on the seats in the stands. But this sentence doesn't mean anything because everyone has already prepared their posture. It seems like the male lead's words don't seem to carry much weight because he haven't really taken action yet. So this will definitely be a real fight. If that's the case, the male lead will probably become even more interested. He immediately withdrew, found out, causing a few of them to become scared. Just like that, they slowly walked towards the dozens of thugs alone. Even though there were a large number, it seemed like their mood at this time was changing. Very wrong. Then something came to mind, so Lee JaHa had to think for a while. And he also took the sword back in his hand and put it away. Kill the gamblers in this overwhelming situation. Why should I use the noble apricot swordsmanship? At this point, Dongfang Yian could no longer stand it. He must have ordered all his juniors to rush forward together. To the council of Lee JaHa. Hearing the command, countless people ran up without thinking. It seems like the method to deal with this group will be martial arts. In the hands of the male lead has captured, his head clenched, his fist tightly, and a lot of internal energy was radiating out. Countless enemies approached him and pointed their sharp iron swords straight at his body. But his body had become extremely graceful and flexible. So there's no way they can do it all. Even when he fights, he also has stupid and senseless thoughts. Even though he was extremely poor since childhood, just hitting someone with his bare hands is enough to succeed. Just like that, a lot of thugs were punched without having time to do anything. Besides the guys using swords, there were also other guys using very strange-looking weapons. And it wasn't just the guys who used swords. Young people, but among them there are also old men who are greedy for money. In this matter, Lee JaHa does not care at all. Because he is Lee JaHa, the leader of the JaHa clan. Although the pace of the match was very fast, it seemed that the male lead was very lenient. He did not use his aura but only temporarily suppressed their fear. Knowing that this was the case, he became more and more than the opponent becomes even more aggressive. So the plan has temporarily changed a bit. The male protagonist uses his internal strength and begins to radiate power and strikes so hard that the soldiers scream and fly away. Jumping dog. Those are just some of the hundreds of Mr. Yang Bok's subordinates who are waiting. Seeing that his juniors are doing so much harm, Dong Fong Yian had to personally take action. "Everyone, please step back," but he considered me a bunch of useless people who couldn't help anything. After saying that, he started to move forward, making his subordinates become very confident. It seemed like they were the most prominent person in this arena. We all know all the familiar faces, how they fight and what their personalities are like. In the end, Lee JaHa had to pull out his sword. Sword in his hand. Because he knew that today he would have to personally kill a few people to set an example for the world. Some people began to fear when they saw the other person pull out a weapon. No waiting for them to attack, this time he proactively took the initiative. His eyes began to search around to find a few targets. The first one was an evil-faced demon, a brat. All day long, he only knows how to assault and rape others. Seeing that he was about to be in danger, the other guy took the initiative to turn around and run away. Then he also pulled out his knife and became confused as to why. "Why did you attack me?" But perhaps this was the last word he said in this world. Lee JaHa's sword swung out strongly and slashed towards his throat. The people nearby all swallowed their saliva out of fear. Even Dong Fong Yian didn't dare to say another word. The body of the evil demon had collapsed and his head was rolling. Tornado of blood and gore spewed everywhere. Now the murderous aura had begun to radiate on Lee JaHa's body. "I understand that this guy won't be the last guy to die in this arena. All of you, please get out of my way so I can see for a moment. You too, please get out of the way. This bunch of useless people." As soon as they dodged, another target was already chosen. "That squinty-eyed guy, come out here quickly." Knowing that his name was being called, I was startled and panicked. He was the smile of a man who was willing to kill his comrades for no reason at all. This guy began to think a little to see if there was anything wrong with him. Should he come out or not? Finally, to ensure his life's safety, he turned around and ran away. But things didn't just stop there. Picked up the dagger in Lee's hand. JaHa shot strongly towards his opponent. The force was so strong that it passed through his whole body and crashed straight into the wall, creating an extremely large crack. Perhaps today's arena is about to explode. Became another sea of blood. Seeing the scene of his juniors taking turns leading each other down to the golden stream, Dong Fong Yian's face wrinkled. He held a weapon in his hand and flew to Lee JaHa's place to attack. The force of the slash was so strong that he had to use his sword to block it. Then the two slashed each other frantically, going up and down continuously. And it wasn't just Dong Fong. Yian also had a few more thugs behind him. They took advantage of the male lead not paying attention and used his sword to sneak attack. His body sensed it and jumped up really high. The opponent below is gradually feeling that the strength of the person above is already too formidable. Those who are not involved are still wide-eyed to continue contemplating. And there are also countless other Mr. Yang Bok's subordinates are bewilderedly looking at what the male protagonist will do next. In the air, he carefully observes the targets he needs to kill again. From the tip of the sword he captured his head radiated hot firepower. And from there his body became incredibly fiery. Countless spiritual energies were shot out all around the arena. Just looking at it made me feel very scared. Many screams rang out due to being burned. Lee JaHa immediately responded. The land was right at the position of strategist Pyong, an expert in dirty tricks. A quick sword strike passed through his neck. And this guy's head could no longer stay still. Blood continued to shoot out, creating a very gruesome scene. Perhaps Lee JaHa's madness was about to reach its climax. Just seeing this look made everyone go crazy. Who knows what will happen next? The people in the stands looked down with equally scared faces. Countless subordinates of the Gambling King did not dare to get close to Lee JaHa. Dong Fong Yian, known as the undefeated god of war, is now helpless. After killing that strategist Pyong, he temporarily borrowed his fan for a bit. Maybe he'll think of it again. What are some more dances to prepare for the world to see? You stupid idiots are truly pitiful. And forget that I was also a pitiful person, right? Neither viewers nor those in the fight could understand how Lee JaHa was acting. Then he started doing a few moves to let both his opponents and viewers know his talent. Me. A voice resounded, criticizing the group of opportunists who have existed for 30 years. I wonder what that crazy guy wants and why he sings like that. The black-haired guy grabbed it. Cards. Then the white-haired man put the cards down again. Just like that, Lee JaHa's voice continuously hummed, implying that gambling only means losing but never winning. The saying that all the money he earned was burned. He kept chewing on everything. And there must have been money from the male lead in there too, so he seemed a bit regretful. Because his voice was so good, most of the audience had to sing along. Seeing this scene, the male lead's motivation was there and he continued to sing meaningless lyrics. What the hell are those crazy guys doing? Why are they singing like that? Not only the viewers but also Dong Fong Yian's subordinates raised their voices. Then everyone who met them only received a look of contempt. If I no longer appear, then move on. Saying that I died because of gambling, because before coming here I saw a special card in front of my eyes. As he sang, he pointed straight and swept past all the thugs. In front of my eyes. In the stands, sentences like how good luck is and how much luck has come to me. Hitting the fan in my hand, an entertainment performance seemed to have happened. Ending. I wonder if Lee JaHa will dance or sing or kill. He looked straight at those unfortunate people and then spoke. As for today, your luck is the person has disappeared. After hearing this word, everyone understands that their life is no longer possible. This place will be closed after today, you idiots, don't come here anymore. I request all of you to officially stop betting here. Go home, you idiots. Lee JaHa's voice was so loud it seemed to remind everyone. Indeed, however, the entire audience above had to run quickly to catch up. Then he went to the old man's place to preach morality. Do you think that if all your subordinates attack at the same time, it will win me or what? What do you think now that the situation has become like this? After a bunch of idiots drank spring medicine and suffered defeat, someone like me finally appeared, isn't that new? That old man also responded, before coming here, I sent a letter to notify the Nanming Association. I wrote that there were saboteurs, so in the future, bribing them will be difficult. It's difficult, even though it's very concise. Maybe the Nanming Association will understand this. Because I've given them so much money over the past time. It's not just the owners. Speaking of which, Dong Fong Yian also ran over to chat. You thought that if you made this place chaotic, all the money would go into your pocket, right? There is no such thing as a simple thing in this world. No matter how rashly you act, the dark side will block your way. That's why I'm content to live in a casino. Hey. Mr. Yang Bok also casually cursed the male lead for being a blind guy who doesn't understand what's going on. Maybe his mouth went a bit too far because of that statement. He slammed the fan into his hand. He swiped hard to create divine power. The position was headed straight towards the idiot Dong Fong Yian. Even though he also sensed the danger and pulled out his sword, he could not defend against it. Just like that, the whole body was cut open, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing his subordinates being murdered right before his eyes, the king was unable to do anything. Perhaps the next person to suffer the same fate would be him. He himself also understood. Okay, so I took the opportunity to say a few words before I died. It turned out to be JaHa's inn. It looked like this. Having said that, this guy immediately rushed straight towards the male lead to attack. It's unbelievable that I thought he didn't know martial arts but instead attacked with internal force. A loud explosion rang out and smoke and dust flew as soon as the two collided with each other. Not only that, but the competition floor has also been affected a lot. Everything seems to be falling apart when the male protagonist and the opponent are comparing internal attacks with each other. Hey old man, I thought you were the one. What a kind-hearted person. If you want this gambling escapades to last long, its owner must be very kind. Hearing these hidden words, the old man became frightened. House, who are you and why do you know my identity? I'm just a second child at an inn in Ilyang town. Mr. Yang Bok still doesn't understand anything, so he keeps mumbling the second child's name that the male lead just said. As for your side, then the great crystal absorption method appeared to prepare to ask for some internal energy to use. All the spiritual energy had invaded his body and was sucked straight towards him. He was screaming more and more in pain day by day. The pain all over my body felt like hundreds of ancient worms were biting me. Just at the sight of it, my whole body collapsed because all the effort I had put into practicing martial arts for many years had been lost. This was a moment, the best moment for Lee JaHa. Because he often has the habit of observing his opponent before sending him back to the Western paradise. Even though he had been like this, Mr. Yang Bok was still not afraid and just kept talking about the Nanming Association. "Don't dance again, old man, because I already know, so there's no need to mention that group." After saying that, he also fell silent and was preparing to receive what a painful death. Does this kind old man, Mr. Yang Bok, want to deny anything else? Is it because your family doesn't need money, or why did he start making noise to prepare bribes? I told you that I didn't need it, you old bastard. As soon as I answered, you conveniently gave me a few slaps. It was so strong that my entire weak body fell to the ground and was bleeding. This amount of money to Lee JaHa is just fleeting. He started looking around and then spoke up to confirm. Everyone, listen clearly, this is my victory. JaHa is a guest. But inside the arena and the stands there was no one left. The male lead continued to make incomprehensible actions. What song were the humming sounds following? That continued, he groaned. Truly a crazy person with no cure. As he left, he continued to sing the song that he had thought of at that time. After that, he went to the place in front of him to hold up the torch. The black-haired one grabbed the card, the white-haired one put the card down again. All the money he earned was burned up. While he sang, he also made a fire. Just like that, Lee JaHa went around to light the whole place on fire. The money, wealth, and understanding of his relatives were all bare except for flying without wings. The corpse of Mr. Yang Bok had become burst into flames as soon as he threw the torch in. A familiar look appeared again as he felt a very satisfying scene. All the money he earned was burned up, only my money why? All the money and possessions of relatives have no legs or wings to fly away. Returning to the old familiar house, no one dared to secretly pick up all the money hidden in the closet and then go to the casino. Everyone in the neighborhood looks at me with contempt. If I no longer appear, please tell me that because I gambled, I died. Before coming here, I saw a special card in front of my eyes. Special. Luck has come today. Just keep singing and rambling like that, then start another dance that Lee JaHa shows off. He dances crazy and also burning everywhere I went. Wherever I went, hot internal energy and fire radiated out. Just like that, inside this gambling arena, it was like a crematorium. One after a while, there was not a single place that was not burned. Just seeing this scene, Lee JaHa's expression became very satisfied. The power of this fire is so beautiful and devastating, how evil. If it could belong to me, how good would it be? With one hand I can catch all the stars in the night sky. I want to burn all those who only think about chasing me. My voice will echo wherever I go. Those who used swords to cut mountains and forests in half have also stayed at my feet. The boy called Tam Tai has punched me faces of experts, and that person is me. I'm babbling, but even if I'm crazy, I can feel the heat here. Sure enough, after a while of getting sick, it's time to calm down. Looking around, I realize all the things that happened. This place was all made by my own hands. By the time I get back, this place will probably have burned down. From outside there were screams because the fire looked so dangerous. When he heard those words, Lee JaHa's mind began to reshape. He quickly jumped up to check to see if anyone was still alive. Then the sound played, came out of the same room that I had been to before. As crazy as it was, I still couldn't forget the black and white beauty. The main male lead went straight inside and shouted loudly to see if he was still alive or not. But it seemed like he kept calling, but no one made any move. Then he took advantage of this moment and had to do a few dances to make it catch the object. Suddenly there were very small moans, causing him to pay attention again. The whole person kept moving slowly into the bed, and it turned out that two women were already lying here waiting. Everyone looked at each other's faces when they saw the man. They all seemed very hungry. A few people outside were also wandering around screaming because there was a fire. It's unclear whether Lee JaHa will handle this incident, or maybe he will. I lost my boyfriend's life right at the casino. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't he very handsome? After listening to this, the spring medicine in Baek So-ah and Hyuk Soryong's bodies must be gone. Just like that, the two beauties fainted because of Lee JaHa's nonsense words. Outside, the fire broke out. The fire was so loud that the whole town knew about it. Soon everyone joined together to put out the fire. Inside, the male protagonist pulled the other two ladies up. He started to raise his voice and asked them not to cry anymore. If you don't want me to throw you two into the sea of fire, then shut your mouth. After listening, the song, Bok Beauty, fell silent. The innkeeper of Hell Inn has been destroyed. Dong Fong Yian is dead, everyone is dead and no one can escape. Besides them, many people have already died. If you don't want to go to heaven and open a gambling den with them, please answer me obediently. Me and Mr. Yang Bok made a deal with each other like men. If I win, then all the fighters, the innkeeper of Hell Inn, everything that belongs to him will be in my hands. I've sent him back to heaven, so I'm afraid I won't be able to bet there anymore. So please take a moment of silence for him. Go. What the hell is this situation where Lee JaHa is still in hot water and still manages to pull a trick? But these two were forced to do it, otherwise the male lead would have to pull out a knife. It's like so the beauties close their eyes until it's over and wait until the other person tells them to stop. Now that's okay, everyone, please open your eyes. The male lead looked carefully at the two pretty faces. That beauty then spoke in a very gentle voice. If it's like this, you guys will go to a better place, right? Of course it is, we will do what you ask. Suddenly Lee JaHa started to turn around and disagree again. If it's a scammer, even if it's just one of the two, you also have no right to go there. As he spoke, he made a very scary face. The women's whole bodies got goosebumps and they couldn't respond at all. And the male lead continued to start saying that his subordinates will be here tomorrow. So I asked the two of you to tell me all the locations of Mr. Yang Bok's hidden assets. Very good, please rest comfortably. If you dare to run away after the acupuncture point is removed, you will know for yourself. Try to imagine the ending I will give you. Baek So-ah nodded. Yes, but don't forget to talk about the situation right now. Isn't there a fire spreading over there? Now that I mention it, Lee JaHa planned to go put out the fire first. As long as you let us go, there's no need to do that. Shut up right now, because the only thing to do is put out the fire now. Let's give top priority. This bastard doesn't understand what's wrong with his nerves. Thinking of this, the male lead stood up, making the two beauties scared. But he didn't do anything but just went outside. His job now was definitely to clean up the mess he had caused. The fire had flared up so big it seemed like it was about to burn. Rubbing everything. Just like that, the male lead slowly walked outside, leaving the surrounding people to frantically put out the fire. As he left, he mumbled a lot. I guess I have to carefully find out where the gambling king lives. I quickly found my way inside that bad guy's hotel. He looked everywhere but couldn't find anything suspicious. Then a gate made of iron made the eyes stop. This thick iron gate is not suitable for a guest room at all, it's really obvious. Having said that, Lee JaHa kicked the head hard. The door. Its weight was so great that when it was just opened, it created a small vibration. Just like that, the male protagonist went inside to see if he could find anything. It seems like this place is just like any other place, nothing special. That guy lives a useless and boring life all day long, locking himself in here like a prison. On the surface, the old man's desk also had a half-written letter. Lee JaHa picked it up and checked to see what he was planning to do after he died. The original text inside was written: the innkeeper of Hell Inn was attacked by a madman. He is very knowledgeable in martial arts and tricks and the rules of the game. Nanming Association has paid a lot of tribute for many years but has never asked for support yet. No. As he continued reading, he began to look around. Sure enough, there was another very sturdy iron door inside. Inside there also seemed to be a something. Then Lee JaHa had to find a way to see if he could open it or not. He flipped through all the drawers to find the key. But then there was something right in front of his eyes. Made me pay close attention. Sure enough, the inkstone on the table looked very suspicious. The male lead used a little force but couldn't move it. In the end, he had to take a transfer exam. A little internal effort to see if anything interesting could be opened. A few small vibrations rang out, making him a bit nervous. From then on, the door was successfully opened. He started his head slowly approached and pried it open. Before he could calm down, a force shot straight out from inside. Looking more closely, it was a hidden weapon that was definitely laced with a lot of poison. Medicine. What are you hiding to prepare these 3 ridiculous tricks? Lee JaHa checked again and found nothing dangerous, so he went inside and saw some strange objects. To be more sure, he had to use a small dagger. To check. Loud sounds of metal hitting each other. If you want to be more clear, you also need to use your eyesight to see for sure. But it seems like this object is not dangerous. Dangerous. Even though he didn't know what it was, Lee JaHa also guessed it was mysterious iron. After a while, he put it together and its shape looked like a sword. Maybe you guys are young. Swords made from profound iron, I don't understand how anyone could do it. Not to mention the crazy demon himself, but even the top experts who have fought, no one can do it like that. Then the thought of remembering my old master. When trust is broken, life will be over. At that time I didn't know what he said, but now I understand. Maybe the owner of this sword is a great master. When it breaks, its owner also passes away. If the trust in your heart is broken, there will certainly be no reason to live anymore. After encountering many incidents, my experience increased. Crazy monk's words made me gradually understand. After examining this strange weapon, he also looked at the book nearby. This is a secret martial art of the best great sword Uyang Muguk. It seems that Lee JaHa also knows the identity of the person who wrote this book. Uyang Muguk has competed with me 7 times but he never won, but he was very proud. I always calmly fought because I knew I would definitely win, but he wasn't like that. Uyang Muguk couldn't accept this, he didn't even know why. The reason for my failure. I understand the strong man's feelings very well, but I cannot tell Uyang Muguk that his ambition is too great, so he cannot help his martial arts advance. Until he speaks when asked about the reason for his failure, he replied that it was too late to change. Do you still care whether you learn martial arts early or late? But each person walks a different path, so we don't force anyone. When I told him that he should fight with other masters in this hidden world, that statement made him very surprised. I didn't want him to commit to the devil, but Uyang's heart Muguk could not keep up with his level of swordsmanship. It is natural that many people are like that in hiding. At the request of Uyang Muguk, who could not overcome, wrote with pity, I compiled the sword technique when fighting him again. And also hope that the next person will have the opportunity to use it properly, otherwise the ending will be very tragic like Memory Master. Read through. Lee JaHa thought these words were written by the inventor of Si Yao Gong. Competing 7 times with the talented creator of the invulnerable golden? In the end, how strong is Uyang Muguk? There are a total of 8 swordsmanship moves combined. I can already imitate the first 4 moves, as if I had learned them somewhere before. Number 1, number 2, number 3 is the long sword technique that releases the chi, the broken sword technique compresses the chi, and the 10,000 sword technique releases the sword that has not yet come out like a storm. The 4th move is the 10,000 sword technique, the secret technique of executing 3 moves before releasing the sword. Thinking of this, Lee JaHa knows that the last 4 moves are very difficult for even himself to grasp. The 5th move is the lightning sword technique that turns sword power into lightning wind. The 6th move is one sword. If you use a sword layered with 5 ultimate techniques like that, wouldn't it be easy to break the sword? If you can use the first 5 ultimate techniques without holding a sword, you will be able to learn. And finally, the same infinite form. In the book, it is written that when performing this form, the sword spirit and internal energy will explode at the same time in one moment. Just reading it, Lee JaHa understood that it was too wild, so he also drew out of words. For now, just ignore the last moves because there's nothing to continue. I'm a man, if I can't do it, just give up. There's no need why try to do things that no one else can do? Uyang Muguk's swordsmanship is great, but he has been defeated by me 7 times. So am I the best in the world? The answer will be no, as I know there are other experts at the same level as me. Everyone must grow old and die. How can we be proud of being the best in the world? If we survive because we are longer than them when we only care about our health, how can we pat our chest and claim to be the best in the world, so that title is truly meaningless? We just need to travel the world meeting stronger masters and discussing martial arts. Just like that is already very fun and happy. How can winning or losing be more fun than improving martial arts training? Martial arts are inherently must learn slowly and for a long time. Those who rush will face the fate of self-destruction like Uyang Muguk. Those who want to gain strength in just a short period of time, that is the only path. Demonic path. Otherwise, you must become a strong knight and improve yourself day by day. No matter how strong the people in the Wanderer are, they cannot defeat a resilient knight. The male lead was drinking and thinking about the words in the book that made him confused. What was the reason? Is it his intention that the knight is stronger than all? Then their eyes turned around when they saw the pair of black and white sisters coming out of nowhere. But when they saw Lee JaHa, they also became panicked. Are you planning on running away? So both of them had to rush back and explain that they saw that the fire had gone out, so they went outside. Because they saw him being taciturn, they quickly knelt down to beg for his life. But their temperament may have changed at this time, so they allowed them to sit. And of course the first question is a very silly question. What do you think about knights? After listening, the two sisters couldn't understand each other anymore. But seeing each other's faces like this, they quickly thought of all kinds of things to respond. Since I was a child, I have learned that knights are very kind people. That's true, but it seems like they don't appear anymore these days. After listening, Lee JaHa asked both of them to pour themselves some wine to drink. You guys should drink the wine, it's great just watching the morning sunrise with me. Someone said you had to drink alcohol in a miserable situation to fully feel the scent of alcohol. From now on I will call you Black White Smile. The meaning of this name is to smile, so it's your duty to always smile and preach. Hearing these words, the two continued to look at each other and choose how to behave. Finally, in order to save my life, I accepted that nonsense title. I will meditate for a while waiting for my subordinates to arrive. Speaking of this, Lee JaHa continued to pull out the knife from his body and slammed it down on the table. Then he raised his voice and threatened, if you discover any loopholes, you guys should stab me. Surely the black and white beauty just wanted to die after hearing this. Not bothering to say anything else, Lee JaHa lay down and immediately fell asleep. The two sisters didn't know what to do anymore since they couldn't go and couldn't stay. Just by listening, he had to open your eyes to check if it's doing anything to you. Everyone, just go to sleep, we can't find any loopholes right now. Then your eyes close again and mumble something. That buzzing sound rang out again and again, it was crazy. I don't know how, but a moment later the two of us reminded Lee JaHa to wake up. I've been meditating for a long time, right? It's not just that he had enough sleep during the day. Indeed, one of the male protagonist's dreams was until morning. And of course his subordinates were also present very early in the morning. Confronting them are the people in this town. One person pointed out the culprit who burned down the gym is Lee JaHa. Do you mean the guy sitting in front of the corner table, is that right? Hearing these words, he reminded the two beauties to go play somewhere else so he could continue working. They both quickly ran away before they died unjustly. For dessert in the morning the male lead took a sip of wine to calm him down. A representative came to him to inquire about his reputation. You are their leader, right? In response to his words, Lee JaHa only said that you still asked if you saw that. Without me having to invite him, he took the initiative to sit down. I am Nam Yeonpung of Nanming Association. And I am the leader of the Black Cat Union, the male protagonist replied. Do you mean Great Rakshasa's map? No, I'm the one who killed the Great Rakshasa. He continued to ask about Mr. Yang Bok and found out that Lee JaHa had already killed him. Did you know he was the one who bribed for our Nanming Association? Before he died, he also mentioned you guys. If so, then go directly to the Nanming Association and apologize to the guild master. If you don't want things to get worse, that's the only way. If you don't do so, you will have to face it's an all-out battle with us. It's not because of that bribe money, but you must directly explain why you killed him. The blade of the Nanming Association will not discriminate against the target, it's the demon path, the white path, the black path, it's all the same. Lee JaHa just calmly said that he should tell the guild master that he killed that guy just because he was playing a trick at gambling. And whether you invited him or not, he personally asked that guy to come to his place and invite him, and he had no right to be disrespectful to the leader of the Black Cat Union like that. I think that stupid apology had to come from your mouth. That's right. You really want to search this place to find something, right? As he said that, the male lead also pointed at the knife under the table, making his face become scared. What if the Nanming Association's guild master is quite strong? Because that's none of my business. So please go back and convey my words to the guild master. And stop talking nonsense to stupid people like you. After hearing that, he started to stand up and showed an attitude. Dissatisfied. Then he had to speak up to remind him of that behavior. Please come back here for me, Nam Yeonpung. He started looking back to see what the male lead would say next. But he only said a few sentences with the implication that he had saved his life. Nam Yeonpung still didn't understand what that sentence was, so he didn't bother to respond. Temporarily solved. After finishing this job, Lee JaHa went to find Mo Ying-baek to confide. I'm not sick at all, but today I came to bother you. You can come here anytime. Then he started his story. It seems like every time we meet again, he becomes stronger than before. There is no special problem, it was the same before, but compared to I'm more curious about what the master is thinking about my body. While I was fighting, I saw the fire flare up and then lost my soul for a moment. I almost burned to death. The more Mo Ying-baek talked, the more curious he became and wanted the male lead to tell in detail. I used to have a hotel named after me, but it was burned down by someone else. My mood at that time, it's so vague until I realize that there's no home to go to anymore. And I don't seem to expect a good life at all. Because before the inn burned down I knew that's my personality. If it's that kind of personality, how would you feel if you met a stronger opponent? Mo Ying-baek immediately replied. If I met someone stronger, I would definitely go crazy. Because only when I'm crazy can I win against him. If your strength is less than your opponent's, you can only win with your madness. When fighting, everyone has to endure pain. It's just pain. You have to endure that pain if you want to win, and at some point you will feel like you have reached your limit. And then you will fall, or will you fainted here? It's not all like that, because somewhere there will be a crazy guy inside you waiting to get out. Are you afraid of failure or death? Hearing these words, Lee JaHa looked closely at Mo Ying-baek's face. Since I was young, I failed a lot, so I'm not afraid of anything. Thanks to that, I'm stronger now every day. As for life and death, when we fight, we no longer think about it. The times when he lost his soul and looked at the fire, it was not because he was afraid, but because he was aware of the madness of yourself, right? If you want to win against the strongest according to the master's words, you have to be crazy, nothing more. And then Mo Ying-baek also talked a lot, as much as Lee JaHa. In short, it boiled down to his idea. I want to ask how strong the male protagonist wants me to be. Without any hesitation about that question, he answered that he wants to become the best in the world. If so, when will you realize your dream? That? The male protagonist often replies that he doesn't know anymore. If it's 10 years from now on you don't need to do anything but just focus on cultivating for 9 years. Maybe you will decide to live like that? I don't think so, it's too boring to live like that. It's interesting to have to drink, sing, dance and fight. According to me, the master's dream is not to become a disciple. The best in the world. If it's not the best in the world, then what is it? Mo Ying-baek Trong often said that only drinking, singing, dancing and punching each other is Lee JaHa's dream. After listening, the male lead was delighted and had a huge smile. He sighed and also realized there was some truth in that statement. This is my thoughts. What would happen if that rage only appeared if you met someone stronger? You mean I only go crazy every time I meet someone stronger? Normally, you should practice calming down your mind. That's not a bad way. So try separating your mind from the fight and see. The story started to cut off again and didn't work. Silence rushed in again. In Lee JaHa's heart, there were many lingering thoughts from the past. He always held tightly to the image of the evil demon Mo Ying-baek from his previous life. And then the mirror, this side of him doesn't seem like that person. This time I will ask you seriously what you think of a knight. Hearing the rather unrelated question, the doctor's eyes widened in surprise. A senior I know said that knights are much stronger than experts, but I cannot understand this. Thinking for a moment, Mo Ying-baek replied that knights are not just idiots. Nugget. If people who don't know how to take care of themselves are called idiots, chivalry is similar but in a larger category. Often people who risk their lives for justice are called knights. Guest. But in this world there is nothing more precious than one's own life. A person who dares to throw away such a precious thing is the stupidest of idiots. If, as you say, should we call them strong people? How can anyone be stronger than others without martial arts? A true knight will not be strong because of martial arts, but they themselves are the strongest. Lee JaHa also had to nod and mistakenly said that he was the strongest. So Mo Ying-baek had to remind him to reconsider himself. And then, without hesitation, he said something that he had just cherished in his heart. Why didn't the master try to do it? A knight away? Can someone like me become like that? The knights of the past had to consider their background, status, and family background to be able to become one. But you are such a perfect person that there is nothing to discuss. Speaking of which, when they were young, the founders of famous sects in Jeonhu were also called knights. If we consider a biography or a certain person's life when they were young, they were the founders of sects and they were called knights and retired in the mountains when they were old. After that, they continued to train many more people to become the founders of other sects, so I have heard many stories about them. Speaking coming here, I feel the difference when talking about strong knights. Then I started raising my voice again, creating an excitement for Mo Ying-baek. He smiled with satisfaction because he thought that the master was about to become a knight. But the male lead did not agree because he understood that it was not inherently suitable for his nature. If we find someone with good intentions, if that person has the will and the spirit of righteousness, I will be ready to support him. I can teach him martial arts and provide him with everything materially. If that person can become an outstanding knight, both materially and materially, only then can we satisfy our curiosity. If so, wouldn't it be better if you directly became a knight? Our sect master is not only strong but also full of power. Lee JaHa also dismissed this thought because he is only suitable to be a bad person and there are many people who need to be killed. That is the reason why my little knight disciple will not be harmed by anyone in the future. Let's kill them. Isn't this the time for me to go kill some big devils? Then my stupid disciple can easily become a knight. After saying this sentence, both of them started to laugh because they clearly understood each other's feelings. But in reality, the viewer may not have understood anything at all. End of sentence. Jokes aside, Mo Ying-baek has promised that in the future he will fully support the sect master and the male lead's disciples. This one will also help you find a foolish knight during this harsh time. Sir, just keep looking and I will find someone who is truly upright and honest. But if I want to cultivate a strong warrior, I must first be strong. So I will practice martial arts and sir, please take care of the medical part, then let's prepare in advance every day. Let's create the strongest fool in this world. Master, you are not a fool but a hero. The guest is right. Both of them continued to talk about stories about creating a classy knight but also being stupid. Then they moved on to another story, how the fire in his heart was still there. Is it still smoldering inside? It's still burning but it's not dangerous and it can still drive our enemies crazy. In fact, Mo Ying-baek still doesn't understand anything probably because he has too much time. That's why I sat on the pond to talk to Lee JaHa. A moment later, he also said goodbye and left. The old memories are fading and being filled with other memories. Maybe the painful memories of the past life have been erased when the male protagonist met a completely different Mo Ying-baek. My curiosity about the chivalry theory written in Memory Master's book was explained by my own way of thinking. I just need to make the chivalry it's okay for me to be stronger. Just like that, Lee JaHa wandered in the night to find the philosophy of a knight. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the Nanming Association, the male protagonist ran away. I went all the way here to talk to the guild master. Please wait a moment, I have announced that he will come soon. Maybe Lee JaHa is doing it this way thinking about all of you. Subordinates back home. I also have no particular interest in destroying a force of another religion, because if I do so dozens of my subordinates will die. Then my eyes of the male protagonist is gradually becoming sober and falling asleep. The prominent figures at the Nanming Association are becoming very upset because of this special guest. They can't believe it's an important meeting. So important, yet the male lead could do such a thing. While waiting for the guild master to arrive, there were countless stories surrounding him. Some people speculated that Lee JaHa was a mental patient who had just escaped from camp. Suddenly the voice broke his sleep. "Is the leader of the Black Cat Union already here?" A very young and handsome man, followed by a servant. Lee JaHa is paying close attention to that face that looks old before his age. In his mind, muttering, it turns out that this name is most likely known from a previous life. After sitting down, the guild master repeatedly asked who the leader of the Black Cat Union was. A subordinate enlisted pointed continuously in Lee JaHa's direction. Then the other person began to pay attention to a young man of the same age as him who was bowing his head in a corner. And then he also raised his voice as if greetings. "You are the leader of the Black Cat Union, right?" When he heard the other person call his name, he responded coldly. The guild master continued to show a very curious look. "Your subordinates didn't come here alone, did they?" "That's right, today I'm the only one who came here to meet you. Why didn't you bring water and you treated distinguished guests like this?" So another servant had to remind the servants to quickly prepare the teapot. Above, the head of the Nanming Association sighed and introduced his name. "I am Nam Garrick, the head of the Nanming Association. And I am the leader of the Black Cat Union Lee JaHa." After greeting, a servant respectfully poured water and offered tea. Looking at the sound of water in the cup, he did not hesitate to ask directly, "Did you put poison in here?" Hearing the other person answer no, Lee JaHa drank it all in one go. Seeing this expression of the male lead, Nam Garrick had to speak again. "Could it be that you just fell asleep here or what? Why do you dare to bring your body here alone? I heard that you have many subordinates, but if I accept your invitation, I will just come. Bringing my subordinates will only cause more trouble." The guild master's body is quite curious about this person's strange personality. He continued to ask, "I heard you killed Mr. Yang Bok. Why?" "I participated in a martial arts competition, but it was a fraudulent bet. He sent a few women to hide the spring medicine in jewelry, and then I discovered it." "Martial arts competition? Does someone like this gang leader know how to fight?" "I went there because I heard that Dongfang Yian is very good at fighting. His nickname is even the king of the arena, but his strength is not worthy of it." Nam Garrick continuing to ask about the Mr. Yang Bok case. Before his death, he revealed that he often bribed the Nanming Association. This is very accurate, so Lee JaHa did not deny it. "If so, why? Do you still dare to kill him? Given your situation, would you let him live?" The male lead immediately replied that he could not deny it. Then the guild master had to ask his subordinates again if he was sure that the Black Cat gang leader came alone or not. All of the people under his command were had to nod repeatedly to confirm this. Feeling that the situation was too painful, Nam Garrick continued to inquire at Lee JaHa's place. "I heard that the entire fortune built by Mr. Yang Bok was you robbed everything. What will you do with the money that the innkeeper of Hell bribed?" Then the male lead showed a very serious face. "Do you think I was lucky because of that?" Hearing this answer, the guild master didn't know what to say. "What do you want, or do you want me to return the bribe money, right? Or is it that a lowly guild master like you wants to challenge me?" After hearing this somewhat disrespectful sentence, another subordinate had to speak up. "Why do you dare to speak to your superiors like that?" Nam Garrick continued to signal his subordinates not to talk too much. Lee JaHa started to talk a lot again. "I called all of them to the arena to fight a battle that your subordinates not fully reported? It was a transparent duel that was accepted in 3 minutes, and whoever won would get everything. Because I won, I got all of his assets. Anyway, that money was well earned. A lot of it comes from betting. Let me make it clear for you to understand. The previous Black Cat Union leader was also killed by me. And of course his master, Great Rakshasa, also died miserably at his hands. Why did you ask me about that money?" Hearing this, Nam Garrick started to lose face because he couldn't figure out how to get the money from the dead man. But his other subordinates all had to sweat when they heard about the fights that Lee JaHa mentioned. Sitting above him, he didn't make any move that was too much with him. Then, after thinking for a while, he also affirmed that he really wanted that money. "Otherwise, what is your reason for coming here? Why are you making such nonsense?" "I only came here because I was invited?" At first, the subordinates below all expressed fear, not understanding what they meant. Looking at these cowardly guys, I had so many thoughts. After the innkeeper of Hell Inn was killed by the strongest bladesman, they did not surrender but still tried to fight to the death. They are indeed a group of loyal subordinates. So I will close my eyes and let these actions pass. Their arrogance, I always respect those who dare to risk their lives for the same loyalty. After thinking about it, he moved on to another story. I heard that the Nanming Association refused the request to join the world. The giant power of the Supreme Sword Association, and you guys also gave the same answer to the Southern Heavenly Truple. Maybe they want to maintain an independent power. Lee JaHa also said directly that he came here just out of curiosity. Those things, if you continue to refuse the requests of those two groups, a bloody battle will break out. So do you have a plan? Nam Garrick said frankly that he doesn't need to have a plan at all. Come and fight right away without fear of anyone. As expected, this crazy personality is somewhat similar to the male leads, so I'm very satisfied. A man like this is very worthy of my respect. Important. Not everyone in the white world is fair, and not everyone in the black world is as vile as Mr. Yang Bok. After hearing these words, the guild master doesn't understand what the opponent is trying to say. Speaking of opponents, we also know how to distinguish between good and bad. If the Supreme Sword Association or the Southern Heavenly Truple come to disturb our shoes, then I can help you. Hearing these words, Nam Garrick smiled happily. After that, his subordinates who didn't understand anything also laughed. What do you mean? Do we have to pay you to get your help? Lee JaHa asserted that he didn't care for those coins, because all the subordinates under his management did not force them to pay protection money and even paid them monthly salaries. What are you talking about? What the hell? Whoever wants to farm, we will give money to do farming. Whoever wants to trade, we will also give money to use as capital. We also help those who want to learn carpentry or blacksmithing. There are only the guy didn't know what to do, so he just followed me. I didn't kill too many of Mr. Yang Bok's subordinates, only about 5 to 6 people. The casino no longer exists, so they probably found another way to live. Then, having said that, the male lead also affirmed that he is not the type of person who cares about the situation of his subordinates. And he will always cheer if someone has a progressive mind. I just asked him one thing: if one day I need help, he must always be there. And above all, I asked them to gather together in the name of JaHa clan. That said, their original status: are you the master of the JaHa clan? If you say so, then so be it. Lee JaHa bluntly told Nam Garrick that if you want to fight, then fight, and if you want to join, then join. Whether you are an enemy or an ally, I will respect you. Respect your decision. But don't even think about taking back the bribe money from me, and don't try to threaten or harass my subordinates. Don't let me hear that the Nanming Association is harassing the small children. Injured people or people who don't know martial arts, all of that is an act of defiance to me. JaHa clan is just such a place, because there has never been such an organization. That's why I came here directly. To explain. What should I say? The male protagonist turned around and left without saying goodbye. He also asked the other guild master to think carefully about his words. Then he just opened the door. The door rang again. Please stop, master of JaHa clan. You must show me your strength before I can decide. Southern guild master, don't think there are a few names. If you're a subordinate here, please show your face to me. Not only did you dare to come here alone, but you also fell asleep like a crazy person. Moreover, you also spoke in a very macho manner. So Nam Garrick had a solo match to see who was better than the other, and then the company said the truth. If he lost, all the forces of JaHa clan would return under the Nanming Association's control. Of course Lee JaHa can never lose. Then he asked directly if he won, what would he get in return? There is no such thing. Maybe he was talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, all the subordinates in the meeting room burst out laughing. Maybe they hadn't been punched by Lee JaHa yet, so they didn't know. He himself also laughed out loud because of his attitude. Opponent's tastelessness. After that, the guild master had to remind the others not to be too rude. Some people saw Lee JaHa's laugh and looked bored. It was really creepy because that's your stupidity and myth. After listening, Nam Garrick reminded him not to be too excessive here. I'm really at a loss for words with you. Perhaps this statement has given the guild leader more motivation to fight one-to-one with the male main character. After that, everyone went out to compete to see who was stronger. The area was quite large, so perhaps this is going to be extremely exciting. How do you want to fight? Nam Garrick spoke up. It depends on the person because I'm good at everything, whoever is confident will play that way. That's the meeting. The owner had to think carefully about which card to play properly. Just looking closely at the person's face, I just wanted to punch him. After hearing this young man became angry because it was impossible. Responding to Lee JaHa's foul mouth. Because that's the case, I will use my rights to fight that person. After all, this is the first time fighting each other. I have to punch the referee in the face, only then will my subordinates be satisfied. You bastard, this guy has truly lost his mind. Your senseless and empty words have made your opponent's mood become negative. Control. He gradually walked forward and immediately rushed forward. Just like that, one punch was mistakenly right at the male lead's face but was missed. The second shot was no worse than the first shot. The first thing was all in the air. Nam Garrick followed him closely like a shadow without a moment's rest. Because it was so hard to breathe, the male lead had to always dodge to avoid being approached. After that he flew up high to see if he knew how to fly. Then he immediately jumped up and chased after. Just like that, both of them pushed each other from one corner to another. After a while, they got bored, so they fought internally to see who was more abundant. In just a blink of an eye, a huge explosion rang out, making the public unable to understand the situation inside. After a while, Lee JaHa's animation still stood still without a problem. As for Nam Garrick, it seems that he has been pushed back a bit. His face has become tense at this time, still mixed with a bit of pretending to be an old person. The male lead's heart is deep at this time, feeling very interesting when meeting an opponent who is not very weak. So he started to make a few lines to let it know what the sun is. While dancing with his arms and legs, he also had to remind him cleverly. Let the head of the Nanming Association know. Nam Garrick, please take care because I will fight seriously. As he said it, Lee JaHa also had a very serious face, not knowing how his opponent would respond. Here, without waiting for him to say anything, he immediately shot straight forward. Not only that, but his hands became fiery, radiating a lot of internal energy. During this time Nam Garrick seemed to be lying in a passive position. He quickly stretched out his hand to block the male lead's extremely powerful attack. Just touching it, his whole body was pushed away. The confident face like at the beginning was gone and instead looked very confused. In just a blink of an eye Lee JaHa continued to scream and jumped in again. That's why, but he was unable to defend himself in time. After that, he could only raise his hands to defend. Another loud explosion rang out, this time even louder than before. Countless tanks. The crowd was so dizzy that they couldn't see anything. The sounds of coughing and coughing that kept resounding were probably Nam Garrick's. Lee JaHa's mood was still as calm as before. His complexion changed. The head of the Nanming Association was gritting his teeth because he had just received a document. Even though he had just been punched, his performance was not bad. Just thinking about this, male protagonist still leisurely flying forward to make a few more passes to make it dizzy. Just like that, he continuously punched and kicked all over the opponent's weak positions. Nam Garrick himself also tried very hard to resist and fight back. But maybe he won't be able to stand it any longer. Because at this point the male lead has repeatedly beaten him until he's about to burst into smoke. Look at his expression. Just this, countless subordinates have continuously commented a lot. Did our guild master just receive a blow from him at that time? The current situation of the head of the Nanming Association is very serious. Is very poor. Inside, he was suffering from Lee JaHa's attacks but felt so tired. Maybe after this match, he won't dare to lie anymore. On the other side this is the same as always. Lee JaHa once again used the crystal absorption technique to pull the opponent back for easy punching. Seeing the animation of the giant hand, his eyes became scared. When you get into this situation, even if you want to fight, you can't fight, and even if you want to retreat, you can't do it. Once again, explosions keep ringing out in succession. And this time, Nam Garrick he could no longer stand firm like the previous two times. His whole body was thrown into the air and then fell hard to the ground. And even more serious, he was vomiting blood from his mouth. Seeing this scene, The remaining subordinates were looking very worried about the guild master. But because of his honor and dignity, he immediately stood up. Then he took the sword and unsheathed. "Quickly take out your sword to fight me again. I told you to unsheath your sword, leader of JaHa clan." Maybe Lee JaHa felt too much "I'm tired of fighting with it." But out of respect for being a fellow leader of two forces, I agreed. The sword in the distance flew straight towards its owner. Although it was simple, it's so simple, but this is extremely difficult for them. At first, he also took out the sword from its sheath. But this style is extremely classy and cannot be criticized. There are so many ideas. Thoughts are focused on his current appearance. The look of him pulling out his sword looks even scarier than our guild master. Both sides have thrown their swords straight at each other's faces but still haven't done anything. Lee JaHa continued to tease him to death. "Are you prepared to give your life to your guild master?" Hearing these words, his trusted juniors had to gently dissuade him. "I want to compete again. Looking at his face like this, I probably won't." The power of Lee JaHa's sword radiates tremendously. Then Nam Garrick swallowed his saliva and breathed long. Then he put away his weapon. "It seems there's no need to fight anymore because we've already lost." Maintaining a calm attitude like that is also a kind of skill, so let's finish just nice. Hearing these words, his opponent could not respond. Lee JaHa kept looking back and forth to see if the opponent was injured or anything. Then he turned around and left without forgetting. "Goodbye, see you again." Why did he leave even though he won without asking anything? Nam Garrick also proactively spoke up and invited him to stay for a bowl of melon rice and a cup of light wine. It's strange that the male lead refused today until next time. We'll figure it out later. Which one? Hearing that, he also paused and reminded. Just like before, JaHa clan is still the same, but Nanming Association is also Nanming Association. The subordinates stood and watched but still could not understand the leader of the Black Cat Gang. What else does the union say? If you have a chance, let's fight again. In the future, whoever wants to fight each other, just come find me. And if you honestly come out to fight as the guild master, I welcome it. As I was about to fly back to the area, I seemed to remember something and spoke up again. If you're being harassed by the Supreme Sword Association or the Southern Heavenly Troople, just find JaHa clan. How can you help? For us? It's simple, I'll fight with them. After listening, Nam Garrick thought to himself, does he really want to help me? In fact, Lee JaHa knew about his past life and his death. What is he like? So I want to see what this guy will choose. I don't want to force myself to change any sect's fate. If Nam Garrick changes his decision, then his destiny will also change. What if that rage only appears when you meet someone stronger? So as he left, Lee JaHa continued to hum the lyrics that gave the audience goosebumps. Peaceful like the surface of the river, peaceful like the surface of the river, angry with me like the great sea, the rising fury flowing inside me. Just like that I wandered around the streets with the incomprehensible mood of a crazy person. During this time, nothing happened to Lee JaHa. I picked up everything including the pieces of profound iron at Mr. Yang Bok's place to give to Kum Chu Liang to forge a classy weapon. As for the two newly recruited maids, Baek So-ah and Hyuk Soryong, they have gone to apprentice at Moying Baek. If those two don't study well, they will return to the Black Cat Union. As for your place, Father Sung Tae, after living nearly 20 years of misfortune, has now developed very well with his master, Huyan Chung. In addition, all the other weak subordinates are focusing on cultivating under the guidance of Huyan Chung. So Gunpyeong's direction. A pathetic person like me is surrounded by a group of pathetic people. Just like that, time still passes smoothly. Meanwhile, the male lead is focusing on practicing like every day. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to inform him of something. I don't understand what's so urgent that old Byuk is so careless. The general manager, this is the person who has been living in that dark underworld for more than 20 years. Is something going on with our great strategist? Hearing his beloved name calling him like that, he became very emotional. I was about to say poor manager Byuk, but I suddenly drifted off in my thoughts and accidentally said no. No. Putting aside those erratic emotions, Byuk said something very important. I have found someone who looks like you described. The position is a bit dangerous. That's where the young masters of the White Eagle martial arts family often gather, White Eagle Town. I found him lying under a tree on the side of the road right in the center of the bustling capital. It's truly miraculous. Yet you found him? After hearing the description of the gang leader, his subordinates sent people to famous houses in the White Dao Force, which is where the most flirtatious people often come to listen to news. Listen, after finishing this story, the male lead seemed quite satisfied with the way the general manager worked. However, he still wanted to confirm one more time to reaffirm the goal. Before that, the job was completed, but the disciple who went to investigate was seriously injured. Hearing that his disciple had a bruised face and broken limbs, Lee JaHa was quite angry. He asked about it. From his position, we know that the person's name is Him Gong Chul. If that's the case, then of course I will avenge Him Gong Chul. Left hand of illuminating light comes from the power of the white path and his strength is not average. Considering the position of the left hand of illuminating light in magic and his martial arts, we can call him a genius. Thinking about this, I also assigned one more task to old Byuk. Please go to Moying Clinic and ask Moying Beck about the poison and antidote for me. The subordinate felt a bit curious. The male lead explained that he only needed to mention the laxative medicine. Then Mr. Moying will automatically understand. Is that so? If so, then I will run to prepare immediately. Speaking of illuminating light, Lee JaHa decided to either make him a subordinate or to kill him immediately. Because I refuse to let him step into the demon religion. If this and the other methods fail, I will stomp on his things and make him Cha Sung Tae. Just that way, women in the white path will not be abused. You white path women don't know how I have changed your lives. The male lead insists that he will pray for that handsome guy. This story was also heard by Father Sung Tae and he became panicked. I wonder what Lee JaHa's younger brother is thinking about. Just like that, he mumbled in the corner of the morning and practiced continuously. The positions were all about hitting the lower body. Just hitting here, punching there, kicking there, it was all crazy. Cha Sung Tae and the master became confused because of the master's expression. Lee JaHa continued to channel his energy and emitted tremendous internal force. He continuously danced his apricot madly, temporarily calling this move ancient magic attack like that. With a powerful punch, he hit the corner of a perennial tree. Just looking at this scene, no one wanted to disobey the master's words anymore. In the end, Lee JaHa did it. Sigh deeply. I have a headache thinking about the relatively strong character in the Demon Sect from my previous life. Maybe in this life I will try to manipulate him. Left hand of illuminating light, who knows when I will see you again. White Eagle Town is the gathering place of the young descendants of the White Path. This place they often come to meet, chat, drink and argue, sometimes also is a place to fight. It is also a place to listen to the common signal of life. There are many pathetic people in the Black Path and the White Path is not inferior. Those with great ambitions rush headfirst and carry their bags. Practice martial arts every day. But there are also people who spend all day drinking and hanging around women, but their martial arts skills are not inferior to anyone else. They were born with priority and this world nothing is inherently fair. Lee JaHa chose a really handsome outfit for himself to have fun in White Eagle Town. He is looking forward to the opportunity to meet the illegitimate son of the Phong Van Mong family. I wonder how strong he is now. Thanks to the return of the Heavenly Pearl, I am so strong. A son of the White Path must step by step practice martial arts. Of course, how can he catch up with me? Thinking at this point, he put down his cup of wine and walked downstairs. Then he started wandering outside to explore the surrounding situation. It seems like today is an important day for so a lot of people gathered. Not only that, but there were also countless women performing right on the street. He didn't care much about this for the male lead. The look in his eyes constantly searching everywhere to find that beautiful name. Then, if you have the strength to sharpen iron, you will also sharpen your knife one day. Nearby there is a silhouette that looks very similar to the person Lee JaHa needs to find. The scene looks so poetic when both boys and girls are sparklingly beautiful. The male lead's eyes widened and immediately recognized that it was left hand of illuminating light. In his mind, he understood that this name was just eat and go. Only with girls. I knew he was a flirt who always looks for women, but like this it's really impossible to swallow. From today I will temporarily be a knight, such a righteous hand. For the strong master of martial arts and innocent people, so the poem teaches all righteousness. For all the ugly men in this world and also for all white Dao. Thinking like that, Lee JaHa was very determined in his heart. His determination here is to be as pure as possible to beat that woman killer. Lee JaHa, I returned to the past, is to cut off illuminating light's little guy. As I was masturbating here, a young lady ran up to announce. The young master over there wants to invite you to drink a cup of wine. You won't regret it. Where are you drinking with that gentleman? There's also another woman over there. It's very fun for men and women to drink together. I know it's cool, but Lee JaHa still doesn't understand why you invited me. Because among the guests here, you are the most handsome. After hearing that, he started whispering in his head, you dare to invite me to drink with you, you bastard. This guy doesn't talk bad. He looks smart and even knows how to flatter me. There's no need for the male lead to come. Illuminating light took the initiative right away. Brothers, let's drink together as a glass of wine, okay? The woman accompanying him also spoke up. Soul Awe didn't even go in to entertain the young man. Before the woman spoke, she kept checking to see if there was anything valuable on Lee JaHa's body. No. After a while, she also spoke clearly, this young lady is pleased to serve you. What a bunch of crazy people, if you like, I will indulge. Having said that, Lee JaHa also wants to know the smell what is a girl because I haven't been able to do anything in 2 lifetimes. Let's see how spoiled this brat will be. After that, the 4 of us found a pub right on the side of the road to hang out. Drinking together. Soul Awe is always proactive and wants to get to know Lee JaHa. Illuminating Light also asked the male lead because he thought this was his first time coming. No male came, I'm just like the eldest because here are all women. Let's just be comfortable like friends of the same age. This is senior brother Mong Rang and the young lady's name is So Wall. Just having said that, don't forget to implicitly introduce the person sitting next to Lee JaHa as Soul Awe. I wonder where this handsome young man comes from. Just a quick listen and the male lead knows that these guys are using fake name. Without thinking about it, he just lied. I am Guang Chulyi and Gong Chulyi's senior brother. Soul Awe inquired and found out that Guang Chulyi was the senior brother. But illuminating light has destroyed that privacy perfectly. He raised the cup of 10 dong wine. Only after we get drunk do we reveal our true nature as men and women. Having finished speaking, he drank all 4 drinks at once and then drained them without leaving a single drop. As soon as he drank, Lee JaHa appeared very cautious. He knew that those 2 weak willows were also martial arts practitioners. What's the matter, Soul Awe? Does she like Guang Chulyi? Because she had a bit of vinegar in her body, she didn't deny it. If she said so, where should we go after drinking today? After saying that, looking at Soul Awe's shy appearance, illuminating light burst out laughing. Did something happen or did they say something to each other just now? Then the other man asked permission to leave for 5 minutes and then came back to say permission again. So Wall looked very carefully and immediately understood. Then she also asked permission to leave to let the male lead and Soul Awe confide. Suddenly Lee JaHa forcefully held the woman's hand. What an old man with no experience in flirting with girls at all. Besides, look like a murderer. Can my Soul Awe drink a little more? By the way, he chased illuminating light's girlfriend away. So the poetic atmosphere returned to melancholy. Why do I feel so cold? Soul Awe said meaningfully. Before he could finish his sentence, the male lead immediately pressed a few acupuncture points. He started taking out the medicine from his body to stop being a gangster. Then he mixed it all into the cup of that woman. This is the medicine that Mo Ying Beck prepared. It is colorless and odorless anti-nausea medicine. Even though I have been wandering around for many years, this is the first time I have used anti-nausea medicine. Something like this. I'm very stressed having to use this terrible thing. If you want to take the antidote, you have to answer me and then I will be detoxified, do you understand? I don't understand what the hell is this situation anymore. Lee JaHa is proving to be a very tricky person when he poured it all into the other 2 people's cups. A moment later, illuminating light and his girlfriend arrived. Finished in a blink. He seemed quite surprised because the atmosphere suddenly felt like a funeral. At first, Lee JaHa took on a thug voice and didn't hesitate anymore. Hey, senior brother, living off your nose is no different than that bastard. You're planning on letting a countryman like me pay for the drinks and run away, right? Don't think I'm a child. Why are you talking such nonsense? I didn't expect that I would have to listen to harsh words from a countryman like you." It's very possible that these were Lee JaHa's purposeful words. He drank all the wine in the cup and then placed it on the table. Illuminating Light was acting cautious as if he didn't really want to drink. Finally, when he saw So Wall drinking, he smoked too. As soon as he landed, he was curious about what was wrong with Sol Ah. "Because I misunderstood it and wanted to run away, I only touched a few acupuncture points." "Your suspicions are useless, so hurry up and remove her acupuncture points." "I'm just a countryman, so I don't know anything. What is an acupuncture point release?" Before I could finish the sentence, Illuminating Light proactively rushed forward to remove the layer of oppression for that beauty. "Then I don't understand why it couldn't be done." The incident got more serious when Sol Ah gasped and lay down on the table. "So Wall, please take care of yourself and pay attention to Sol Ah." Having said that, Illuminating Light signaled Lee JaHa to leave, went out to start a private conversation. Very quickly both of them wandered back out to prepare for a very fierce competition. "It seems like you came here to watch me, right? I'm already fed up with people like you. Who sent them?" The male lead only replied that it was because of Gong Chul Yi. "You broke your arm in a short way." Hearing that, Little White only then did he vaguely remember what happened. While grinning, suddenly his body began to change. Illuminating Light sensed that change, so he was very worried. His face started to change. "Your head is all wrinkled up, you bastard, how dare you poison me?" Now Lee JaHa is grinning because he's so happy. Illuminating Light's stomach started to gurgling. Immediately I had to mobilize my internal strength to stop that unpleasant pain. A very cold look and a slightly dangerous voice. "What are you trying to do to me?" "I can't tell you about that." "Okay." Hearing the answer was so annoying that Illuminating Light immediately jumped in to hit the male lead. But he still had a very normal attitude and didn't bother to say anything. The opponent's hand flashed, emitting a lot of internal energy. In just a blink of an eye, Lee JaHa still had the strength to resist. Another loud explosion occurred as soon as the two palms collided. Together. Sure enough, Illuminating Light's body was poisoned, so it couldn't last long. As for the male lead, he was fine as usual. Both took the initiative to advance. Closer together. Coughing sounds began to resound from that little white knife side. "What exactly are you trying to do?" But Lee JaHa didn't bother to answer, just cursed at him. Fuang is a greedy person. He was planning to continue cursing each other, but it seemed Illuminating Light couldn't take it anymore. He had to run away no matter who his opponent was. But it seems the male lead won't leave it alone like that. "He quickly chased after you. Do you think I'll give him time to go further?" Then the other person stopped and threw a punch to block the way. With a bang, the explosion and farting sound of Illuminating Light rang out. Because he couldn't stand it anymore, he didn't bother to speak up. "If you will give me the antidote, I will spare my life." You stupid idiot, do you still dare to threaten me? Come to your senses. You think if you ask me, I will give it to you. I will say it again, if I give you the antidote, I will spare your life. Of course not, Lee JaHa can't care. I promise I'll give you the medicine only when it extrudes on the spot. It's too spicy, I can't stand it. Illuminating Light peels off my shirt out and tied to the abdomen. Maybe doing this will temporarily stop the pain. As he squeezed his hand tightly, he was sure that next year would be Lee JaHa's death anniversary. But his expression was indifferent, as if he were deaf. "Even though I'm going to vomit my pants today, you'll know what I'm doing. I don't need any antidote for my pants." The more Lee JaHa talks, the more innocent he looks. Immediately, the spiritual energy in Illuminating Light's body was extremely powerful. This made the male protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. That country boy, even if you beg, it's useless now. As soon as he arrived, the sound of popping sounds rang out. Sure enough, he had done a few yards. Lee JaHa panicked and waved his hand to chase his opponent away to avoid getting stuck in gold. "If you're a man, why do you have to be afraid of being dirty?" Humiliated in a moment. "Come here quickly and I will fight until I can't distinguish between my goods and yours." Now today, Lee JaHa just met a crazy person just like him. He wanted to continue but he couldn't speak because it smelled so bad. Even so, he didn't even have time to fight. Illuminating Light now had a black face and rushed in, just wanting to skin the male lead. Fortunately, he held his breath and raised his hand to protest. The two terrible internal forces collided so hard that everything was scattered. It didn't seem to stop there, both continued to fight each other. As expected, this opponent was similar. It's difficult to deal with Lee JaHa. I don't understand how much Illuminating Light has done. As for the male lead, he's still holding his breath and punching each other. Suddenly spiritual energy emanates from his body. Was there an explosion just now or did he vomit it all over his pants? Thinking about it, Lee JaHa jumped up high to escape his opponent's sights. It was a bit unlucky for him to jump right out. Behind Illuminating Light's back, both sides continuously punched and kicked terrible things. Not only that, but Illuminating Light continuously punched and farted. That made it a bit difficult for Lee JaHa to breathing. Wherever the male lead's figure went, his hand would reach out. In his mind, he secretly admired how good this man was at holding back. Even though the smell of shit was strong, he was still calm. Defense and attack. As expected, I consider him to be the person JaHa clan needs. A martial arts genius who even has no shame in pooping his pants. Not only that but also perfectly blocked my cervical magic. But it's not like I couldn't use the ancient magic from the beginning. Because I couldn't use my new shoes I can step on that pile of feces. Looking at the white clothes covered in feces, it looks really disgusting. Turns out this is an even scarier situation than being exposed to extreme poison. Just thinking about this makes Lee JaHa feel like he's about to die. I vomited. Then he started to use his energy to use a strong move to cover up the smell. His opponent was so disgusting all over his crotch these days. Both of them continued to put their internal strength and attack each other. Boom, many loud sounds rang out, smoke and dust spread out. No one was hurt at all. Lee JaHa had to say a few words of praise to his opponent. "You're pretty good at pooping your pants, aren't you? Your strength is higher than I expected. It's been a long time since I met an opponent you're so good at fighting. As expected, you're not an ordinary pooper, are you?" As he said that, he rummaged through his pocket. Then he promised to give him the medicine. Award for Illuminating Light. But he said he didn't need it because he had already released it all and needed his pants. Luckily there weren't any girls following along to watch it or else he would have lost face and had no place to hide. Yes, maybe the thing Illuminating Light needs the most right now is a new pair of pants. Just like that, Illuminating Light continues to move closer to Lee JaHa. Now the male lead is very scared because he doesn't dare get close. His expression now looks very dangerous. "What the hell are you mumbling about? Surely you are very afraid of me, right?" "That's right, I'm very scared, but I'm scared of getting dirty. I don't think there will ever be a time when I can't show my strength because of something like that. Because of that dirt, I can't kick that bastard's genitals in a dangerous place." Then the male protagonist had to pay attention somewhere else. I wonder how he was planning to escape from Illuminating Light. Ignoring the young man who pooped in his pants, Lee JaHa ran away. But it seemed like he couldn't let the other person escape anymore. With this guy still like this, he still wants to live and die with me? No matter how much you hate me, in the current situation, you cannot enter White Eagle Town where there are many beautiful men and women. Indeed, this prediction is very accurate when Illuminating Light has stopped. In front there are a lot of people passing by and the male lead is standing right there. And he is in a hidden corner and does not dare to move forward. Is it good? Then you should come over here and fight me. But how can that be possible? If he comes closer, as long as pretty girls see him, he'll just run away. Surely you're scared of me. That's right, that guy who pooped his pants. After hearing that, Illuminating Light was bitter and couldn't do anything. This is a battle between two men to determine victory or defeat. Do you have to do it on purpose? Harm other people's reputation like that? Shut up. There's a saying in folklore that the angry person is the one with dirt on their body. And of course that saying is for you in this situation. Right, as it is speculated that that bastard cannot return to White Eagle Town in this state. This is the ego, or more precisely the honor and courtesy of those who carry the name of righteousness. Thinking of this, suddenly a certain woman's voice rang out because she recognized the Illuminating Light. Is that Mr. Mong Rang? What are you doing there? The male lead also heard this and immediately turned to talk to the girl. Are you familiar with that Mong Rang young man? Then this woman, out of curiosity, came closer to talk to Lee JaHa. Didn't you see anything? He's already squirted out his pants. It seems like she doesn't quite believe how that could be possible. Don't you see that his white clothes have turned yellow and are very dirty? That means you're still standing far away, but if you get closer, you'll smell the smell of feces. You can't lie like that. How could the elegant young Master Mong Rang let that happen? Having finished speaking, the other person walked away angry because he never believed. I'm just telling the truth, but these idiots are so crazy about him that they won't admit it. Just like that illuminating light continues to transmit sound to everyone. Lee JaHa went into the darkness to fight again. You bastard, this is the retribution you deserve. That's still too light compared to you breaking my junior brother's arm right now. Why don't you hurry back to your house and change your clothes? Have you heard clearly? Mong Rang, young master of the Fong Van Mong family. Just like that, Lee JaHa deliberately spoke out loud about illuminating light's shameful matter. Everyone heard. Now go away, I'm so scared when I see you like this. Let's go back to my house, change my clothes and come back here to talk. Then there was no voice in the darkness. Me again. Just by looking at it, I can tell that the animation is of illuminating light walking away. At first glance, everyone knows that his appearance looks very rushed. Let's take a bath, clean up, then come back here. Be careful, if anyone sees you they will lose all face. When he comes back with new clothes and his subordinates no longer have that thing, then we can go out and fight into that dangerous place to turn him into a eunuch. While wandering on the street and thinking about what to do next, the male lead also heard a few things. Have you heard anything, beautiful lady? She was able to control herself when she defecated in that restaurant. It was so embarrassing to know how much alcohol she had to drink until she couldn't control herself. Just like that, a lot of people wondered. Entering the restaurant, the male protagonist had just finished drinking. She's probably just like that bastard Mong Rang who can't control her body. The antidote that Mo Ying Beck made for her really worked right away. It's certainly true that traditional medicine can save people, but harming people is also simple, and the effects of the antibiotic drugs are also terrible. Thinking of this, he went to a nearby restaurant to make a bowl of noodles to warm up. Belly. A moment later, the hot noodle bowl was brought out by the second child. It looked so fragrant that the male lead immediately smoked it. At the opposite restaurant, many young men and women were laughing like crazy because of the way they looked. Saw the situation of So Wall and Sol Ah. Pay later, the male lead also asked if there was any stream nearby. Please go straight to the end of the road, there will be a stream, the Dragon River there. That bastard probably didn't dare go back to his house to change his clothes. He must have gone to that stream to bathe and clean himself. After eating this bowl of noodles, I'll probably go there and see him a bit. The young man is becoming curious as to why Lee JaHa is looking for a stream so late at night. I am a knight on my way to hunt down a flower picker and thief. Listen, after that, he started to bow and also replied, I wish the young knight to chase down that flower picker and thief. And then Lee JaHa also made a face like he was a noble knight. After paying, he went straight there. Thinking back, after I returned, all the things I had done were to eliminate evil and help the needy. Everything came from my own sincerity. Even if all the people in the world do not know about those good deeds, I can still proudly say that my current actions are like those of a true knight. If anyone knows, he has to endure it. A few moments later, he reached the stream bank that the young man had shown the way. Right below the bridge, there were a few small noises like was shaking. As expected, the illuminating light was below the stream to clean itself. Lee JaHa's mind was very scared because he thought he would turn this stream into a flooded stream, polluted by many impurities. And then he discovered that someone was watching from afar. Just by looking at him, he knew who that person was. It must have been another exciting battle. Let's see, it broke out again. The male lead had to wait for the other person to wash up and fix his clothes properly to fight. Just like that, the two found a very quiet place. Without anyone bothering me. Illuminating light looks so hideous without a piece of clothing covering his body. Actually, Lee JaHa didn't go anywhere. He just stood still and joked around. We were just passing by, quickly shower and get clean, then come up here to talk. You country bastard, come down here because I've finished showering. It's true that you can't underestimate this guy, he's not an ordinary pervert. Kicking your legs in that state of clothing. When we get taller, all the things we don't want to see will be exposed to our eyes. Then Lee JaHa took a close look at Illuminating Light's body. Why does his body have tattoos? Too much. But it seems like the poison hasn't worn off yet, so his stomach keeps gurgling loudly. Go home, you perverted bastard, today it's like I lost. You country bastard, I will never forget your face, even if you run away to the martial arts league or the demon religion, I will still capture you alive. Lee JaHa also responded, don't think I won't hit you even if you're covered in shit. I'll specifically ask Master to make you my junior brother, but if that's the case, it's better for you to choose death. Master? I don't remember anything in my memory. I was about to ask more about tattoos to see which tattoo shops were good, but the other person immediately left. Lee JaHa's mind started mumbling to remember his past life again. Then he remembered that the famous name was Dokgu's single sword. That was the person who intended to kill the leader, a character from the demonic side. A person with martial arts skills. The owner invites him to join, although he comes from a demonic background, he has never killed anyone and has done few evil deeds. Although he does not have any power, he is called the great son of the devil, a man with great martial arts but is looked down upon because he has no support. The reason this person confronts the leader of the Demon Sect is that he wants to find out who is the real demon. Lee JaHa really can't believe that Illuminating Light's master is such a disgusting person. But at this point for him, whether it's the messenger or Dokgu's single sword, if he's not good, he'll fix it. In his heart, he's made up his mind, so just do it like that. Meanwhile, in the area of Dokgu's single sword, he is sharpening his sword after finishing practicing. This is also the person that the male protagonist is afraid to confront. Most recently, the voice of Illuminating Light rang out, Master, I have returned. But looking at his disciple's sad face and his rumbling stomach, he was surprised. Thinking of asking to see what's wrong with him, he interrupted. I can't go home like this, so please lend me some clothes temporarily. Without saying a word, Dokgu's single sword gestured to the closet and chose what he liked. Which one should I wear? After listening to Illuminating Light, I ran inside to look around to see if there were any nice outfits. In the end, I didn't have any white clothes, so I had to temporarily wear my master's black clothes. Didn't you say that people your age are not opponents? I never said that because you thought it yourself. Hearing that, he knew that his disciple's opponent had appeared. Now, it's not surprising because this gang is so large that when Dokgu's single sword asked about the status of Illuminating Light's enemy, he straightforwardly replied that he was just a shy country guy. No, at this point, he did not ask any more questions. Master, I cannot fully grasp his abilities, but I will confront him soon and then I will do my best. If I use ice if you attack in White Eagle Town, there will be trouble. That's what Illuminating Light is worried about, but if you don't use it, you won't be able to fight back. Just a country guy, but he's so strong, how can he ever be so strong? Is he the younger brother of the three talents? Dokgu's single sword doesn't think about it anymore but just asks not to use ice attacks in crowded places when fighting. If you don't eat it again, just bring it here and I will personally look into it. Does that guy have I don't deserve to die or I can take advantage of it? Illuminating Light probably can't answer because now I just want to pay for the humiliation that I've extruded into my pants. Then the unpleasant smells keep filling my nose, making Dokgu's single sword a bit bored. He thought his disciples were going to shit all over this place. In the end, he didn't hide anything and told Lee JaHa that he was the one who poisoned the wine. So Dokgu's single sword has no more stories to tell his disciples. Dokgu's single sword's eyes always seem to avoid making Illuminating Light embarrassed. Finally, he reminds his disciples to leave if they have nothing to do. Go play somewhere else. When the shadow of his disciple fell away, Dokgu's single sword had so many vague thoughts in his mind. The thing that took another person's life was not poison but fresh medicine, was it? Looks like he's an interesting kid. The next morning, another day passed for Lee JaHa. Currently, he's still eating and waiting in White Eagle Town. In a good mood, it seemed so great, but it suddenly disappeared when the Illuminating Light came from somewhere. This time when he woke up, his face was definitely not as pale as a banana leaf like yesterday. Seeing the other guy, the male lead started to frown because he was afraid of it. "It'll get pushed out here again. Eat a lot because this could be your last meal." While talking about the killing, he started to change the topic. "But I still have a question, can you answer?" Without waiting for Lee JaHa to be curious, he immediately jumped up. "If it wasn't medicine but poison, I probably would have lost my life. What is your purpose?" Immediately after, the male protagonist replied that he couldn't tell. "Is the reason why I stole your woman? If so, then I can understand that action. You've hit the nail on the head, right? No reason why you have such a grudge against me." Lee JaHa can't argue anymore, so I'll just take it as it is for now. Then after finishing his bowl of pho, the main male character put down his chopsticks. Then spoke up. "Please take me to a secluded place to solve the problem. You've been practicing ice kung fu but it seems the wrong way, so find somewhere else to practice again." After listening, Illuminating Light just started to think a bit. In the end, he agreed and asked Lee JaHa to follow. A few moments later, both handsome men went to Dokgu's single sword in a remote forest. Hide. While walking to Illuminating Light, he pointed out that this is his master's house. Whether you believe it or not, that person will not interfere in the affairs of his juniors. If you are afraid, you can look elsewhere. Lee JaHa didn't pay attention to those words because he was more specifically curious about the prestige of Dokgu's single sword. Therefore, without hesitation, he reminded the opponent to quickly lead the way. Illuminating himself Light was wondering if that countryman wasn't afraid because he was in his area. Meanwhile, Dokgu's single sword was still sharpening his sword as usual. His disciple had arrived, and asked if I could practice martial arts here. There was no need to concentrate, so Dokgu's single sword agreed and just glanced at Lee JaHa's place. Just looking at this person's face, I also realized that this is indeed Dokgu's single sword. Even if you kill him, it won't be your fault, so just fight with all your might. Then the male lead didn't hide anything anymore and he straightened up. Once upon a time, this guy was not my opponent, that's why I came all the way here so I could fight my senior. After listening, Dokgu's single sword began to pause because no one had dared to challenge him. Now his eyes began to look up to observe Lee JaHa's face closely. Illuminating Light began, his head wrinkled and he shouted because he was clearly the real opponent. Ignoring him, the male protagonist had approached Dokgu's single sword. "Where in this world is your master? I don't know about some sects. But the male lead doesn't have a master, so he can only tell the secret. You can compete with me when I recover, but right now you can't, because I'm in the process of recovering from my injury, so I won't risk fighting. If you don't want to fight Mong Rang, then just stay here and sleep." This guy's appearance doesn't bother him at all, we'll have to talk about it later. We often have confrontations, so there's no need to rush, quickly bring a cup of tea. While waiting, I'll try to guess about this uninvited young guest. Hearing those words, Illuminating Light also didn't know what to do anymore. In the end, they had to obey the master's words and go inside to make tea. Then both of them went inside to start talking. Dokgu's single sword thought for a long time and contemplated the person opposite. It seemed like he was very pleased with today's special guest. "Is there any expert in this world who can guess? Is it my teacher? I don't know what it was like in the past, but now I don't have a master. In your cup of tea, perhaps the disciples will put an enema or something similar to poison in it." Lee JaHa doesn't believe it. So Dokgu's single sword requests that if you don't believe it, just try it. Maybe it will be like that, but when you bring it out, the teacup will be empty. Why do you think like that? Because he eavesdropped on our conversation and secretly changed the tea. After listening, Dokgu's single sword had to nod. Illuminating Light just brought it out and confirmed that he didn't bother to put anything in it. So just drink with peace of mind. There's no enema, so you can use it freely. It seems like yesterday was quite miserable for you, right? Just like that, the three slowly enjoyed the tea prepared by Illuminating Light himself. Not sure what the male protagonist's move will be today. Everyone silently enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere at Dokgu's single sword's house. After using it, he also spoke up. No need to be reluctant to talk about issues that he did not want to reveal. However, we should also ask and answer each other's questions. If you have something you really want to know, feel free to share it. The male lead's first question is why? Why did this person accept Illuminating Light as a disciple? I want to turn it into the next heavenly devil like that, is that possible? After listening, Lee JaHa seemed very surprised with this fantasy. When it was Dokgu's single sword's turn, he began to ask why he couldn't realize that the male lead was a member of the dark path. Is not a demonic path. So your master is Tibetan, or the three masters are often called the three talents, right? People can also practice martial arts by themselves. Although it's a bit hard to believe, it seems like they really practice themselves, right? As expected, he is truly a famous master, so he has no ability to read his opponent at all. Even though he hasn't seen my martial arts with his own eyes, can he still narrow the scope? Without seeing Lee JaHa's answer, Dokgu's single sword understood that he had guessed correctly. The male lead himself did not deny this at all. In the end, what kind of martial arts did the senior teach? That idiot is proficient in using ice kung fu while his senior is familiar with using swords. Before he met me, he learned ice kung fu. Even though I'm good at using swords, there's no guarantee that this kid will also be good at using swords. Anyway, that guy needs to learn a lot. Before fighting, he was given an enema, so how much do I have to teach him? Because it would be better if each person had more in-depth training about what he's good at. To start, Dokgu's single sword continued to ask Lee JaHa's side. Which martial art are you most confident in? Your limbs seem to have very few calluses. I have learned many types of martial arts, so I don't just focus on a certain type when fighting. I am confident with all types and use them appropriately depending on the situation. It looks terrible, but for Dokgu's single sword, there's nothing special. So the male lead is feeling bitter in his heart. He continued to give the right to ask questions to him. And then now the story gets to the point. As a character of the devil, why are you doing here? Hearing that, Dokgu's single sword had to contemplate a bit. Perhaps he was also wondering why this young man knew so many things. I'm waiting to fight the master. He's not someone I can fight all the time, so I have to wait a little longer and let my body recover. You're the first time I met him, but it seems like I knew my disciple from a long time ago, so what do you want from him? If you don't poison him, then it probably isn't worth taking advantage of, right? The more I talk, the more spirit swords are surrounding Lee JaHa's place on all sides. The male lead himself is scared because maybe he shouldn't lie about just now. It's true that a Dokgu's single sword walks on the path of seeking unique swordsmanship, always wanting to be able to do the things that who hasn't been able to do it. Then he gave his disciple a lot of pain. After hearing this, Dokgu's single sword looked very surprised. To cover up this story, the male protagonist continued to speak. Why did you accept him as a disciple? Because he is a lustful person. His passion for female beauty is due to his nature, so he cannot control it, but his talent is especially rare. I have no objection to this matter because in past lives I have recognized it. Has the talent of left hand of illuminating light. Even Dokgu's single sword recognizes it. This exuberant guy is indeed a talented person. Just listening to the two people's stories, he is becoming very I'm so proud. So it's my turn to ask you why you want to get the ice attack. Lee JaHa also bluntly replied that it was to be able to defeat the leader. As time goes on, Dokgu's single sword becomes more and more it's harder to understand the person in front of you. So you want to fight with the master of martial arts, so what do you want to do? Being a martial arts master, I want to show off my strength. I have fought more than 10 battles without ever losing. So now I always want to look for real martial arts masters. The strength of those I defeated was not low, but now the only experts I know of that have strength are the leader of the sect and the master of martial arts. Only those people are worthy of my entrustment. Fight, of course it's a very simple thing. Hearing this answer, the male protagonist guessed that Dokgu's single sword is a very arrogant person. This is a sword master on the rise. The way to assert one's own strength. He always seeks to improve his strength and refuses to back down or stop. In my opinion, the person who wants to have that ice attack is not simply to be able to kill whereas the leader. Do you still have other intentions? That's not important. What's important is that I want to confront the cult leader and defeat him. This is the dream I've been dreaming of for a long time. Starting Dokgu's single sword, I have to think a bit more. That's your reason, so if that's the case then just keep asking. While thinking about something, I noticed the wooden sword right in front of me. It reminds me of the user's realm. It seems like he is in the infinite Yang sword realm. Is the person using this wooden sword showing that he is already at an absolutely high realm? My strength has not yet reached the level of a single-minded sword, but this wooden sword is the current weapon that I am very happy to use. As for the realm, that is actually true. Although the wooden sword is currently the weapon I choose to use, but I cannot fully utilize its essence. Doku's single sword is about learning ice magic, and certainly illuminating light will not be passed on to Lee JaHa. Of course, I will have my own way, seniors don't need to worry about that problem. After that, Doku's single sword ended the question and answer because he had guessed the master's background, by Lee JaHa. After listening, the male lead was very curious to see where the other person would say he learned martial arts from. Your martial arts are a bit mixed, maybe due to being influenced by a few different people, but it seems like you without a master, it must be. As expected, he is a person with many years of experience, so whatever he says is right. He seems to be walking on the path of the great masters who founded the sect, right? In my opinion, it doesn't matter whether you have Ice Gong or not. It may be a martial art that helps in some way. If you don't have Ice Gong, you can learn about other Kai-Yin martial arts. Those Kai-Yin martial arts will help people reach their next level of cultivation in martial arts. That is what the most talented martial arts masters did, they would create martial arts. New martial arts often do something great, so people who don't have a master, so we can conclude that people learn martial arts by themselves. Doku's single sword asserts that in the future, if the male protagonist learns all types of martial arts, you alone will create a new type of martial arts that has never appeared before. It is true that after the regression, I have met many masters, but this time it is too different. I don't know how to rephrase his arguments. This is the first time I've fallen into this strange situation. Doku's single sword directly asked Lee JaHa whether his assessment was correct or not. If you have that kind of bravery and determination, I already admire you. If Mong Rang has offended, please forgive him, after all, he is still young and has not yet experienced life and does not have mature thoughts like you and me. Doku's single sword also promises that if the male protagonist, if you are gentle with your disciple, he will answer all your questions about martial arts for you. And this person also feels confused because both the disciple and Lee JaHa want to take the life of the Demon Sect leader or not. By the way, today we will test your strength. Hearing this, I feel quite surprised that that guy also intends to confront the cult leader or not. And what about you? The story of the past immediately rushed back to Lee JaHa's mind. In his previous life, the illuminating light-left messenger did not take the heavenly pearl because he wanted to give it to the leader. The purpose he pursued was to take it over, and serves to increase one's own strength. It's true that the devil is still the same, his intentions are truly extraordinary. I also guessed wrongly about his purpose. My own heavenly pearl, I did not bring it to the leader. Thinking back, I had massacred thousands of followers before my eyes, but this Mong Rang just stood there observing as if nothing happened. Doku's single sword reminded his disciples not to be embarrassed about pooping their pants, to think of it as luck that they were only given an enema and not poison. If the two of you decided yesterday in a life-and-death battle, you might be the one to lose your life. This time, you should also reflect on yourself and let go of that passion for death. After listening to Illuminating Light, I finally promised that I would gradually quit drinking. About women, he wasn't too sure. Suddenly the animation of Doku's single sword disappeared and he held the sword tightly in his hand. Then he gave his disciple a lot of pain. Just like that, the whole person rolled right into the ground in front of him. His body skills are so good, he's truly worthy of being a martial arts genius. Although I feel he lamented that, but he also knew that these things happened often because Doku's single sword was too helpless against the drunk and girl-hungry disciple. After thinking about it, he was also grateful for the few sword strokes that opened him up. Having said that, I'm thinking a lot of nonsense in my head. It's true that a Doku's single sword walks on the path of seeking unique swordsmanship, always wanting to be able to do the things that who hasn't been able to do it. The devil will always be a devil, his nature cannot be changed. If I am a crazy devil, it's the same. All three should still live according to their principles. Only by our own nature can we create differences. Since the senior said that if there's anything you don't understand about martial arts, You should ask, so I'll take the liberty of asking you. The male lead mentioned what he's doing. I hold a type of martial arts with the realm of lightning swordsmanship, so I want to learn about it. Can you explain a little more about the book about lightning swordsmanship? Basically, it is possible to transform windy lightning swords into sharp sword energy. These words also made him confused. Because before this was also a question that this person had. Feels strange. Lightning sword consciousness is a realm of swordsmanship, but what realms are before and after thunder sword consciousness? The realms that book records include the long sword form, the group sword form, the 10,000 swords, then the lightning sword. Dokgu's single sword replied that it is not simply like that. Therefore, Lee JaHa added that there is also a sword technique in infinite sword skills. Hearing all the realms, Dokgu's single sword is good at swords, but he also feels very complicated. Infinity sword art is probably the most powerful sword move that humans can achieve, but we do not know of any swordsman who can reach such a level in this world. The person who wrote the book in distinguishing those swordsmanship must be a master of swordsmanship from previous generations, right? If that's the case, then I'll tell you what I know. Hearing this, the male lead's face became very satisfied. However, Dokgu's single sword only has I'm talking about my experience, so I don't expect him to apply it too much. After that, everything from the first breathing to how to hold a sword was told by this person. Not only that, but the masters of previous generations who fought well were also told. That's what I know, so you don't need to wonder anymore about lightning sword techniques. The senior wrote it down having read this book. In addition to his excellent swordsmanship, his internal skills have also reached the best level. Next, the two of them chatted a lot about all kinds of things in the world. Just like that, time passed quietly and silently. I don't understand what the male lead could think of but couldn't finish talking. When he heard him talking about the nickname Dokgu's single sword, he also treated him like that. Replied, "My prestige no longer has any meaning, so I stopped using it a long time ago." After listening, Lee JaHa also introduced himself as the master of JaHa clan. JaHa clan? Could it be that you created it yourself? Knowing that, Dokgu's single sword reminded his disciples not to touch the people of the JaHa clan or use insulting words towards them. Otherwise you will have to confront the master, especially be careful with the women. After reminding him, he will slap your thigh. I will not sleep all night because of what the master said today. And I will happily think about it, so can my disciple and master of JaHa clan give me some privacy? Understanding what his senior meant, Lee JaHa also agreed. Both of them took the initiative to leave to let Dokgu's single sword be alone. But before leaving, he reminded him a few things. Will we meet again, master of JaHa clan? In the future, my senior and I still have a lot to talk about. Receiving a very satisfactory answer, this person's expression showed go out comfortably. You've learned a lot today, so be obedient and stay home. You alcoholic should be enlightened or else you'll have to run away here again. Illuminating light made an embarrassed face and obeyed the master. The two slowly walked out of the gate of Dokgu's single sword. Then began to stare at each other like bullets. It seemed like you're lucky, you country boy, to even be taught by my master. Lee JaHa doesn't want to argue, I just think this illuminating light guy is so lucky. Now maybe that's his nickname. It's just shit. As I was about to continue arguing, the master had to call inside to assign some work. Immediately had to rush in to take orders. So today is the end peaceful with Lee JaHa, a little regretful that he hasn't become a pure illuminating light yet. Maybe he has to wait for a suitable opportunity to cut off his tea set, even though he can't learn attack immediately, but it seems like I already have a good sword. But since I didn't use a sword according to the standards of Dokgu's single sword in my previous life, I really don't have any special martial arts. If I had to choose the most confident martial art, it would be the anonymous stick that Crazy Monk gave me. But this is just the advantage gained from a stiff stick. Thinking about this, Lee JaHa feels very uncomfortable in his heart. He knows that Dokgu's single sword's level is much higher than his, so he is not satisfied. Even so, he still comforts himself. Since the regression until now, the speed of martial arts development has been very fast, so there is no need to worry. We don't need to rush to compare ourselves with others because we and Dokgu's single sword are not on the same path. A street. It was already very late, so Lee JaHa had to find a temporary restaurant to have a few glasses of wine. As expected, his level of destruction was no less than that of illuminating light. Speaking of, I don't know where he came from, but he found it in just a blink of an eye. Without even saying hello, he took the male lead's newly poured cup of wine. Then he drank it all in one gulp without thinking. So he immediately reminded him that he was not afraid of the enema but still dared to drink such random things. After hearing that, illuminating light had to hastily gouge out his throat to ensure his own safety. It looked like I seemed like a cunning person, after all, he's still very young and green. Then he let go of his anger about pooping his pants. Why do people know that I use ice attack? The male lead only answered lightly because he wanted to learn that secret. It reminds me of the user's realm. It seems like he is in the infinite Yang sword realm. I have many subordinates. My subordinates become the successor of the merchant company and tell me the anecdote of Jade Flower Palace. Especially the families in the gathering areas of Bok Dao. I am looking for a successor for the prosperity of Jade Flower Palace. So that's why that guy with the broken arm followed me, right? But at that time, I didn't use ice attack and I wasn't the object you were looking for. Talking about his map making, the male lead seemed very dangerous. That's ridiculous, man. Broke my subordinate's arm and coincidentally happened to be in White Eagle Town. And then I found out that you were a flower girl but had outstanding martial arts skills, and even my subordinates were beaten. You should show your face, but ice attacks are only discovered when fighting with people. Why are your subordinates following me? Because he thought that you must be an illegitimate child of the family, so you learned ice kung fu. After hearing that, illuminating light angrily replied, "Do you know that everyone in White Eagle Town was defeated at the hands of an abandoned child like me? But Lee JaHa doesn't care about anything, it has to happen. A lost child is still an abandoned child, so why do you have to be angry with that guy?" Seeing the other person's angry expression, he calmly preached morality. All of those things are not something you can choose. Having said that, he also just say you're stupid because you don't have intelligence. Illuminating light himself didn't dare to deny what Lee JaHa had just said. He then asked the second child to bring him another cup of wine. To sit and drink together. He also asked why he wanted to kill the leader of the Demon Sect. How could a lame chicken like you have anything to do with him? This is quite important, so the male lead doesn't want to talk about it. Knowing that it's like that, the other person can't ask more. Suddenly a woman in a flowing dress passes by, causing illuminating light must pay attention. Not only that, but the eyes lingered for a long time until the other person disappeared. Why did you turn into a dog and eat like that? Both of them started discussing nonsense again. Knowing that Lee JaHa wanted to learn a little about girls but illuminating light didn't bother to share his experience. So the guys laughed heartily. Happened late at night. And suddenly the male protagonist did something like he was attacking the other person. Illuminating light, who was sipping wine late, quickly turned his eyes to pay attention. Immediately that means he had gathered internal energy in his body and threw a palm at his face. He was naturally good at martial arts, so he did not hesitate to resist. Explosions rang out, causing a commotion, stirring up all the surrounding shops. I wonder what else the male protagonist is trying to plot. If he doesn't use the enema card this time, I don't know what card he will use on illuminating light. Just like that, everyone in the bar ran out to see who would be the winner of these two experts. It seemed like the male lead wanted to draw a clear line between the opponent and illuminating himself. Light also wants to show off his strength in front of the master of JaHa clan. It seems that Senior Doku's single sword doesn't want us to fight, but maybe we still have to divide the high and low, right? That's right, we have to defeat I Got You, that country name. More and more, people from all around have flocked to watch the two sides collide. When the girls saw illuminating light, they began to widen their eyes in admiration. The guy who spits out your pants seems to be quite famous, doesn't he? You will soon be famous for your disgrace today. After listening, Lee JaHa started to increase a few points. His power to gain the upper hand. As expected, his power is almost overwhelming the opponent. Illuminating light realized this, so he became very confused. He said that if he fought again, it wouldn't be good, so he had to save it. Like the male lead, how could he accept that? As time went on, his internal strength completely overwhelmed the other person. A burst of smoke and dust flew everywhere, causing everyone watching to lose their vision. Illuminating Light's body was unconsciously knocked away. And from there, countless eyes turned towards him. Maybe the male protagonist had to take advantage of the opportunity in White Eagle Town to humiliate him. Illuminating Light was not satisfied, so he planned to stand up to fight another round. But he quickly looked around to assess the situation. A lot of women were whispering incomprehensibly. "This guy is really good no matter what the situation is, there are still a lot of them." The woman followed him. Suddenly Illuminating Light laughed loudly like a crazy person. He brushed the dust from his clothes all around him and walked towards Lee JaHa's place. Then he took the initiative. Voice with a very welcoming attitude. "Today it seems like I have lost. Do you want to lose or lose? If you lose one, what are you left with? The guy who made those pants. Even though it's a loss, we still have to compete with each other in the future, so don't be too harsh." After pouring a glass of wine, Illuminating Light affirmed that he couldn't compete with the male lead's inner strength. As I said that, I also looked over at the women to see what their attitude was towards themselves. But it was definitely less stressful, so I could drink wine with peace of mind. One took a sip and started telling a story. "In the past, there was a male servant named Byung-jo, who was my servant. He is 5 years older than me and often calls me dude, often prepares food for me and even changes my shoes. He was a very loyal servant who always brought me clothes and towels every time I bathed. When I was little, Byung-jo was the only one who played with me. But then one day that loyal servant naturally hanged himself in the small room. When we found out why the only servant died, we discovered that this idiot was secretly in love with a woman named Dan Young. I found that woman named Dan Young and questioned her, but do you know what she said? She rejected his confession and even said that Byung-jo is not Mong-rang, so what right does she have to fall in love? To think that such a fool is my servant, it just sounds like, is that enough to commit suicide? The story is quite interesting, so the male lead is gradually curious. I really want to learn about women, to see how they think that makes my Byung-jo have to take his own life. But the surprising thing is that most of the women have the same thoughts as that Dan Young. They must be more handsome, rich and have a family to be suitable. They right from the start. At first, I didn't consider Byung-jo a human being. It's more like they don't consider him a man. The more we interact, the more goosebumps I get. Sometimes there are even standard women. Seniors don't like me just because I'm the second child. In the eyes of those people, I'm no different from Byung-jo. That's why you change from one woman to another, right? Illuminating Light dismissed this statement because he only wanted to avenge his servant. After hearing this, Lee JaHa pointed out that the other person was as sick as his biological father. Seeing Illuminating Light's angry expression, he softly explained. Your father had an affair with your mother just to get ice and he didn't even love her. Ice, the merit is that the family's soul is very carefully protected, so your mother only passed it on to you. So you must have been treated like an illegitimate child in the Mong family, right? But for being a sinful servant, why do you do these things? As expected, it's no different than father being a bastard. While drinking good wine, Lee JaHa suddenly started making random drawings, making Illuminating Light angry, clenching his fists to rush in. But before he could do anything, he was immediately slapped with a blow that made his eyes explode. I don't understand why Lee JaHa brings this up as an excuse. He started grabbing his neck and then continued to tell everything. Maybe Dokgu's single sword senior felt sorry for him, so he collected just pay your respects. Go away and play somewhere else. If you dare attack, I'll turn you into a eunuch. I haven't dated anyone yet, so you better not say anything. That's nonsense to me. After hearing that, Illuminating Light's eyes widened in surprise. This bastard is truly a pitiful bastard. Knowing that it was a slip of the tongue, the male lead had to kick him to begin with. Moved on to something else to cover up. But with Illuminating Light's long-time flirting with girls, how could he not notice? Just like that, loud laughter rang out and Lee JaHa didn't pay any attention. He just took a few sips of wine and confided that he also wanted to find true love. They both laughed loudly like two innocent children. Even though we were a bit miserable, maybe this time it will be a lot different. While thinking, he also looked straight at the direction of Illuminating Light with so many hidden meanings. Meanwhile, he still showed his grin when he heard about Lee JaHa's death. The belt was still intact. So he had to make a terrible face to stop talking about this matter. Next, illuminating light was still laughing but couldn't hold it back. Maybe this is the secret that the male protagonist wanted to hide from his past life until now. Suddenly he stood up and asked the second child to pay. Where do you want to go? Is it to find true love? Real right? But Lee JaHa doesn't want to say anything because this is too delicate for him. Just stay in White Eagle Town because there are more beauties here than other places. Compared to those guys, if that famous male palace is playing around, there are many beautiful beauties here. The second young man nearby also got a glimpse of it, so he wished the male lead would always find the person in his heart. After listening, but illuminating light burst out laughing, causing Lee JaHa to frown. He frowned and then left without forgetting to say a few words. If there's anything you want to ask Senior, I'll go there and find it. Illuminating light wanted to ask where to go to meet the male lead, but he replied that he should go to the Black Cat Union. Wait a minute, I thought you were the leader of JaHa clan, but I was fight and kill and recruit all the dark men who dare to stand in my way. Of course, that's why I'm also the leader of that sect. No need to ask any more. Does illuminating light say goodbye? I forgot to wish you always find the true love of your life. In Lee JaHa's heart, how can a ghost understand the path of a lonely man? Thinking of this, I remember the number one beauty of the Central Plains or the number one beauty of the White Path. People call those beauties by the names of the places where they live. Thinking back, I once lusted after half of them, but now I don't have that desire anymore. Of course, I just don't express my feelings. Just like that, I wandered in the night until dawn. In the end, also safely returned to his area. Still doing the same thing as usual, sitting right under the corner of tomorrow to practice. A few moments later, old Byuk came over to announce a urgent matter. He said that a man claiming to be the head of the Nanming Association came to meet him. I took him outside the hospital to wait. There were quite a few subordinates waiting outside, but only for him. Went inside. Sure enough, Nam Garrick admired his martial arts skills, so he followed through on his promise. Knowing that, Lee JaHa also took the initiative to come over to meet him. Before he could even step inside, once inside, he also said hello. Did you come here to meet me as agreed? After being safe, Nam Garrick continued to inquire. Your subordinates really trained hard. Those are all ordinary people who need to practice if they want to survive, right? The reason why the master of the Nanming Association came to see him this time was because the Southern Heavenly Troople and the Supreme Sword Association had just had a fight not long ago. The guild masters of both sides appeared and the Great War began. Broke out. Both sides suffered heavy losses but still inconclusive. This story is very important, so Lee JaHa remained silent to hear more about what happened next. The Southern Heavenly Troople's leader almost broke out. Crazy, he contacted all the black magicians within his sphere of influence and asked them to come to the area. If they dared to refuse, they threatened to destroy them unconditionally when the war with the Supreme Sword Association ends. It seems like they have already found your place, right? Nam Garrick did not deny it. Then one day the Supreme Sword Association also contacted this servant with the same content. In other words, all nearby black magicians were forced to choose one of the other two alliances. Having said that, Nam Garrick refused both. I only know that both of them are black people. If that's the case, then which side is more miserable? Supreme Sword Association is a large gang that specializes in coercion and merger of merchant corporations, so they have a lot of money and tyrannical merchants are reluctant to join. As for the Southern Heavenly Troople, yes, as for the name of the underworld, the guild master of that place merged everything into one gang. He is the most famous person and also the one who blocked the Supreme Sword Association's money source from passing through. Hearing this story, Lee JaHa is guessing that the Southern Heavenly Troople side is a bit better. Dohang Saw is the king of the Southern Heaven Land. If he introduces himself as the leader of the JaHa clan, they will force him to kneel before him. The male main character heard this and asserted that he was the king of one side, so there could not be two leaders. Nam Garrick affirmed that the leader of the JaHa clan himself was no different from Dohang Saw. However, in his mind, he also thought that not everyone could kneel at Lee JaHa's feet. Seeing these expressions, the male lead seemed very confused. Outside, the owner of the Golden Dragon opened the door and walked in to announce the news. This news is also quite important because the Supreme Sword Association has come to see. As expected, they also want to merge the Black Cat Union under their control. That also made the head of the Nanming Association very surprised. To learn more about the incident, the male lead also allowed them to enter the audience. What a laugh. Why did you even come all the way here? Later, the subordinate also sent the representative into the study room to meet. The attitude of this news seems very arrogant and disrespectful of anyone. In that case, he still looked everywhere without even greeting the gang leader. I'm not sure what the male lead will do to him in the end, or will he send him back to the production site safely. People of the Supreme Sword Association continued to roll his eyes in Namgarek's direction. Of course, he also showed an indifferent attitude. Who is the leader of the Black Cat Union? Please speak up. Hearing this question, the male lead also admitted that it was him. If that's the case, then let your subordinates go out. As expected, it's exactly as the Nanming Association's leader told them. Don't care about anyone. There's no need to do that because this isn't my subordinate, so tell me quickly. If that's the case, let me introduce myself first. But Lee JaHa didn't let him do that, he just asked to tell the main thing. The leader of the Black Cat Union really doesn't care about anyone. I'm from the Supreme Sword Association. So what's the matter? I forgot something, please tell me quickly. Each Black Cat Union fighter gets 3 pieces of silver as a day's salary. If the guild master comes directly, he will receive 10 pieces of silver per day. Even if you not doing anything is still considered participating in the war and will be fully settled. Especially if the great Rakshasa comes directly, he will receive 50 pieces of gold per day. If he refuses, instead of receiving money, he will have to bear the burden. The guild master's anger. Namgarek heard this and added fuel to the fire with Lee JaHa. It seems my subordinates are still more valuable than the Black Cat Union. Unexpectedly, I'm being looked down upon by that group of people here. It's so embarrassing and embarrassing like this, what should I do? Finally, the male lead had to sigh and tell that guy. Understand. It seems like you don't know that the great Rakshasa is dead, right? After listening, he was very surprised because no one had told him anything. Even if he didn't know about such a big story, he wanted to come here to report it. Namgarek spoke up. To be honest, both groups are equally miserable, so I will not take sides. They should fight each other once to resolve this matter, so the subordinates on both sides will not have to lose their lives, because I don't understand why this war has to involve so many forces. The male guild master is right, since he is a man, he should do this. Is this the right answer? I heard everything clearly. After saying that idiot turned around and walked away without even saying goodbye. After the battle ends, we'll meet again later. But maybe it was him will never be able to return to his area again. The male lead called So Gun Pyong in to assign work. He immediately threw open the door and startled the other guy. He was the messenger of the Supreme Sword Association, said that they will confront us soon. We will compete in the inner courtyard, so quickly gather your subordinates to watch. I have to test the Supreme Sword Association's ability. Seeing that guy panicking, he slowly explained. The Southern Guild Master also told his subordinates to go inside so I can check the male guild leader as well. Now I don't like the Southern Heavenly Truple or the Supreme Sword Association at all, they are evil people. And of course we will have to see what the upcoming opponent's abilities are. That arrogant messenger quickly prepared to go to the martial arts arena. Can you bear the consequences after this happens? Maybe this guy didn't know what Lee JaHa's crazy personality was like. After hearing that nonsense, he jumped straight in front of him and turned it off a few times. His whole body he fell to the ground, and the male lead also reminded him. I'm not in a good mood lately. Are they just the gangsters from the suburbs who dared to come here to ruin the mood? Don't you hurry up and prepare for the martial arts match if you don't want to be slapped to death. So Gun Pyong silently observed that idiot for a while. Then he said that this person is not old enough to fight with me. He's too bad, right? If that's the case, then call Cha Sung-ti here. A moment later, the male lead's younger brother showed up to prepare to beat Supreme's people. Sword Association battle. His mood now is completely different from many months ago because he has practiced martial arts. Are you planning on treating the envoy like this? I only came here to convey what they said. If that's the case, then we have to compete with the Supreme Sword Association to make it make sense. It's not enough to explain further. Could eat something, so the messenger took a defensive stance to request a fight. Cha Sung-ti's attitude at this time was very cautious. Don't do anything to hurt yourself. Love you. Shut up you bastard, there's no way you can fight without getting hurt. As expected, these words are no different from what Lee JaHa usually says. Cha Sung-ti not only in terms of personality but the way of speaking is not much different from the boss. Nam Garrick asked about his cultivation level and found out that he is currently at the bottom of society and is moving up. Hearing that story, Lee JaHa's younger brother grimaced. Then he immediately rushed straight to proactively attack the opponent first. The other person still maintained the defensive posture and waited for openings. The sound of swords colliding with each other is deafening. It seems like Cha Sung-ti is the one who is very dominant because he constantly pushes the opponent back. Not only that, but the speed seems to be is being pushed up very quickly. The head of the Nanming Association feels quite satisfied when seeing that performance. As each day goes by, Cha Sung-ti hits harder and doesn't let the opponent rest. As for the other messenger, he was constantly passively resisting. The sword was sharp, diving forward very quickly. Perhaps the outcome of victory or defeat is gradually being clearly determined. Not only did they fight with external techniques, but these two also tried their hand at internal techniques. With a boom, Cha Sung-ti's body was suddenly knocked back. During this time, his body was also unconscious. I was able to control myself so I lost my balance. And the opponent was also affected no less. A bloody shot shot out from nowhere. Cha Sung-ti's animation continued rushed straight into attack. Looks like his face was out of breath because of too much fighting. But the result was extremely satisfying because he was able to suppress the other guy. Now he's also fighting. Not sure if he should kill it or keep it, so he asked Lee JaHa for his opinion. But he wanted to keep it alive so he could run back and tell those people what the Black Cat Union is like. Supreme Sword Association then, so there's nothing special, right? Don't misunderstand that guy for nothing, because this is the martial arts match that I arrange. I know it's like that. But Cha Sung-ti is feeling I feel very happy because I was able to show it off in front of everyone in the guild. Everyone has seen it all, right? The power of the fake country is only that much. Supreme Sword Association watch reward Black Cat Union is like the Meteor Wanderers, so now we refuse the offer. Now just let him go first. If next time he dares to be arrogant like that, things won't stop with 2 slaps. I heard that. The messenger hastily ran down and knelt down to thank him for being spared. After that, he didn't say any greetings but covered his face and walked back to the area. Is his ear bleeding? My power is very strong, isn't it? Looking at this scene, everyone who sees it has to be speechless. A moment later, the male lead temporarily held a small meeting. Cha Sung-ti was still talking about it. What happened during the match? His ear was bleeding, maybe it was because my palm force was so strong. Before the match, he was slapped twice by the owner and his eardrum was probably punctured. After listening, the boy sighed as if he thought it was his palm. Supreme Sword Association and Southern Heavenly Troople fight. If we join, each of us will receive 3 pieces of silver. After listening, everyone feels very uncomfortable about this. The male lead also directly said that this is the price he will pay for the lives of the participants. But everyone understands that it is so cheap that it is not enough to buy it. Have a drinking party. That's why the owners of Golden Dragon also spoke up. Do they take money from threatening business corporations to do this? What a bunch of trash. We are also trash. Please take back what you said. But we are not the same as them. We are trash like fallen leaves from the apricot tree. And they are just trash like the pile of feces extruded right after taking an enema. Countless subordinates are thinking that they can't be compared to anything else, so what? Lee JaHa also had to retract his words. Cha Sung-ti also twisted a few sentences. It was truly a seductive spell that went into people's hearts, master. Shut up, don't think I'm gentle. But overdoing it. Ignoring this nonsense, the male lead also introduced Nam Garrick as the head of the Nanming Association and also refused the offer of the other 2 forces. No matter how capable you are, if you as a man, you have to have the same opinion as the Southern Guild leader. Even if we have to fight with them this time, the Nanming Association and the Black Cat Union will join forces. So I want to let you know about this matter. Even if we join forces, it will be difficult to defeat them, but I guarantee that Nanming will not be humiliated." After hearing this, both sides had to bow down to try together. Try your best in the upcoming battle. As for the master, he asserted that if he joined forces and he was the leader, even the children of heaven would be turned into dust. After listening, Nam Garak understood that the leader of the Black Cat Union himself would go to battle. Even though he said that, he didn't really want to because he was afraid his subordinates would die in a useless battle. This was all. The guild master of Nanming also thought about it. Then Huyan Chung, the real name of the silver demon Yu Sa Chung, spoke up and promised that he could mobilize some troops. Master Huyan Chung worked hard. He taught Father Sung Ti General Butler, right? Thanks to that, I didn't have to lose face with my subordinates just now. Huyan Chung heard this word and it seemed like the gang leader had changed his address. Did you shout to me? Lee JaHa did not need that help, but he asked this person to have time to train all the disciples in the Black Cat Union gang. After listening, he formed that is, respectfully bow and not dare to refuse. As expected, Lee JaHa is gaining more and more talented subordinates. Cha Sung Ti himself is a bad guy, which is a typical example. But he always affirms that he is a very diligent student. The current enemy is the Supreme Sword Association. In front of us we don't need to care about the Southern Heavenly Troople anymore. Sogun Pyong is curious about that reason you also explained carefully. I heard that the Southern Heavenly Troople originally came from pure black magic. If the leader makes a decision, there is a high chance they will accept it. Let alone those with a lot of money like the Supreme Sword Association will not hesitate to spend money to hire assassins to assassinate. Speaking of this, you also know that Nam Garak has been assassinated several times. According to the fake news, the people who hired assassins in his previous life, he was a member of the Supreme Sword Association. First of all, just ignore the Southern Heavenly Troople and immediately send a letter to them. Byuk, I have accepted this job but I want the master to say the content as follows. How can I find out how to send it? Basically, in the letter the male protagonist requested, it said, the 12 Divine Generals, the Golden Mountain Merchant Group, Ilyong Town, Black Thien Bao, all belong to JaHa clan. Not only that, but all the merchants, soldiers, martyrs, and farmers all belong to the JaHa clan. If the Supreme Sword Association dares to threaten to kidnap, assault, or kill these people, it would be declaring war on JaHa clan. Nam Garak spoke up about his association, so he immediately reminded him to include the Nanming Association as well. The entire sect master and subordinates will arrange and send the letter. Don't stop there. Lee JaHa requested that the letter be sent verbatim to both the main and mixed sects. All surrounding areas must see it. Write hundreds of letters and post them on the doors to send to the scattered sects. Come to every house in every corner of this world for me. From now on if they dare to touch the workers I will be the one to directly slap them in the face or kill them immediately. Everyone agreed and no one dared to speak out in protest. Tell those who are dissatisfied and want to confront me that those people are ridiculous. If you want, just go to Lee JaHa of JaHa clan. If you do if so, you will be very busy. First, I will send it to the Supreme Sword Association. After all, I also asked old Byuk to include the fact that he killed the great Rakshasa in the letter to give him blood. It seems like everyone around doesn't know that I killed the great Rakshasa. Then write that I killed Mr. Su, the elder hornless Dragon King and also the master of the Black Panther. In addition, the cheating bettors, especially Dong Fong Yian, have also been roasted by me. This is too much news that the general butler needs to do. After finishing this, he also spoke up. Called Cha Sung Ti to assign the job. When he heard his name called, he was very excited because he finally received a clear mission. Now go back to Ilyong Town and use a horse-drawn carriage to take some people. Come here for me. On the way back, buy food and good wine. Choose 10 brothers here to go with you for peace of mind. The JaHa clan master must wait for the Nanming brothers to treat association to have a hearty meal. Having finished speaking, he also reminded the general butler to give Cha Sung Ti more money to buy lots of delicious food. Although busy, if you come here, let's stay together, let's have a meal. Hearing this, Nam Garak no longer had any words to refuse. After talking about eating and drinking, the male protagonist asked again if he had forgotten to fill in the list of enemies he had killed. No. But everyone didn't want to write anything else, so they didn't say anything. Suddenly there was a very loud noise outside that made everyone pay attention. The banging sounds, the door banged and the sound of intervention continued to ring out. It was immediately kicked open in the surprise of the people inside. I didn't understand who they were, but their attitude seemed very grotesque. The leader with a hairy mouth shouted loudly to introduce himself as being from the Southern Heavenly Trouble and wanting to find the leader of the Black Cat Union. Everyone who heard this turned to look at the male lead. Thank you. He looked very scared, but he was just scared for that crazy guy's life. Surely he would suffer Lee JaHa's wrath. But suddenly he still didn't have it. There was no response. Just like that, all three impolite guys rushed straight into the middle of the inner hall. Where did Father Sung Ti come from and slap one of them? You bastard, hurry up. Kneel down. Do you know where this is and dare to be so arrogant? Not only that, but countless other people successively gathered in the Southern Heavenly Trouble. Seeing this scene, Nam Garrick was speechless. After that, the party was held. Very hearty preparation. Not only the top people but even the lowest subordinates are very well enlightened. In addition, Cha Sung Ti also called Duksu to personally make delicious dishes. Maybe Black Cat Unio was the most peaceful at this time when the master had personally invited everyone one by one. At this time he was already drunk, so he immediately paid attention to those three unfortunate names. If he didn't understand, he would have to pay attention. How should I punish them? I couldn't think of anything, but Lee JaHa took the bottle and walked over to talk. When they recognized the gang leader, they gently introduced themselves as coming from the Southern Heavenly Trouble. But he didn't pay much attention to these words in his ears. And then he thought of something, so he called So Gun Pyong. So Gun Pyong, please come here and drink quickly, come have a drink with me. But it seemed like he was so drunk that he couldn't control himself anymore. The male lead continued to go outside to enjoy the atmosphere. Just like that he wandered around and rambling on about things that no one understands. Big senior brother, today seems like you've had a bit too much to drink. Seeing the boss of the 12 divine generals, the male lead doesn't have any difficulty at all. I just asked him to keep drinking until he couldn't drink anymore. After saying that, he gave me the wine bottle to hold for a while. Junior brother, can you lend me your sword for a while? Is that okay? Just looking at this scene, I know that the male lead is preparing to do another musical performance. He immediately went to the familiar apricot tree and said loudly, "Brothers of JaHa clan, this is Lee JaHa. Born in Ilyong town, originally from a street cleaner, but the inn was burned and that burned inn was the beginning of JaHa clan. That fire moved to my heart, until now I'm still struggling. I was originally just an ordinary man, very vile, evil and useless. But because I am weak, from now on JaHa clan will stand for the weak. No need for any reason, if you're weak then you're my brother. It doesn't matter if you come from a righteous path or anything, we're all family. Whether they are ordinary people without martial arts skills or weak beauties, orphaned babies are all my brothers." Lee JaHa's intention is to say that everyone who submits themselves at his feet I will protect everything. Although my strength is still lacking, it is still much better than the masters in the world. Yesterday I was also lucky to regulate my breath. The day before yesterday I also did the same. The other day I spent a long time training with my Black Cat Union brothers. Not long ago I also happened to receive advice about swords from a senior in the Zhonghu. I am a man who gets stronger every day and is the master of JaHa clan Lee JaHa. Going back and forth, the male protagonist's intention is to do some swordsmanship for everyone to expand their horizons. I will show my brothers here the swordsmanship that I have been practicing recently. Having said that, the male lead jumped into the air, making everyone look at him. You did something amazing. The strong impact force caused countless apricot flower petals to fall to the ground. After that, he immediately performed extremely variable sword movements. Just slashing up and then down, creating very perfect looking animations. Beautiful. Not only that, but it seems to have mixed a bit of artistic quality. Countless falling flower petals seemed to have magical power and surrounded his body. The sword was in at some point in his hand, a blazing fire immediately radiated. And of course this sword technique was the apricot sword technique. More specifically, it was the lightning sword form, apricot blossom sword technique. Not only does he use swordsmanship, but somewhere in his body there is also a bit of internal energy to add to the excitement. The fallen flower petals all around seem to have been burned. Just like that, Lee JaHa glides back and forth to make a gesture very similar to that of a knight. He also deliberately showed a very satisfied face. Most of the subordinates below applauded endlessly about the level of purchase. The Master's Sword. Dear disciples, please take care because I am the master of JaHa clan. Having finished speaking, all the people below stood up to perform the final salute. The scene ended. After seeing this extremely pleasing performance, he went down and returned the sword to White Tiger. Perhaps in his mind he felt very satisfied because he had chosen a worthy monarch. Next was Cha Sung-ti brought out the wine to serve privately because his boss bought it so beautifully. The two of them continued to drink together, looking very affectionate. While drinking, Lee JaHa also promised many things to him. You can't die and you have to survive to practice hard. Seeing this scene, old Byuk went out to intervene because the master was very drunk in the sect. Thank you for your words. With that advice, he also went to the corner of tomorrow and actively meditated. Still in the same positions as in the beginning to regulate the body's energy. In just a blink of an eye, all the spiritual energy from inside his body was emitted to the outside. With extremely abundant internal energy, he was able to completely escape all the alcohol concentration. Feeling awake and no longer dizzy. Besides, I informed my juniors about a few things. I'm sober so you guys can drink freely today and let me guard you. As expected, everyone has to do their best because it's very difficult. It's rare for a sect master to be so easygoing. To let his subordinates continue to drink, the male main character went in and arrested 3 guys from the Southern Heavenly Trouble to reveal all the related events. I'm here to ask Black Cat Unio to join the war on the orders of the Southern Heavenly Trouble Master. What is the reason I have to go to war in my name and on whose behalf? When asked this question, the man with a hairy mouth did not dare to answer because he himself did not dare to ask the interlocutor. In that case, please convey a few questions from me to Dohang Saw. If you dare to act so rudely again, I will personally find him. They began to obey and sighed when the male lead let them go home. Please leave Black Cat Unio so I can take you home. Wait for you to get out. But that guy said he didn't need the sect master's hard work. With his personality, the male lead didn't allow them any choice. Just so he guided the 3 unfortunate, black men out of his area. In the end, the party passed smoothly until the next morning. While preparing to go for a walk, Cha Sung-ti arrived. Ran out from somewhere and wanted to go with Lee JaHa. But he was afraid that the quiet atmosphere would be disturbed by it, so he didn't allow him to follow. And then his face was all grimaced because he felt uncomfortable. Respect. Suddenly, in the distance, it seemed like there was a dark shadow watching the two of them. It's unclear what the purpose was, but this person was constantly taking notes in a small notebook. And it's not clear whose orders he was following to risk his life to such an extent. Inside, everything was written down describing Lee JaHa's personality and voice in detail. But one thing to sum it up is that he is very ugly. After work, that guy went to an upstairs to meet a mysterious person. The River Walkers is such a good name for a group of killers. Surely this is the name of the group of people who just followed Lee JaHa. The other guy continued to pull out a chest containing many valuable gold bars. He had requested, this group of assassins must go get the male lead's head. But if it's too difficult, then just kill it temporarily and bring it back to confirm it. This is the person who dared to anger the guild master at first glance in him. This is also a lie, isn't it? I will consult further, please give me the network content certificate. Be careful, it was Lee JaHa who killed the great Rakshasa and Mr. Su. After hearing that, he also seemed very surprised and a bit cautious. Even though I have not met him directly. But at a glance at his appearance, it seems that this guy is also very crazy. Then the masked guys started to be surprised when looking at the other person's drawing. These are the eyes of a crazy person. Someone who draws this appearance is too focused on his eyes, isn't it? Just saying this, everything is over and I don't know what will happen after that. As for Lee JaHa, right now I'm deliciously eating breakfast. Not only eating in the area, but today I'm in the mood to go out to the streets to hang around. Almost everyone in town knows about my reputation. So when he entered any restaurant, almost no one dared to charge. He temporarily put another cake in his pocket and Lee JaHa had already left. While wandering around, he happily sang hums a few incomprehensible tunes. In a nearby dark corner, that strange name continues to follow very closely. Perhaps his purpose is to take the life of the leader of JaHa clan. This guy then also went into a restaurant to plot his plans. Very quickly, the second man inside ran out to ask if he wanted anything. Give me a bottle of rice wine and a bottle of rice wine. Plate of boiled peanuts. After hearing this, he asked the guests to wait a bit to prepare. The experts in the past often had to dig deep dung holes to hide here to track their targets, but the river walkers were not like that. The most important thing is that they just go about their activities naturally. When they're eating or drinking or something like that is when they let down their guard and are the right time to attack. Thinking of this, the second child happily brought out the food. Then he saw Lee JaHa and said hello. Not only did he say hello, but he also hurriedly went outside to respectfully pay respects. Where are you going, clan leader? Hearing that your job is to inspect, explore, wander around sightseeing, you have to admire it. A person who can do many things at once is there only the gang leader? While talking, I saw diners drinking wine inside and drew many things. I haven't drank alcohol these past few days, so do you want to have a cup of rice wine? I would invite, but Lee JaHa has quit drinking since yesterday. Seeing the target to be assassinated, the river walkers were sweating for fear of being recognized. Lee JaHa's reason for quitting drinking was because for a few days before eating and drinking, a few of my subordinates vomited all over the manor, so now I'm still sick. That night I had to stand guard alone all night, so I was very tired. What nonsense did he do? What's wrong? Do subordinates drink alcohol and still have a gang leader to guard them? There is such a strange morality in this gang. Why does the gang leader have to guard his subordinates from drinking? That's my intention and you've worked hard. If you see any strange guy, please let me know. After saying that, Lee JaHa left, but the other guy's eyes still followed closely. Seeing such a leisurely walk, he felt uncomfortable in his mind. He just thought to himself that he was truly an incurable madman. Was it the first time he met our gang leader? Tiu Ni's voice rang out, breaking his evil thoughts. That person just now is the Black Cat gang leader, right? I heard you had to wear a mask. That's the old gang boss because he's dead. Hearing this, the river walkers didn't ask any more questions but just taciturnly poured wine into the cup. Tiu, the second person, continued to ask the new customers' feelings and what they thought about this leader. Between the Supreme Sword Association and the Southern Heavenly Jade, which side do you think will win? Everyone seems to be very interested in that battle. Right. Shouldn't we drink and talk at the same time, so let's give Tiu Nha cup. Without needing his customer's consent, he immediately pulled out the cup. Although didn't want to, but the assassin reluctantly poured it for him. And then he also wanted to see what this person thought would win. There was no need to answer that question, Tiu Nha did it. Just one bowl and it's all gone. First of all, whether they win or lose, the Supreme Sword Association will be destroyed. There are rumors that the previous gang leader will not let them go. The reason is because the Supreme Sword Association is so evil. They only know how to use money to hire assassins. What a bunch of trash. Southern Heavenly Jade joint owner Dohang Saw wants to fight with a one-on-one mentality like the experts in The Wanderer, so our gang leader will destroy the Supreme Sword Association first. But while he was talking excitedly here, the male protagonist's voice rang out. He asked Tiu Nha to prepare a bottle of wine because he was so thirsty that he was about to die. When he saw the gang leader coming in, he immediately put down the glass of wine and immediately went to prepare something to eat. But it seems like this wasn't just about drinking alcohol. Or not. Lee JaHa immediately sat in front of the assassin. He didn't even bother to say hello, he just wanted to know where he came from. I'm from Shiping County looking for an acquaintance, so there's no problem. But how can lies like this deceive the male lead? He slammed the dagger in his body onto the table and asked him to reveal the identity of the person who sent him. The assassin's face began to sweat out of fear. In the previous part, The river walkers sent an assassin to assassinate Lee JaHa but was discovered. He was kept at the tavern till the male protagonist conveniently exploits information. If a young man dares to talk nonsense to the owner of a manjung shop, then it's normal to turn around and look. If there is an adult with a mandarin in his mouth, he will turn around. Looking back is also normal. When someone sings a strange song, the psychology of normal people will turn their heads to look, but those who do not react to the above three things will not. Normal at all. That shows that your training is correct. Although these assessments are a bit lame and difficult to understand, the assassin did not dare to open his mouth. Killing you isn't difficult, but then it will be troublesome. If I keep killing and killing, your leader still won't appear. But I will endure and your leader will pay the price for my patience. Lee JaHa still feels crazy, and this is the intention of the crazy ghost, so even if I stop him, I will do it. What if I kill the leader of the river walkers? I really don't want pitiful bastards like you to appear again, so that seems like a good way. What do you think? Even though that question sounds like the male lead stole the assassin's words, most of the time the assassins are all orphans like you. If you're not an orphan, they will kill everyone around you and turn you into an orphan, because if you have a loved one, your emotions will be very chaotic. So people like you who don't have emotions won't understand what I'm saying. Lee JaHa coldly apologize for saying these confusing words. It's true that I put an end to you, but it's not because of me that you died, it was because of you. By the person who created the river walkers. Remember this, and death is the fate of an assassin. Assassins always had to follow orders, right, but no one has to live like that. Then, as if he understood the madness, he sighed in acceptance because his hands were stained with too much blood, not daring to complain about his fate. What a pitiful human being. What I want to know is the headquarters of the river walkers. If you can't speak, don't blame me. I had to walk for a long time because of you, drawing my sword. After listening, his eyes glanced at the dagger stuck on the table. That's too much. Many opposing thoughts in his head because the knife will be the thing that decides this guy's fate. So the assassin rolled his eyes in Lee JaHa's direction as an answer. The male protagonist of we quickly pulled out the sword we had in our hands and then retracted the sheath. No one saw anything, only noticed a very long cut line printed on the assassin's body. His legs. His body no longer had any strength and fell down as his upper body was cut off. The sound of a body being split in half rang out and blood also sprayed out in all directions. If you pay close attention, the victim's face seemed more shocked than in pain. In times like these, killing someone without causing pain is probably considered a blessing. It's still an indescribable feeling of uncertainty when making a mistake. Repeating this 1,000 times. The sound of swords being sheathed again and again created a gloomy atmosphere inside the tavern where he was the only customer. When anger was probably rising like a river, then Tunhi quickly ran over with a shocked look on his face and asked if it was really the killer. Don't touch him, there might be poison in his mouth or clothes, you shouldn't touch him. Body like this. I will send my subordinates here to clean up immediately, so please leave it like this for a while. As soon as I remind you, I will also give you a silver bar as food expenses. Knowing that this amount of money was used to pay for wine and table fees, but the young lady was confused when this amount of money was too much. Similar things like this will happen again, so for the time being, we will go out often. Compared to sleeping and being suddenly attacked, it's better to wander around and be careful. It will be easier to deal with. If you don't want it, you have to accept the money, but the boy continued to ask why. That's why the crazy demon knows that guy is an assassin. The villain only finds it strange because his face looks strange. Just look at it and see the two words killer clearly on his face. That is Lee JaHa's eyes still turned back to the corpse but only recognized the painful expression on his face. The crazy ghost had to smile bitterly and meaningfully leave because his work here was done. Tunhi also quickly pulled out the knife. Pick it up and give it back to him. Sticking a knife on the table with one strike kills your life. Since the gang leader did that, it was a very sublime psychological attack, wasn't it? Lee JaHa was just unintentional, so he responded out of bad luck habit. So the male lead continued to wander around the streets to check on the chaotic situation around town. A little while later, Father Sung Ti and his subordinates came to clean up according to what the gang leader instructed. Since then until now there have been no guests, so the second child was quite sad and asked after him. Some things. Does this guy look like an assassin? He looks so normal. Mr. 2 also grimaced and replied like a boss. Just by looking at him, I knew he was an assassin. Looking at him like that and not realizing it, what a shame. Pathetic name, the boy scratched his head again. It's true because the villain is a bit pathetic. Aren't you the JaHa clan? Father Sung-ti said. Everyone knows this name, but it's not everyone knows how to join. Up until now, your family has never accepted bribes, is that right? If you haven't done anything embarrassing and stole anyone's money, it's the JaHa clan. Jeonsam is now vaguely understanding that it's not difficult to join the JaHa clan and become a subordinate, you just have to be kind. Okay. It's normal to flirt with children, but Cha Sung-ti has little chance. Because he's always looked down upon in this sect due to his poor martial arts skills and only knows how to pick up girls and bring them upstairs. Earn money. Jeonsam is so stupid to talk to this person too much. I am the general butler of JaHa clan, the second in command and also the one who laid the foundation for JaHa clan along with the master, Father Sung-ti. Let's call him the most honest swordsman. In Jeonsam's mind, he didn't worship at all, but just thought this guy was crazy or something. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Butler. Just looking at his face is enough to realize that he is an assassin. Cha Sung-ti smiled indifferently as if he was no less classy than Lee JaHa. This scammer dares to imitate the gang leader. Look, he's no different from the kids in the neighboring district. There's no way he's ranked second in JaHa clan. Why do people look at me like that? I'm really an arrogant little guy. Not like that. So it's already like that, because the tone when he speaks is a bit like the gang leader, so it's a bit hard to hear. Oh, this guy is a liar. Cha Sung-ti frowned and wanted to punch him a few times. But thinking about his age, I haven't experienced life yet, so I'll forgive you next time. Otherwise, you'll be punished. Brothers, this body might be poisonous. Take it to a deserted place and burn it. After giving the order, turn around. When I asked the second child his full name, the boy said he was Jeonsam. There is a high possibility that this assassin's accomplices will come here to investigate how he died. At that time you should just keep an eye on them. After listening, Jeonsam immediately understood that he needed to silently observe and report back to the general butler. Just research and don't do dangerous actions. You will recognize them because their temperament is the same as theirs. This guy. How does the little guy know that it's an assassin? The little guy asked again and again. Assassins usually don't have emotions, so whoever looks cold in their eyes, just identify them. Okay. Jeonsam started nodding to show more respect for the other person. Cha Sung-ti more or less showed off his authority to a boy and made him secretly admire. This was also more successful than expected. Waiting for the male lead's younger brother. After that, Cha Sung-ti and his subordinates left but didn't know where to go or what to do. Next, Jeonsam sat outside the shop on the following Monday, just received a new mission and the boy considered this mission quite important. Father Sung-ti asked that everyone entering the shop be scrutinized, but the young man carried the tables and chairs out onto the street to sit securely. Countless martial artists passing by couldn't recognize who was the assassin. Some had squinted eyes, others had birth defects, it was too difficult to predict. Later, the baby accidentally encountered a man with the same expression as the sect master and the general said. Immediately Jeonsam's eyes changed and realized that this person was most likely the assassin. There are too many thoughts running through my mind right now and it seems like I can't think anymore. Just making any suspicious move will cause the other person to take my life, so I'm sorry. Nhi quickly ran inside. Jeonsam muttered into the assassin's mouth and his hands quickly wiped the table and chairs. It was not too difficult for that guy to recognize this expression and add a special detail. More importantly, that was the fact that he walked right into the shop because yesterday a teammate died here. Hearing that the other person wanted to ask something, Jeonsam lowered his head in fear. Was it yesterday that a person died with just one stab of a knife? The boy was scared, his face was gray, and he didn't dare to deny it. He just said it was right, sir. After learning a lesson from the master and general butler, perhaps this junior also learned another lesson, which is the meaning of how scary normal looks like. He tried to point out about the place where the victim died, so the assassin sat right in front of the table and asked to do as he wanted. If that little guy doesn't want to die, then quickly sit down. Before the threat, Jeon-sam was also scared and obeyed. After a while, someone was outside and reported to the captain not to do that. He immediately chased away with a grim face because he was losing his mood. The servant bowed and asked permission to leave like that without ever saying a word. Jeon-sam also rolled his eyes but tried not to let him notice. The boy understood that there are many people right now that I've never seen before appeared in this area. While looking further, the assassin captain raised his voice again. Since you're the second child, mind your own business and don't be rude. It's easy to lose your life like that. Jeon-sam suddenly realized that what happened yesterday was just the prelude. Even the dead don't realize that they will become victims of this place, that it was both scary and curious. Then the words of the guy who looked like an assassin rang out to greet the master. When Jeon-sam raised his head, the boy really realized who that person was. Lee JaHa's sect Master JaHa clan came again, but his attitude was now quite warm. The male lead asked if the other party had been waiting for him for a long time. He didn't say much but just replied with a nonchalant attitude as soon as he arrived. Without having to invite anyone, Lee JaHa took the initiative to pull out a chair and asked Jeon-sam to bring a jar of wine and a plate of boiled peanuts. A bunch of people came here today, right? They must have been very rude, but they still couldn't collect any information about you. It should have been like this from the beginning. Even if I die here, you will still be a bit of a nuisance. After listening, Lee JaHa reminded the young man to quickly go inside before things got worse. Although the boy was a bit stunned, he still listened to those words. The other guy looked at the little boy gingerly. When he sneaked in, he thought and planned a bit. Seeing that back, he quickly grabbed his chopsticks and shot them strongly in Jeon-sam's direction. Maybe we need to test the level of the JaHa clan master. What's going on? Lee JaHa couldn't turn a blind eye, so he took the initiative to save his life. The chopsticks shot with an arrow-like force when it suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. The boy expressed was shocked by that scene and unconsciously fell hard to the floor. The assassin tried to kill people with the most primitive tool, chopsticks. Both turned to look at each other with bullet-shaped eyes. Immediately, both sides understood what needed to be done. Both arms swung forward as if they were competing against each other. Because they were weaker, the other assassin was attacked, knocked back, causing several tables and chairs to be broken into pieces. His face also vomited blood when his internal organs were seriously damaged. Because he knew he couldn't joke with someone crazy, so that guy pulled out his sword and prepared to attack. In contrast to that urgent expression, the male lead was the complete opposite. Now he can only sit leisurely, pour out wine and drink each cup. 1. Jeon-sam saw all of that and felt very impressed. The boy understood one thing, that this was actually a gangster. While drinking, the male lead considered for himself what to do. Should he finish this bottle first or should he order another bottle? And he didn't pay any attention to the fact that the assassin was drawing his sword and slashing straight at his face. After that, Lee JaHa raised his hand to block like that. That's just a wooden stick. In terms of strength, that guy is not weak at all. He was skillful and survived for quite a long time when facing the Master JaHa clan. Or maybe it's because the demon is not famous yet. That's why the enemies always send some worthless guys to work. Compared to the experts I've met before, this group really has too many shortcomings. To show off Lee JaHa's strength, he passed it on internally. Force on the blade even though he tried to pull it back. The amount of heat radiated around made the air hotter. If the attack was equal, he could retreat at any time, but if the attack with such a huge battle history like this, it will be difficult for him to retreat. So anyone watching can see that the other person's face is very worried. His sweat started to flow down, blood from the mouth and nose also flowed out. Suddenly, a lot of urgent footsteps sounded from outside. It turned out that monsters who had never appeared in the neighborhood had to run to support their teammates. Wrap your hands in a bag. Thrown at Lee JaHa on the way, it revealed dozens of poisonous hidden weapons. With this method of action, the male protagonist successfully lured many enemies hidden around. There was no what is difficult when confronting such extremely simple things. Dark energy flies in, but just use Lee JaHa's internal force to control everything and fly to that weak assassin. The killer eye also screamed loudly because it was too late. That guy had accepted his fate and ended up picking dozens of hidden weapons from the fields. From the beginning he said that even if he died, he would not dying easily. Yet on the contrary, being killed by the weapons of the field is the most painful thing in the life of an assassin. Many hidden weapons pierced the body in the face, neck, shoulders and stomach, caused that body to collapse right in front of the master. He returned to his innocent expression, "Why did you kill your accomplices?" Will this rather tense confrontation, is it difficult for Lee JaHa to be a crazy person? If you want to know, please press the register button to continue following with us. The famous man in black in Wanderer, a master of gossip, lord of chatter, king of apricot blossoms is Lee JaHa. The concept of a man in black is a bit vague because not only is he a madman, but his martial arts are also very strong. According to my experience when fighting with top experts, most of the men in black real doctors are all crazy people. Because a truly strong expert will reveal their true self. Even if black people are highly rated, they are only ranked somewhere around the level of experts. That's all. However, the reason why I wanted to pretend to be someone in black who was superior to those people was because I wanted to get attention. It turns out that the male protagonist just wanted others to be aggressive towards him, that's all. It's too simple. It's true that Lee JaHa is number 2 in the world. No one dares to admit that number 1 is crazy. Maybe we need to pay attention because from the beginning the male lead is also dressed as one of the disciples' Black Cat Union. Tiny eyes with dark circles, sleepy face, crazy personality. It's too easy to identify the leader of JaHa clan. As soon as he received this outfit from the subordinates of Black Cat Union, he prepare. Naturally, the spirit in my heart also becomes more excited than ever. And when I look at my clothes, I am confident that I can do more bad things than what I often do. After killing at the inn, the male lead returns and meditates. He doesn't know if he's already crazy like this or just moderately crazy. I'm immersed in meditate, calm down, study difficult principles such as what life is. Why do beauties hate me so much? My mind is full of pig bones, spring wine, bad guys, the river walkers, they were all mixed together in chaos. We also had to listen carefully to Lee JaHa because his thinking was very different from that of normal people. Then the room became quieter because no one answered. Those questions arise. Lee JaHa definitely needs to find the crazy monk master from his past life so that tomorrow he can cure this incurable disease. A moment later the door slowly opened and there was no one. Spoke up. Nam Garrick coldly walked over and didn't mince words and asked anything. The room was silent not because Lee JaHa wasn't talking but because he was so sleepy that he was drooling. Nanming Association, the master quickly asked if the master was busy sleeping? Then he immediately objected that there was no such thing. It seemed like they were both planning to go somewhere. Well done, Nanming Association's preparations were truly impeccable. Black the Cat Union is no different. Nam Garrick smiled indifferently in response. Each person has a different disguise, but in the end they are all masked. The male guild leader is a bit different. He looks like a pilgrim. Not a man in black. Lee JaHa carefully observed this counterpart and also made a few comments. Of all the assassins who were on the same line, only Nam Garrick was completely covered up like that. Really? He thought that the other person's disguise was very rustic and that he didn't know anything about fashion. The guild master immediately threw his mother away and asked if he had any scarves to borrow. Withdraw from opening his chest. Lee JaHa remembered Byuk General Butler in this thing was as meticulous as him. Thinking about it, I wouldn't be so stupid as to give it away for free. Nam Guild Master. Both of them took the initiative to leave but Nam Garrick tell me to go to the main door to eat grapefruit, right from the window? Lee JaHa shakes his head, that's not necessary, or should he go up the stairs? Nam Garrick is worried that if he goes like that, it will be exposed for everyone to see, so what? Enjoying patience and endurance is the life of a master. Well, whatever, Nam Garrick had to hold back when walking with a crazy person. So the two followed the usual path but the way they dressed was quite strange. The objective on the first floor was horrified when they saw it. Lee JaHa gave a silver bar to the boss and told him to throw it away. Please help me with the furniture in the room. That's great, from now on no one will know our traces anymore. Of course no one will know, except for that inn owner. Just like that, the sect master and guild master leisurely walked out onto the street even though they were secretly acting. No one dared to believe that the men in black could be so obvious. They understood the masked people often do bad things and have mysterious movements, but these two people are completely different. On the street outside, when they saw the male protagonist and the guild master, they also started whispering. It was already dark but everyone was on their own. They all seemed afraid and did not dare to get in the way. Those who tried to glance at them also had to turn away and let the man in black roam around. Do you see that is the power and advantage of the man in black? Everyone immediately trembled as soon as they saw it. That's the morality of Gypsy. Stop joking with that serious tone, you guys make me feel so confused. Lee JaHa had to ignore it and remind Nam Garrick about his working methods. It's okay to light a fire. It's okay not to light it, just anger them at all costs. This sentence is too redundant because of the area where the male protagonist and that male guild leader is not a place that no one knows. After a while of traveling, the two arrived at the location that needed to be destroyed. Just as the plan had been created, the black-clothed couple did not sneak in after them. Normal ways like wall windows or camouflage. The male lead chooses a direct confrontation so everyone thinks he's crazy. What do those two bastards want to do? Are they crazy? The door guards mumbled to themselves. Lee JaHa also mumbled and reminded Nam Garrick to go now. It's been a long time since my blood has boiled like this. Nan Chin whoosh whoosh flew straight to the main gate even though he reminded Nam Garrick to go first. With a bang he used his fist to destroy the main gate. That object was reinforced with stainless steel half a meter thick so it was difficult to open it. Scarf. At the same time, we can hear the shocked voice of the Southern Guild Master because that was not the plan. Since one punch could not do anything, Lee JaHa used his energy to increase the ferocity. Dozens of consecutive punches pounded that innocent door. One could have asked the two guards to open it without wasting too much effort. They really don't understand this, it's really crazy. If you barge in like that, why would you dress like a man in black? Nam Garrick shouted loudly. Maybe wearing black clothes will help reduce Lee JaHa's madness a bit. Right away. At this moment, he was able to punch through the thick iron door that was blocking it. They all pretended to be crazy, but this was so scary. Nam Garrick was sweating because this was the first time. If I first see this type of person, he probably will never want to hang out with Lee JaHa again. The clothes I'm wearing make me 100% more crazy and that's just me. Just looking at what he did, everyone understood that a man in black would never act like that. Ignore my comment and the depressed attitude from Nam Garrick. The male lead still remained leisurely. Excited. Shouldn't the handsome man enter through the main gate? Immediately from inside came a loud voice warning of an intruder and even the dog in their house started barking. Up. The male guild leader hadn't done any business yet, so he took the opportunity to knock on the two guards at the door a few times. Then he rushed forward as if taking credit from the male protagonist. The guild leader laughed once, running like crazy, making Lee JaHa laugh. The dog still growled when looking at him but barked non-stop. Did the leader of the JaHa clan come here to quarrel with the dog? It's not like that, that's why you shouted so loudly in the middle of the night, don't let the dog bark. Because he was afraid of dogs. Lee JaHa also gently jumped up on the wall to move easily. Just like that, everything became easier and there was no one to stop. The master of JaHa clan jumped and walked, then found the highest position so he could observe more closely. The sky this night is unusually bright because of the moonlight shining down. Lee JaHa laughed like crazy, breaking the atmosphere and thus signaling the enemy's arrival. As expected, countless martial artists rushed forward, because they recognized that voice. It's incomprehensible that they couldn't be confused among so many people in black dressed identically. That's so simple when no one is crazy like the main male lead. He started to laugh bitterly and blame these guys for causing him to have sleepless nights. His anger increased even more when he was the leader of a great force and had to work so hard because of someone like him. So all I need to do is eat and sleep. The male lead continued to run and dance continuously, temporarily sparing the lives of the traitors. It can be described that this place is not a manor anymore but a palace because it is so large. That is also the reason why its owner did not hesitate to spend a large amount of money to call the police. Assassin assassinated Lee JaHa. And the male lead also respected those assassins and gave them the quickest and least painful deaths. However, the guild master probably made money by smoking only blood of the people and torturing them. While moving at high speed, the male protagonist was defeated by countless other martial artists. Led by a guy wearing a flashy red outfit, he thought it was possible that he was captain of the security team. Looking at his appearance, he is 30 years old, his eyebrows are always raised, which probably means he likes to intimidate others. That guy started to stop and ask who Lee JaHa was. And who had to come. This is a meaningless question that is not worthy of a dark-clothed person like me having to answer. It's funny to ask like that because most of the time, if you answer it, it won't be possible. Exactly, nearby, screams of fire alarms rang out continuously. Normally when your house is on fire, you would panic, but the expressions of the guys blocking the way were very calm. Maybe Nam Garrick did exactly what he had discussed with Lee JaHa, which was to make them angry to death. Let's capture that crazy guy alive, then torture us to find out who sent him here. As soon as the order was spoken, dozens of servants rushed to tear the male lead apart. They were so stupid to waste their lives in the hands of a madman. Attacking at the same time was also at the same time. Lee JaHa pulled out his sword and slashed him to death. Immediately the group had to stop because they saw that scene. Captured me alive with just that much strength? The male lead only spoke up now. Then a series of hidden weapons shot at him, slowing down his steps. Judging by the structure and behavior, we can see that the leader is in another area. Lee JaHa ran and swung his sword in a fan shape to neutralize the hidden weapons. After doing so, a door was right in front of him. There was no need to wait or ask permission for Lee JaHa to kick it. Throw it out and jump inside. From the side, what awaits him is a very dangerous sword strike. As soon as that number could do it, the male lead's free hand strangled him. Grabbed his throat. He mumbled and couldn't say anything, then a sword shot pierced straight into his chest. He pushed him deeper as a shield to protect his body from the rain of hidden gas. The scene in the room was torn up like a burglary, but there was no thief, only a crazy person breaking in. Lee JaHa's footsteps also became more urgent at this time. In South Garrick there was on this side. There is also a guy who uses qigong to create fire at the tip of the sword. After that, he sweeps a strong path into the places most likely to catch fire and explode. The entire hallway begins to be destroyed and spots of light appeared. Conveniently, dozens of guards also rushed to confront and block them. Not a single one of them was still breathing after seeing Lee JaHa's sleepy eyes. Used with incredible speed, he ran around the entire hallway until everything was destroyed. The way he acted was quite similar to a man in black, but it was a bit wrong. It was good to be quiet, but no one acting so blatantly and creating such chaos. In just a blink of an eye, the electric light collapsed and was engulfed in flames. And then Lee JaHa continued to move forward to do until the leader shows up. The guards are still standing there and it seems like they don't regret it at all. It was Do-Hang-Sa who sent you, right? The leader continued to ask. Even if I admit that Do-Hang-Sa sent me, they probably won't believe me, so it's best not to answer. Then a tall martial artist cleared his throat and walked straight towards the crowd. The words were quite harsh and everyone on that side seemed to know. The guy in the red outfit had requested that he be captured alive and cut off all his limbs to prevent further chaos. The person who had just arrived, this guy used a shoulder-high spear and he was dancing to show off Lee JaHa's power. He made a few sharp spear points towards him. It was surprising when the leader of the JaHa clan raised his head at that time. He surrendered with both hands, saying he couldn't win down there. His face showed an evil smile and asked him to put down his sword so someone could tie him up. This was too simple and it would work, as the unfortunate man wanted. Lee JaHa dropped the sword just like what he said. The tip of the sword was covered in blood and when it was about to stick firmly into the floor, something changed. Main problem hit the sword hard and according to inertial force it flew forward. Accompanied by a stream of internal air, a small hole was punctured in that guy's chest. And he wondered how the hell the crazy guy did. Is that possible? There was no pain at all. Only when I saw him did I realize that I had been injured. The remaining criminals had more scared expressions. So they were all tricked by the leader of JaHa clan in a rather painful way. They probably didn't know that saying one thing and doing another is also one of the male protagonist principles. Just when the crowd was still confused and didn't know what to do, Lee JaHa already had a plan. No one was paying attention to the leader of the JaHa clan but only looked at the yawning body outside. Opportunity when he was ready, he jumped straight back to his place. The sword that was still stuck in his chest was now able to work as usual. Lee JaHa pulled so hard that blood flowed out without time to cover his chest. Understanding the situation, the remaining 3 or 4 martial artists also need to do something because of their own helplessness. The male protagonist continues to turn his body and make a few moves to scare them. There was no time to see anything, only the upper body of those guys was separated. The guys who had just arrived were also stopped at the same pace he did. The space became silent again. Silently, we heard the sound of saliva gurgling. The order was considered a weighty word for those below, but now it has no effect. The guy in the red outfit was able to. The so-called Heavenly Master must also be afraid when he sees his subordinates being brutally murdered. Suddenly there was a voice from behind the Heavenly Master. Has Dohang Sa arrived? He turned around, denied that he was just a mouse. Lee JaHa immediately threw the enemy's spear towards the source of the voice at high speed. Indeed, he had some strength when he couldn't block the attack with his bare hands. Very good. Can you catch a long spear with your bare hands and use the power of a millennium? After thinking about it, he used a weak voice again. What a bastard, the mission has failed. Let's run away. In fact, if that person is the leader of this place, then doing anything special is also expected story. But the male lead showed that he was weak and ran away, causing them to panic and chase after him. On the way there were also Nam Garrick's footsteps. Both didn't bother to say anything because they understood the situation, so they needed to retreat in silence. Perhaps both of them had confirmed the success with their own eyes. The current distance from those who are the pursued also gradually increased. Soon, the shouting was no longer heard, but 2 shadows safely jumped out of the fence. After finding a hidden bush, Lee JaHa asked also, can the Southern Guild leader burn many? I have burned more than 20 houses and tonight they will surely have a hard time. After hearing this, he immediately asked the other person to also return to Southern Heaven. Trupel first. He was about to ask why, but the leader of JaHa clan made a sign of silence. Nam Garrick understood the meaning, so he stopped asking. After doing so, the figure of the guild leader Nam disappeared, walking behind the deep night. Then a moment later there was a light wind, the tree branches swaying violently, signaling bad things. You think you can escape from here behind a master dressed in uniform. The red suit appears. He has a long beard but not pure white like in theory, and his face is not too old to be about 70 years old. I must be sure that my acting ability is effective. Or is it because the owner of the Supreme Sword Association is a master so he can catch up and his subordinates can't? Even though he doesn't want to do anything now, the big fish is standing in front of him. After thinking about it, the male protagonist speak up, hurry up, that bald guy looks quite strong. Maybe because of his appearance Lee JaHa understood that that person wouldn't be the type to die quickly, so he felt quite satisfied. Why are you the only one who was betrayed, or was this a coincidence? This bald guy in the dark world always has to be careful with people like me. He felt quite tired when he spent so much time chasing and encountered a guy who talks too much. In this world, betrayal has no meaning. After all, the strong will get everything. So that's it, thank you for your golden words. How many words have you received? The person who commissioned him came here to cause chaos. He continued to use words and eyes to threaten Lee JaHa, hoping he would tell him who was behind everything. The answer was a bit lacking when the male lead only opened his mouth and replied that he had received 39,800 silver debt. Maybe just that was enough for him. And of course maybe he wouldn't expect this man in black to reveal who he was. Mastermind. Anyway, he's just a greedy guy because the trust fee I paid is twice as much as you. Kill the person who ordered you to assassinate me. The reason he talks so long is because he's waiting for us. The subordinates came, even though I had many things to say, but to be worthy of being a man in black with a tight-lipped tongue, I could only swing my sword first. After thinking about it, Lee JaHa pulled out his sword and rushed forward without warning. He took charge quite fast, so in just a split second he was close to him. Both of them cut and slashed a few times and then entered the basic position. Breath began to pour out from the dantian into an unmatched internal force. Started. With a bang, a cloud of dust and smoke began to appear, causing us to stand in a corner and not see anything. From there, the figure of the other guy was knocked back. With the aura of being the main character, Lee JaHa leisurely crossed his arms in satisfaction. Was he startled yet by that old bald guy? Halfway through the sentence, the male protagonist had to stare wide-eyed when he saw his face. This guy looks like a red squid standing on two legs in the night. Why do you look at me like so? Are the two words evil truly worthy of him? Actually, his appearance made the male protagonist feel uncomfortable but somewhat impressed. He turned an indifferent person into the leader of a force into confusion and fear. Seeing Lee JaHa's wandering eyes, he rushed forward. Don't even think about running away, bald head. The figure began to move at high speed. The sword was also full of energy, making him startled. He tried to avoid the killing moves that the male protagonist used. While chopping and slashing Lee JaHa, he talked about red squid, red octopus, octopus head. The sound of metal hitting each other sparked fire but was drowned out. Go by Lee JaHa comparing his opponent to a sea creature that we often catch as bait for drinking. The guild master started to feel both angry and tired when he heard himself being called bald-headed and red-cheeked. On the other hand, this also shows that him wanting to run away is not the best option. While fighting, Lee JaHa also felt stunned by his nonsense words. Bald man, his face turned red like a monkey eating chili peppers and he started to protest strongly. This squid is so easy to defeat, although it's a bit long and nonsense, it doesn't distract the male lead's opponent's concentration, which is enough. If he wasn't the type of person who gets shaken when body shaming, it would be difficult, but that face shows that he's lost his temper to the extreme. Supreme Sword Association's assets will be scattered everywhere. Lee JaHa just fighting and gossiping. At this time you talk more than usual, your subordinates will become soulless corpses. And the Southern Heavenly Troople will also be in tatters when dealing with you. As for me, is it okay to be the person in the middle who will be a profitable fisherman? Actually, the male protagonist remembered that in the past, he saw a fisherman catch two fish at the same time but didn't know which fish to sell, so he chose to sell them both for a profit. As soon as his limbs were healed, starting to get tired, Lee JaHa used his sword to go through the guy's arm, causing a lasting wound to be created. Faced with this incident, the male protagonist continued to use the technique he himself had come up with. Absorbing stars. The method not only absorbs internal energy, but it also absorbs everything the caster wants. He took a step back and then stretched out his hand towards the bleeding wound. Immediately, his energy shot straight towards him. In response to this move, the body began to be sucked back. Blood continued to flow out without having time to stop the acupuncture points and meridians. Amount of blood withdrawn, the wound coming out from the wound increased rapidly. The Supreme Sword Association's master, who was normally reserved for words, now groaned in pain. He had never seen such a cruel technique, and it was used by a man in black who often babbles nonsense. The night was pitch black, but the smell of blood was strong around him. It was like all the blood in his body was being drained. His entire old, weak body, with little martial arts skills, was now knocked down and dragged along. Lee JaHa quickly grabbed his lower legs and quickly threw them to the ground. His whole body was no longer alive. He was so tall and weak that he was beaten like a rattan whip. Because his ankle was twisted and crushed, he started screaming non-stop. Just like that, Lee JaHa repeated 4 to 5 more times and he suddenly realized that he couldn't grab his hair because he was bald. The ground was broken, but regardless, the male lead still tortured the ruined body that no longer showed any signs of life. Several times. That also made his arms tired, so he immediately let him breathe easily. Once again the male lead fumbled and tried to grab his head. As mentioned before, the bald head now the shadow dances due to sweat. That's why even if you want to do it the usual way, you can't do it. It turns out that bald people have such an advantage. Instead of grabbing Lee JaHa's head, he chooses to press it. She took the lead and squeezed him so tightly that he cried out like he was choking. Faced with the miserable face that had given him sleepless nights, Lee JaHa became angry. "You bastard. How dare you send assassins to assassinate me? You guys have made me tired to death, please sleep comfortably." The guild master trembled again as if he didn't understand the meaning and tried to ask who the male lead was. "The leader of JaHa clan is me." Here, Lee JaHa gives him a clear answer. A person who is about to die only needs to know that it is like that and you don't need to hear the explanation. The star absorption technique is applied to his entire body. Silenced screams rang out because the pain had invaded the entire body. After a while of struggling, there was nothing left for Lee JaHa to swallow. He coldly dropped that dry, lifeless body onto the cold ground. When that body became useless, the male lead silently looked into space as if he was praying for his opponent. Because he didn't, intending to punch each other like crazy people, so the sect leader tried to hold back. Let's see, even if the sect master has the luck to attack quickly, why hasn't his army arrived yet? Is it possible that they are planning on waiting until the guild master dies? As he spoke, the male protagonist jumped aside to grope for the sword of the Supreme Sword Association guild master. Did you know that you were killed by an influential person? Second or not? It's strange, when Lee JaHa was asking a corpse, he also knew that it was dead, so how could he answer? Until he did this, perhaps everyone understood the image of the omen. It was so quiet that the Heavenly Master, when he threw the knife, he gently blocked it, but no one paid attention at that time because it was too confusing. This is quite normal for an expert. No, it's no surprise that when they punch each other without using their heads, the Heavenly Master is like someone with a voice. He must have arranged the entire situation that led to the guild master's death. Later, the male protagonist went to Blue Eye Transport Company sent packing and took the opportunity to find a pub to drink. He placed the sword of that unfortunate guild master on the table, scaring the people of the bureau. Everyone worked inside. Everyone knows who this item belongs to but still hasn't dared to speak up. This is a gift that I want to send to the Southern Heavenly Trouble as quickly as possible. All costs are charged to me. A bit rude, but may I ask who the owner of this sword is? Receiving this question, the male protagonist did not even think and answered that it was the bald man's sword. So can you tell me who that bald man is? Lee JaHa felt discouraged and yawned looking around this cramped room. I only came here to send things, but I don't understand why the attitude of those people is so respectful. I said what's more, this sword belongs to the bald guy who used it. We need to confirm whether it was stolen or not because it doesn't look like a normal long sword. Rest assured, it's not me where to steal but the sword of the Supreme Sword Association's master. Hearing this name, the other three immediately stopped their actions and turned to look at Lee JaHa. Just seeing that expression, he understood. This fortune teller has something to do with the Supreme Sword Association. Why is your attitude so gloomy? Is this thing so strange? The leader of the Supreme Sword Association died and liked the person who was working and suddenly became afraid to ask. He tried to ask but didn't get the answer he wanted. So in the end, said that it seems you know about our fate involving the Supreme Sword Association and what you want. I said let's transfer this guild master's sword to the Southern Heavenly Trouble. I see the matter of bringing it to the Heavenly Trouble is in so much trouble that they brought it to the latest ending. Could it be that they came to the wrong place? Your job is to move things, so please do your work as usual. After that, give me a room because I need to go to sleep for a while now. Do you know how many sleepless nights the assassins sent by the Supreme Sword Association gave me? If the Heavenly Master of the Supreme Sword Association comes looking for me, please say you didn't see me. It seems like he betrayed the guild master and wants to blame it all on me, so he's probably looking for. After talking for a while, no one dared to speak up. What's going on after I go on vacation? Don't tell anyone to attack you. I'm the one who killed the leader of the Supreme Sword Association because he was ruining my sleep. It's crazy that no one who committed the crime has confessed to the crime and detailed the reason for killing the victim, except for Lee JaHa, the leader of the JaHa clan. After that, Namhi leisurely jumped into bed and went to sleep because the bureau had already arranged a place to stay. As soon as he fell asleep, he smelled a fragrant scent somewhere. Lee JaHa had to try to rub his eyes. Because he was afraid of the smell of poison, He naturally understood what the smell was. At this time, downstairs, the people of the bureau were happily having a meal discussing countless things. The space became silence immediately when the male lead kicked open the door and rushed into the restaurant. Everyone's attitude became stiff and they did not dare to swallow their food when they saw that crazy guy dressed like an assassin. No one needed I had to invite Lee JaHa to sit down at a table and ask me to make something for me. Most of them didn't dare to disobey, so they had to listen. A person sitting next to them also gently took a pair of chopsticks. For Lee JaHa, while trembling as he picked up the food, Director Xiao said that the object had been transported since last night. He said as he lowered his head and looked at the male lead's movements of picking up food. The Supreme Sword Association and the Southern Heavenly Trouble are about to fight. What's the big deal? Even if the Southern Heavenly Trouble wins, we still very worried. Hearing this sentence, Lee JaHa continued to ask directly why. There are rumors that Do Hang Saw is willing to kill someone unconditionally if that person dares to displease him. If he increased the tribute fee, we wouldn't dare disobey. We thought it was something that was nerve-wracking, but it turns out that this department is afraid of having to pay more protection fees if the Southern Heavenly Trouble wins. Lee JaHa put down his chopsticks and proactively spoke up to General Tiu Do. Do you think the leader of the Supreme Sword Association will be different? They're all the same. Anyway, it's true because it doesn't matter who's in power. What's important is that they'll suck the blood of all the innocent people. It's early in the morning and we're still eating also. Do you need to talk about money? You people have lived in luxury, good food and warm clothes, all thanks to a lot of tribute money pouring in from everywhere. Aren't the Supreme Sword Association and Blue-Eyed Transport Company growing strong with a lot of tribute money and no need to pretend to me? Like that. If you've been clinging to the underworld to keep yourself warm and fed all this time, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Later my subordinates will find those who relied on Supreme Sword Association. I will wait for a report on your business situation. If you continue to mistreat or treat people like slaves, then it will not end peacefully with a meal like today. Now is not the time for you to worry about Do Hang Saw, but you should be afraid that I will come back. After hearing this, Tong Tiu Do suddenly realized that besides those two forces, there was still another force. Another shadowy force and is led by a born madman. If the Supreme Sword Association wins I will deal with their remaining faction. And if the Southern Heavenly Trouble wins I will defeat or kill Do Hang Saw. At that time there will be no more paying tribute. We are not like Do Hang Saw or the Supreme Sword Association because we do not need money, but if you dare to go beyond the limit, don't blame me for sending you all to pay homage to your ancestors and continue to pay tribute to him. The master of the Supreme Sword Association in the afterlife. While threatening Lee JaHa while enjoying the hot and delicious food here. Who is today's chef? He can cook quite well, is that right? Just like that, the male lead casually made 3 to 4 more bowls of rice even though the atmosphere was now gloomy but no one dared to move their chopsticks. Suddenly a brave person spoke up and said he was the one who came. From where does it seem like it's not Vo Lam Min? Why isn't it Vo Lam Min? Do I look so incompetent? The opponent is scared and thinks to himself that he belongs to the martial arts union. No. I don't come from such an unlucky place. It's so amazing that even those who want to know don't even bother to ask instead of being scared forever. I come from a place near Manhwa. When I heard this sentence, brother. I am sure that Manhwa has a master who is famous for being cruel but sadistic, and that is the great Rakshasa. How famous is that, even his disciples, the 12 divine generals, are equally famous. So you're from Manhwa. The young man who raised the chopsticks had to speak it first. I'm not from that place, but I'm there to kill the great Rakshasa and also take the lives of half of the 12 god general. It's interesting to talk about this topic while eating rice. Aren't you curious about how they died? No one dared to ask anymore, so Lee JaHa tried to finish the bowl. Clam soup. Today's food is quite good. How much does it cost? Why do we dare to accept your money? He saved our lives and even explained the situation to us. A life is a life. If you gave it to us, we have to pay the fee, so please say how much. Total cost hastily said that after spending 2 taels of silver, the male lead's face turned black. Why is it so expensive? Don't look at me from the countryside and think I don't know anything. Knowing that he was in a difficult position, he sadly asked for the cost of 1 tael. Just silver is fine. Pulling out his small wallet, the male lead released 2 pieces of silver as usual. He paid both the transportation fee and the cost of meals and accommodations. Leave the amount below. General Tu held his head with both hands holding his fists, thanking you for your mercy. Please convey the message to the cleaning merchants and the Supreme Sword Association that they are about to be destroyed, so please return to the way you were before. No need to pay tribute. You just need to go back to work like normal merchants. If you dare to speculate on goods again, I will come and take their lives. This time he didn't dare to question anymore but could only nod. Head shaking. Tell them that if they dare to do illegal business again, I will send my subordinates to immediately assassinate. I will convey the words according to your wishes, but I should tell you who you are. I will convey the words as you wish, but I should tell you who you are. The person who killed the Supreme Sword Association's master stayed here for 1 night and then left after breakfast. Lee JaHa roared loudly. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, he said that he was a true man in black. The whole group began to fear, not because of the name but because of the madness of this mysterious person. Tong Tiu Do, listen clearly, anyone who dares to contact the river walkers will be captured and killed by me, or at least must reveal some information about the river walkers to be spared and have no choice. I will accurately recount everything you said right here. Before that, please tell me where you usually contact them. General Tu immediately panicked. You can't do double-faced things when you talk about the bureau. Just do what I say or else I'll stay here until you all confess. By the way, I also have to learn how to become a target. Isn't that right? Chief Tu Do thought he'd better hurry up, because if this crazy guy stays 1 more day, this department will go bankrupt. There are rumors that Cloudy Moon Brothers hired assassins to kill everyone. Factions opposing them. I think it's a place where monks often go. Those who have full control of business in Jungpyeong Lake, this is the place the male protagonist needs to go. It's true, there's no need to talk too much. Just lie down and make trouble here for a little bit and the Blue-Eyed Transport Company will spit it all out. First of all, please prepare a monk's uniform for me because of this. It's so dirty. Later, everyone was fully prepared and also told the male protagonist what he needed to do. He left Blue-Eyed Transport Company and wandered the streets with countless conflicting thoughts. From a man dressed in black to a young monk carrying a leather bag containing a black horse on his shoulder, plus a perfect outfit, anyone who looks at him will know that he is an extremely handsome monk. Yesterday a classy man in black, today he has become an elegant monk. I trudged slowly like a lazy monk and began my lonely journey. Like a standard young man. Society's standards, Lee JaHa slowly walked to the destination he knew from the words of General Tu Do. The target was the black horse on his shoulder. The destination was Cloudy Moon Brothers in Jungpyeong Lake. Most people went, everyone on the street and the traders on the street were speechless when they saw a man with a sleep-deprived face muttering some random things. The passerby looked like a psychopath. Everything has changed his face when Lee JaHa wanted the JaHa clan leader to become a real black man. Just because the plan was changed, he now disguised himself as a delivery person and that made the guys save. Attention thugs on the street. Every time you walk along the southeast side of Jungpyeong Lake, the number of traders decreases significantly and right now an arm is planning to grab a bag on the male lead's shoulder. Immediately that means he turned around and held the hoodlum's hand tightly. Without needing to listen to the explanation, an explosive slap was printed directly on his face. Without needing to listen to the explanation, an explosive slap was printed directly on his face. Because he unconsciously ate the slap, that guy fell forward. When he calmed down, his face turned black and glared at Lee JaHa. Today is your fate, because you despised the scholar of Blue-Eyed Transport Company. After saying that, he was crushed. Lee JaHa was beaten a few times for being so peevish. Since there was no apology, we'll make sure that guy will be sent to the front line. The thief thought the target was the target. Carrying the bag was easy, but his end result was just a drunken face. He was slapped mercilessly, but this incident also attracted the attention of a few other guys. He was about to do more when suddenly there was the voice stopped. Can you stop, little brother? Lee JaHa also paused and turned to the direction where the voice came from. There were 3 or 4 guys all holding weapons in their hands, but everyone had a good look on their faces. Confidence. Your family is dead, don't you hurry up and spend your money and wealth to pay tribute. Lee JaHa is so angry that he'll shut up once and for all. If you were Cloudy's people Moon Brothers, quickly take me to meet the guild master. It's not clear who they came from, but the most vocal person said that the other person was a person who was tired of living. That's why he ordered the remaining juniors to rush in to kill the male lead. He used his long sword to stab Lee JaHa straight in the stomach, but with one hand he blocked it. That sharp sword also immediately broke into pieces. Sometimes the male protagonist uses his internal strength. When the guys behind saw this scene, they immediately stopped their actions. Half of the sword was stabbed directly into the opponent's throat by the male protagonist. Right after being stabbed, that guy didn't have time to scream in pain. His whole body collapsed to the ground, but Lee JaHa still didn't want to stop. Then both guys said in unison, "We're not Cloudy Moon Brothers. We are just a lower-level organization and have to pay tribute to them." "So there is no difference," the male protagonist replied. "Everyone knows that today is unlucky when you encounter a crazy monk. Your martial arts skills are extremely strong. If you dare to point a sword at a monk, the only way is death. Do you think I will forgive you? I will kill whoever dares to run away first. Everyone quickly lead me to Cloudy Moon Brothers." This is a link that opens up the possibility of saving their lives, so they immediately agreed. Very quickly, the attitude was no longer rude and disrespectful, but only the heads were seen asking everyone to go in this direction. "I am a person who hates many things, among which I hate the darkest people the most. Only knowing how to live off other people's tribute money." Lee JaHa thought the reason was probably because he was also a petty officer. It wasn't difficult. Cleaning the table, picking up spilled food, cleaning the dishes and prepare cooking ingredients and then sell them to earn every penny. But repeating this for 10 days will have enough money to pay tribute to those cruel people. If you get used to it, you can adapt, but if they suddenly get angry and the tribute amount is increased, and I will have to repeat this work for 15 days to pay them enough tribute. I feel like this life is passing by in vain. That's why there is a feeling of anger. The source of anger is the tribute money. Large and small houses are lined up along the direction of the lake. The flood of pests has led the male protagonist to the center. The center of the place was the location of the Cloudy Moon Brothers. A guy quickly pointed to the place where the guild master lived. There were many guys standing outside, and one of them showed very clear attitude. "You guys take care of removing the body, but if you're tired of living, then just stay here for me. Take me to meet your guild master and show the way by the way." I have laughter could be heard around, and then there was just a simple answer: "Go away." Who was it? Who just told me to go away? The male protagonist raised his voice threateningly. The person who spoke was currently sitting on a chair and eating something, and suddenly muttered that this guy must be crazy. He spit out the food from his mouth and said, "This monk, are you tired of living or what? It's true that you're tired of living, after all. Lee JaHa died once, so he doesn't mind at all." Just like that, the leader of the JaHa clan calmly walked past even though the thugs were talking. Weapon in hand. He went straight to where the guy was just digging. "Is there something delicious for you to eat? Can I have a piece? It seems like you're from Blue Eye Transport Company, right? Go buy medicine to cure madness." Lee JaHa immediately grabbed the guy's neck and lifted him up with one hand. Luckily for him, the sound of the door opening was heard from inside. Butler asked what was going on. One person said that he was a person from Blue Eye Transport Company and that he wanted to meet the guild master. "To you, master? Not a general but just an ordinary guy?" At that time, the life of that unfortunate guy was still preserved, but his face was not healthy. After receiving 3x721 slaps, this guy also lies on the ground. "I'm from the River Walkers, quickly show me the way to the guild master." "After everything's over, why are you still here?" At the young monk's urging, the butler immediately reminded him to wait until he went inside to report. Well, that's it for now, so the male lead immediately looked over and recognized the faces around him. It didn't look normal at all. All the thieves now tried not to look him in the face. A moment later, the butler opened the door and invited Lee JaHa inside. The male protagonist was guided through the main hall and back door. The route became roundabout and winding. Perhaps they were planning something? It took a while to get to a place overlooking the lake. This place was guarded quite carefully and there was a high possibility that the guild master was fishing to relax his mood. Seeing someone from the guild, Blue-Eyed Transport Company, Byuk Saw-un proactively greeted and invited him to sit. His face looked very much like a fish, so it made the male lead's mood depressed. There is a chair right next to him. Besides that, he decided not to sit because he thought that as the leader of the JaHa clan, he wouldn't listen to anyone's orders. Byuk Saw-un continued to look at Lee JaHa as if waiting. House, you are the guild master, right? He looks like a catfish. His lips are strangely cheap, so if you slice them quickly, there's a high chance you'll get 2 plates. Plus his thin mustache looks just like a catfish that lives in the fields. Ignoring those harsh comments, Byuk Saw-un asked directly that you are not part of the river walkers. The sword hanging at your waist is not yours. The assassin and you are not like the people of Blue-Eyed Transport Company. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, the male lead mentioned the 3 words JaHa clan. Have you ever heard of it? Because the guild master didn't know about this reputation, he also died and Lee JaHa said that he came to this place to find the river walkers. The people you're looking for are definitely an assassin organization, right? Everyone has a way to meet them, right? The two communicate back and forth without thinking. If you want to meet them, it's simple, but you can't get information from them. Even if you use every way to torture them, they won't say a word because they are just subordinates, so they don't know anything. That's it. Is an organization where each person can only talk to their superiors. If you want to find the leader, you have to destroy them one by one. Is that possible? Why did he explain the scene like this? So, did he think JaHa clan also belonged to the dark world? Business here seems to be quite good. Do they accept tribute or not? According to the owner of Cloudy Moon Brothers, he thinks it should be called security guard. The 5 centimeters thick lips always talk about protection and are quite excited. Perhaps this guy has taken a lot of blood and sweat money from innocent people. If it wasn't me, it would be other black people. I was born and raised here, wouldn't it be better to leave it to me? Some people work hard to make a living but others do not. Although we collect money and protect their business, we also have to spend money. So receiving tribute money is equivalent to profit. Of course, right, little brother? All of these statements caused Lee JaHa to give a round of applause. It's been a long time since we heard such a long speech. Maybe I should use martial arts to handle it. Otherwise, these words will make you fall into step. You are truly a person who has done a noble job. People who think like you have also died at my hands, just in a slightly different way. That's all. As soon as I got here, I almost got pickpocketed, but luckily I caught them and found out that they had to pay tribute to you. They robbed money from the bureau. Outsiders, people go on trips to get money to pay you tribute. Because of that tribute money they have to chew food that tastes like garbage. Even the tea smells like garbage. But you talk like that. Everything is, of course, the truth is not like that at all. Why are you sitting here fishing and acting like a sage? Perhaps you don't know how many talented people I've killed in the past, yet I dare to come here with integrity. Right after saying that, all the subordinates standing behind blocking the male lead's exit. When he turned around, he also noticed that there was a lot of killing intent. I didn't come here to ask for help from your catfish, please calm down and disperse quickly. Cloudy Moon Brothers go. Suddenly Byuk Saw-un, unable to stand those excessive comparisons, stood up. From beginning to end, it was always catfish, catfish and catfish. He was screaming it's such a wretched noise. Lee JaHa wasn't surprised at all because he knew he would act like that. Is it true that you bastard is planning to cause trouble here? While cursing and angry, he immediately pulled out a small knife to attack. Then a slow and murderous stab aimed straight at Lee JaHa, but he dodged aside. The past is easy, just hold your wrist, the danger is over. The male lead really doesn't understand why the leader of the guild is so weak and even worse than Cha Sung-ti at home. Just thinking about it, he grabbed his wrist tightly, causing everything to deform. Byuk Saw-un also screamed loudly in pain. Because his hands were too deaf, he also kicked the boss hard into the lake. After the kick, that fat body was suspended in the air, and then at a moment Lee JaHa pulled out his sword. There was no need to guess because he had cut it with just one blow. That whole ruined body was split into 2 pieces and fell into the lake as bait for the fish to eat. The lake surface was full of fresh blood. Lee JaHa pulled back his sword, clearly showing that he was a classy swordsman. The splashing water made the scene even worse. Fear in the eyes of those juniors. To make sure, Lee JaHa had to turn around to see their expressions. There were footsteps before, but the henchmen all stopped. When the guild master has just become bait for the fish. If those crazy guys don't intend to rush forward, then if they're good, then just cut me. Even though they tried to stand still and do nothing, no one dared to make a move. Even though after all, his strength was stronger, so the male lead sat down on the chair and reminded those people to run away before things got worse. After hearing that, everyone became even more hesitant and watched Lee JaHa leisurely go fishing. Even though Byuk Sa-un was bait for the fish, it's considered that he's still alive. I still have work to do, so you guys should quickly contact the river walkers and lead them here. Everyone was silent and looked at them. Each other can see that each person's face is ugly, only inferior to that Byuk Sa-un. Why doesn't anyone answer who we're talking to? If you feel sorry for his death, you can take revenge at any time. For those who do not intend to take revenge, I have 2 favors to ask. First, contact the river walkers and lead them to meet me. Secondly, if you are discovered that the Southern Heavenly Troople's troops are moving towards the north, please report to me. So one of the guys in that group became calmer and tried to ask the prestige of the person who killed the guild master. Lee JaHa didn't even look at him and only recognized himself as the one who killed his guild master. Perhaps to find out more information you need to know, so I generously gave them a little. The master of the Supreme Sword Association also died at my hands. If you guys intend to take revenge, that's a stupid act. But just now I was talking with someone. Lee JaHa continued to look at a few of the guys in the group. Then one person, understanding the situation, quickly decided that his subordinates would go find out and report back on this matter. That guy looks like a bug. What's your name? Because he knew his face looked a bit like a stick insect, he still pretended to be quiet. No one spoke up, so he pointed at the boss who was talking about me, right? Wu Chol-jin also calmed down and accepted. I'm the leader here. When I leave, you will still be the leader, be smart and cooperate a little. No need to care about the specifics. The male lead keeps coming back and grabbed the fishing rod. Somehow he killed the leader here but didn't feel guilty. As his eyes looked along the lake and the moonlight sparkled dimly up there, Lee JaHa felt strangely lonely. He was originally not a person sensitive to such things. And then when the bait bit, the male lead quickly pulled the rod up hard. Coincidentally, the fish caught was a catfish and its name was Catfish. He immediately pulled out the hook and released the lucky fish into the lake. The creature fell with a thud. Even though the water feels a bit sorry for the mountain. What a miserable thing, I'm so shocked that I can't kill 2 catfish in the same day. For a moment, the male lead was in a daze thinking about killing. There is also a master who can be considered that way, because your master is also a genuine maniac. Every time he kills, he claims that it is to save sentient beings. Master's words talked about killing the strongest being a cruel thing, Amitabha Dalat. Immediately Lee JaHa repeated the action as if his head was not poking above his mouth, muttering Atula. I am a disciple of Vairocana envoy and the descendant of Akala. Just like that, he looked at the lake surface and muttered to himself, die, 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 as if he was escaping to Byuk Sa-un. The lake became quiet with cold winds blowing. Passing by made the viewers and those standing nearby hold their breath. The whole group did not speak but had the same thought, this guy is really crazy. Very quickly the next morning, after changing their clothes, the male protagonist continues to go to Jungpyeong Lake to fish. No matter what, Lee JaHa still likes the feeling of throwing bait into the lake to fish. Sometimes we wonder why people like Zhang Zia in ancient poetry, he often fishes but doesn't catch any fish. He probably hates eating fish like me. Looking at this, we also find that our appetite is gone, and I also don't like people like catfish. The reason I care about the person named Zhang Zia because of what he once said. Fuck Tui does not return to the sink. Once the cup of water is thrown away, it is difficult to collect it again. When his wife left because she was too poor, but when I turned back, Zhang Zia declared himself king and said such words. With all those qualities, I am probably also a man like Zhang Zia. Wu Chol-jin, after finding out the current situation, now also ran to report. He said that the troops of the Southern Heavenly Trouple are standing by in Puyang. It seems they are waiting for another black magic sect in Puyang to join the battle at Southern's request. Heavenly Troople. There's nothing in danger because everything has been taken care of by the male lead. If you like, you can now use your air power and go to Puyang immediately. Thinking, then I turned to assign the task to the guild master Wu Chul Jin. If I leave now, what will happen to the guild master? How long will you continue to live like a tiger? He must be very calm to try to ignore those insults. I will ask for a few things and then I will leave here. From now on, don't accept tribute money. Even the subordinates of the Brotherhood should find honest work to make a living, because you keep forcing them to pay tribute on food at restaurants, which is bad. Anyone who still asks for money should just beat them like we did. Let's do it. Wu Chul Jin nodded repeatedly, realizing that the other person, besides being crazy, is also kind-hearted. If your subordinates really have nothing to do for a living, tell them to go to a clan called Black Cat Unio. I will accept them because there is no need to worry about food and drink. But it will be very easy to lose your life during training because there we only train people to become stronger so they can fight people in the gang. Are you the leader of the Dark Forces? I thought you were not a member of the Black Path. Black Cat Unio's predecessor was because I killed most of his subordinates and were spared and are under my command. If you guys dared to attack yesterday, then now everything has become fishbait. Now do you understand? Perhaps I understand, but why did you join forces with the Southern Heavenly Troople alone? Watching a battle is a lot more interesting than us being the ones participating in the battle. The more we talk, the more Lee JaHa's mind seems to be very different from the rest of the series. Evil people like the Supreme Sword Association and the Southern Heavenly Troople have to fight each other for life or death. Which side do you think will win? Wu Chul Jin Guild Master remained silent, but the male lead continued to ask if this person did not know about the Supreme Sword Association Guild Master's murder. I think the Southern Heavenly Troople will win. Later I will appoint a member. I came to see how people in Jungpyeong Lake live. So before leaving, the male protagonist was still worried about the well-being of the people here. If at that time the food was not better than the faces of the restaurant owner and if everyone is better, I will consider recruiting you into the JaHa clan. While threatening the breed, I also remind the male protagonist to proactively turn towards the lake. Don't blame me for sending the JaHa clan to raise this place at this time. Then your corpses will become food for the fish to eat. Sometimes the fish also have to eat a little human flesh to live. If they keep being eaten by humans, it would be unfair to Amitabha Dalat. So Cloudy Moon Brothers are more or less temporarily considered members of JaHa clan. Wu Chul Jin, the guild master, continued to say that he had heard the name JaHa clan and was he the master of that place? Yes, so I am also facing the river walkers. My enemies are all over this world and men are always looking for enemies to fight. I am the master of JaHa clan, a top-class force in the world. Because there were no words left to say, Wu Chul Jin proactively asked to accept and wanted to investigate the information. Lee JaHa didn't care but it seemed like he didn't hear it. He continued to mumble at the place. This is Jungpyeong Lake. Even though my hand can't touch the bottom, this is such a beautiful lake. Thanks to it, my madness disappeared and also thanks to it, I was able to rest for a few days. Wu Chul Jin also nodded. It would be even more beautiful if this guy who talks about morality would reduce his beak. If he feels the beauty of this place, I will feel secure in handing over this beautiful lake to him. Look, every time you look down at the lake, the scenery is constantly changing. During the day the sun shines and at night the moon shines everywhere. For Lee JaHa, both of those scenes are so opposite. It's so wonderful. Those who live near this lake are like it. If there weren't some black men harassing them, everyone would be well fed and warm, so let them do their business in peace. Because you have to save me, I will try to leave this place with Cloudy Moon Brothers. Lee JaHa has no more words to advise or reason with. He continued to return to the lake and smiled humorously. Heart. I really didn't misunderstand the guild master. Now I see that you're not a sandpiper, right? Sunbirds are actually a species that lives on water. If it's calm, it will find mosquitoes as food. But when the water surface is turbulent, this species' life will be affected. Lee JaHa, a deranged person with psychological problems, wants to restore Jungpyeong Lake to its inherent tranquility and gentleness. Wandering around is often filled with death, which is also where he meets new people and is a repeating cycle, The farewell of the leader of JaHa clan and the new leader of Cloudy Moon Brothers was like so. The two would have met if Wu Chol Jin was still alive. Life and death are separated. Lee JaHa was talking again. Leaving Jungpyeong Lake for the new servant to recruit, the male lead continued to act his new program. Very soon he was at Puyang, where the Cloudy Moon Brothers guild master had investigated many things. Lee JaHa was lining up like some young men about to enlist and also needed to show personal information at the reception counter. This time he participates in a life and death contest and the winner will win a large amount of money. However, if he fails, the price he has to pay will be his life, so he feels sorry for himself. I find it quite interesting. Because I'm wearing the clothes of the Cloudy Moon Brothers Association, I'm no worse than those country guys. I was thinking that when suddenly inside the tent there was a call to ask, "Who are you little brothers and where do you come from?" While writing personal information on the paper, he wondered if the other person was a former executioner. "I am Wu Chol Jin from the Cloudy Moon Brothers Guild in Jungpyeong Lake." Heard his name. He also felt that this force was somewhat familiar because he had heard it a few times. The reason the male protagonist came here was not to make money but to talk about his personal feud with the Supreme Sword Association. As expected, the Supreme Sword Association really has many enemies. "What are your abilities? Since I was at Jungpyeong Lake, I have never been defeated. I'm the best of Jungpyeong, the Cloudy Moon Brothers, the lake, and my hometown. I'm undefeated swordsman." In an instant, the woman blamed suddenly got feverish and didn't understand anything. "Well, I know it's crazy, but at least it's good to talk about things," so he ignored it and took notes to temporarily write down that "oh my name." The group of people from Jungpyeong Lake, you guys are so talkative and so worth looking forward to. As soon as he wrote, he also threw out 3 pieces of silver as a reward. Lee JaHa talked so well. "Just 3 pieces of silver. Why would normal people, how much do you get?" "1 ounce is the same. Don't you say you're an unbeatable swordsman? You're a pretty good name. You really have an eye for people." The male lead also praised him. After listening, he laughed heartily and thought that this person was really crazy. "I'm very busy right now, you should go quickly, talk and then call the next person." After arriving outside, there were also many martial artists. Others are waiting in line. They all came to this place with the benefit of only a few coins. However, if they succeed in the battle with the Supreme Sword Association, they will earn a lot of cool things belonging to them. Suddenly, a subordinate also ran up to announce, seemingly replacing the interlocutor's words. Halfway through the departure, the target was the headquarters of the Supreme Sword Association. The interlocutor would directly going to war, so don't do any strange actions. Desertion, betrayal, aggression against comrades. We are very grateful to you for helping the Southern Heavenly Troople, but if you dare, I won't be able to help you if you make the lean master angry. I hope you won't do any foolish actions and keep your heads. Lee JaHa doesn't care and he continued to walk back and forth on his hands and wondered where the owner was now. After circling around for a while, there was a voice asking to stop and reminding him to start. Not only that, but a man with an outstanding appearance also appeared in front of the male lead's eyes. He dressed quite normally and walked out of the camp. His hair was stiff and his mouth was big. His lips curled up on both sides to complete his smiling face. Looking at his hands, I didn't expect to see Do Hang Saw here. While thinking about him, suddenly this guy also turned and noticed Lee JaHa. Gas, this little brother's character is really not bad, right? You are no less than the male lead's cold response. After saying those things, all of his subordinates behind him became angry and just wanted to punch them several times. For Do Hang Saw, the simple thing he did was just laugh. There's no problem, we're all allies. He probably doesn't know who I am, so let's go quickly. In the end, everyone, the subordinates, followed the joint master, but some people were still unwilling and tried to look towards the male lead. The last member following Do Hang Saw felt quite scared when he realized who this person was. Immediately the male lead hid his silence and asked not to say anything. Suddenly there was a bit of fear in his heart and he remembered the terrible things he had done. Brothers, this is the sword of the master of the Supreme Sword Association. As Do Hang Saw spoke, he raised it high. I don't know if this is some joke or not, but I can't sit still and watch. Someone who dares to take out his sword just to deceive his opponent. What a waste of time to fight with such an incompetent person. Whether this is a trick or not, today is the day the ruins of the Supreme Sword Association. When this war ends and when the Supreme Sword Association submits to the Southern Heavenly Truple, even though you are only outsiders participating in the war, you will also become brothers with me." The male protagonist chuckled. Except for those harsh words, and Dohang Sa was indeed as he expected. "My plan was inspired by Zhang Zia sitting fishing by the lake like this. First we will go together. Dohang Sa takes action and destroys the entire Supreme Sword Association. Then when we have destroyed them, we will return and destroy Dohang Sa. Lee JaHa plans to merge both of these forces into become one, and all of them will bow down to ask you what a perfect plan. And if Dohang Sa surrenders, I will let the Southern Heavenly Truple join the JaHa clan, but if he dares to oppose me, I will also causing the Southern Heavenly Truple to disappear from the martial arts map." Perhaps this interlocutor is so suitable that the male protagonist doesn't have to know what to do with him. On the way to attack the main headquarters of the Supreme Sword Association, the mixed army of the Southern Heavenly Truple moved very slowly. Not only that, but also stopping once in Bagjiang to present their troops, so the opponents could fully realize their intentions. Of course, because he is not the leader, the male protagonist can only think silently and cannot intervene. He feels quite upset and thinks Dohang Sa thinks that he just needs to win. Occasionally he still hears the laughter of the interlocutor in front but feels a bit strange. Worrying and caring about this mercenary is none of my business, but in the name of Dohang Sa is like a fool. The forces chosen and the path they're taking is the fastest that can reach the Supreme Sword Association. The speed now also gradually increases over time, and ahead is Foggy Mountain Gorge, where getting in is easy but getting out is difficult. This area always has dense fog whether day or night. Luckily at this time there is no fog, but the terrain is all high and dangerous mountains, very suitable for an attack. The male protagonist knows very well and is trying to pass the word to another person to send to the joint owner, "Just keep going, son. Such a road will lead to Foggy Mountain Gorge. If ambushed, half of the army will die, you cowards will lose your lives." The Southern Heavenly Truple's servant suddenly understood and promised to report, then turned right back. He rushed forward because this information was very important. So did the male lead because he impatiently wanted to know what Dohang Sa thought. Just like that the footsteps became more graceful and moved towards the place where the young man ran to report. Only 5 seconds later that person returned and followed the interlocutor's words, "Shut up and quickly move and leave." That's exactly what he said here. Lee JaHa was really at a loss and didn't know how to make the whole group understand. He immediately asked if there was a scout ahead or not, and he stammered. There really wasn't. Although he didn't want to tell anything, the enthusiastic young man once again ran up to tell the owner. Surely he didn't send anyone. This idiot doesn't know what he's doing. Also from this story, countless other mercenaries continuously talked to each other about the dangerous path they were taking. Their faces became tense, all of them were okay. Martial arts training, and of course when they encounter disadvantages in ambushes, they care more about loot than receiving money or wealth. Knowing who has just left will not bring any benefits. As a result, the male protagonist also took the initiative to go straight to the Joint Master's place. The vanguard force of the Southern Heavenly Truple looks too mixed because it needs the help of many mercenaries. At this time, Dohang Sa was angry when the subordinate asked about the scout, if there were any unusual reports. "Why don't you bastard, calm down quickly." Very quickly, Lee JaHa followed from behind. "Enter Master." There is no need to ask, and just looking at his scared expression, you can know that Dohang Sa is being conservative and not listening to the words of his subordinates. In fact, the number of people visiting the war is only an army that knows martial arts is temporary, and they will definitely react sensitively when ambushed. Dohang Sa Lean Master has any precautions in the dangerous valley? In response to Lee JaHa's words, Dohang Sa still didn't understand if it was an ambush. The guild master of the sword festival was already dead, so why the hell was there an ambush? They were busy looking for the heir. The male lead is gradually becoming more impatient and he clears his throat and asks to come back quickly. Dohang Sa also seems to be impatient and shouts to shut up. "What the hell do you know?" The group was stopping but suddenly continued to move. When he heard those words, Lee JaHa secretly laughed, That is also the reason why a military official only knows how to fight. Always behind in planning and calculating like Zhuge Liang in the past. If an ambush occurs and about 100 people die, the joint owner will be responsible. In fact, both the Sword Festival and Southern the Heavenly Trouble is not much different from this view of the male protagonist. However, he wants them to enjoy the war in a fair way that does not involve a normal ambush. Ignoring the objections, Do Hang Saw still cursed the male lead as crazy and continued to move. After looking at the servants who were also worried, he started to raise his voice angrily, "Who is this brat of yours?" One of the people who knew the male lead said that he was from Jungpyeong Lake, so everyone turned to look. Ignoring the uncomfortable and somewhat angry expression of the main lead, Lee JaHa continued to bloom. Devilish smile. If everyone dies from being ambushed, then the person responsible is you. Do Hang Saw didn't care and continued to curse him as a brat. His face turned purple again and he just wanted to punch him. A few times. "Hey little brother, I really appreciate you coming here to help, but it seems like you want to die by my hands before you can do that. Lean Master is the leader, you have to see considering the situation. There are bad omens. Now is not the time to contradict my way of speaking. Quickly look at the terrain. If you go in front, you will be ambushed. If you are ambushed in the back, you will surely lose." Having said that, Lee JaHa turned and gave the opponent the choice of continuing across or taking a detour. Do Hang Saw did not say anything but tried to turn back to the nearest road towards Supreme Sword Association. His eyes looked straight towards the mountains. A small stone began to roll down and fell straight to the ground and bounced many times. At the same time, there was also a loud voice. Straight through the illegitimate Southern Heavenly Trouble, is there anything here? From the canyon also appeared very familiar footsteps and there didn't seem to be many people. To be more precise, that person alone intentionally provoked the people from the Southern Heavenly Trouble. Lee JaHa also stared at the guy he almost killed at the Supreme Sword Association. This person was none other than Hall Master Cheon Seryong. After the death of the Guild Master, he has now taken over the Supreme Sword Association. Bastard son, even his father does not know that the Guild Master is so scary. When he was still alive, you bowed down. Are you acting like a man now? Compared to those assassins, you're nothing more than a mouse. Damn that guy, I'm the strategist behind Do Hang Saw. Why isn't it just me? Does he dare to refer to his father and mother? You will know my hand. This is a moment to recognize who is the real leader, and perhaps Do Hang Saw does not deserve that position because he rushed forward alone to attack. Just as he ran, he pulled out his sword, stirring up dust and screams echoing all around. Lee JaHa understood that if it were him, he would not be able to stand it and would definitely have to cut off the head of the leader Cheon Seryong. There. Cheon Seryong, you little rat, if you run away today, you're not a great man. It seems Do Hang Saw already knew the identity of this guy before. Ignore the clichés. The new leader of the Supreme Sword Association also pulled out his weapon to counterattack. I could hear the sound of weapons and clashing. Both of them have quite good endurance. If you pay closer attention, the duel that was taking place was not a coincidence but was planned by Cheon Seryong. When he infiltrated the Supreme Sword Association and killed the association's leader, the male main character learned of his talent for scheming. How? Soon, once Hall Master Cheon Seryong retreats, his people will appear, unleashing hidden weapons, launching arrows, and rolling stones at us. What will you do? Save Lean Master or stand there and watch that psychopath go crazy? Let's watch the fight. How can Hall Master Cheon Seryong escape from the Joint Master? The vice president pointed the male lead straight in the face and everyone silently observed the two people's battle. Top. How can Hall Master Cheon Seryong compare with the strength of the Joint Master? You can see clearly just by looking at it. You idiots, Hall Master Cheon Seryong's strength is not inferior to Do Hang Saw, he's just pretending to be weak. At this point, I really don't understand whether Lee JaHa is an outsider or a genuine leader of the Southern Heavenly Trouble. I don't know when I became a mean person, an indifferent person, or the babysitter of these idiots. Returning to the battle now, the Joint Master is attacking very fiercely. He uses internal attack in the sword stroke so the surrounding rocks, from big to small, gradually fell. Ignoring the near-death dangers, the two continued to rush into each other. Suddenly there was a strange sound like being hit. Pushed back. Cheon Seryong suddenly jumped into the air and he also intentionally wanted to leave the danger of falling rocks and soil. Everything Lee JaHa said was true because this guy was preparing to run away. That made Do-hang Saw feel dissatisfied and try to call out his name. At that time, the new guild master lured the joint master into a trap that had been set for a long time. Just as the male protagonist predicted, the forces of the Supreme Sword Association appeared simultaneously in the two canyons above. They all carefully prepared their weapons and as long as the prey entered, they would die. According to the general view, the joint master has now entered the center of the location where they are ambushing. Do-hang Saw also noticed but it was too late. Hundreds and thousands of arrows were shooting towards him with an unpleasant sound. Honestly speaking, one must admire Cheon Seryong's head. Usually people will ambush their prey when they enter canyon, however, he chose to stand alone and lure his opponents into a war. Unexpectedly, he intended to attack by ambushing the southern Heavenly Troople's forces. But when at the entrance to the dangerous valley, do we stop? To deal with this score, Cheon Seryong, the leader of the hall, personally took action and directly seduced Do-hang Saw. Lee JaHa. Even though he hated him, deep down the heart still needs a few words of praise. Then he turned to the worst people in the southern Heavenly Troople. Those who speculate with their eyes are really pathetic. Do-hang Saw's fate now has to be seen again. Waiting for those useless people, will they rush to protect the leader or just stand here and watch the traitor Cheon Seryong, the leader of the hall, run amok? The rain of arrows is something that even a master like Lean Master cannot do. Could run away. Not only that, but the other side no longer shot out many knife segments containing poison, causing Do-hang Saw to frown in resistance. His clothes were now torn, his upper body was he also bled a lot. In one corner, the male protagonist continues to stab and poke Rice to remind him of the position of the southern Heavenly Troople's subordinates. A true black oppressor cannot watch his lean master die under that trap. That's why a few people pulled out their swords and tried to rush in to assist Do-hang Saw. No one paid any attention to that babbling madman anymore, but they all showed courage and wanted to save Lean Master's life. There are no words to comment on their actions. The current situation is following a domino effect. The confused people also rushed into the canyon, feeling like they rushed to prove something. This proves that Do-hang Saw has received the trust of his subordinates. Temporarily. Ignoring those people, the male protagonist continued to look at the mercenaries who had received the money. As soon as he crossed his arms and looked over, most of them ran away and realized that no one would pursue them. This was amazing and Lee JaHa laughed loudly and kept muttering. In the end, the situation became completely unfavorable thanks to Do-hang Saw's stupidity and ignorance. The Supreme Sword Association abandoned their leader and let him go alone into the realm of death. On the contrary, the southern Heavenly Troople completely entered the realm of death to protect their leader. After realizing the difference between the two faction, the male protagonist slowly approached the canyon where everyone was fighting like idiots. His goal was too clear when he needed to kill that cunning strategist Cheon Seryong. The screams of killing and the sound of falling rocks could not drown out the male protagonist's voice. Welcome to the dangerous Valley of Paradise. The psychology of a battle is always the same. Always ups and downs. The ambushers who threw hidden weapons and shot arrows were now being pushed back to one side after the people of the southern Heavenly Troople launched a counterattack. They advanced deep into the canyon and could not who cares about life or death. It's been a long time since Lee JaHa fought like this and he wanted to break the Supreme Sword Association's rules so he jumped forward to support southern Heavenly Troople. One of them was a bit unlucky when he encountered the master of JaHa clan. It was just a fairly simple sword but the attack speed was extremely accurate. The guy holding the baton was now cut in half by him. The remaining guys also continuously rushed from the side and simultaneously stabbed many swords into the male protagonist's body. Unfortunately, the fate of all the series only stopped at death. Continuous streaks of blood sprayed everywhere, making the scene become dire. Lee JaHa slowly sheathed his sword to demonstrate his superior martial arts. Dozens of bloody corpses and at this time he destroyed a group of snipers at the far end of the canyon. All of those scenes were watched by the martial artists of the Southern Heavenly Troupe. If only it were. If you succeed in doing this, the arrows will no longer fly down. And of course the battle of the alliance below will also go somewhat smoothly. After leaving the rest to the others from above, the male protagonist observed Cheon Seryong. Perhaps he is the only knot to solve the troubled world that the main master of the Southern Heavenly Troupe has caused himself. The tension of the battle will also be resolved very quickly if you kill that guy. Lee JaHa jumps down and moves in the right direction where the coalition leader is standing. The army is suffering quite a lot of damage, but the coalition leader still didn't stop. As soon as he saw Do Hang Sa's face, he cursed a few words, "You're such a bastard that you'll die." Before the approach of an unknown mercenary, and even he couldn't say anything about this poor situation. I had paved the way but still suffered so much damage. I told him to turn back but still refused to listen. Do Hang Sa also had to sigh. And tried to look in the direction of his subordinates. Just because of his conservative personality and not listening to anyone, many people died. Only after realizing that things had gone too far did this guy starting to get scared. "You useless, ignorant guy, stop being the leader, you're such an idiot." His face became distorted when he said this and he couldn't help himself. Argued back. Some of his closest friends also had to speak up to stop him, but he stopped them. "Brothers, this is all my fault. Even if I have to sacrifice my life with you today, I will not regret it. Guards, please rush forward and tear the Supreme Sword Association to pieces." Do Hang Sa looked at the male lead with bloodshot eyes, then rushed forward with his close brothers. Is it possible that the joint master has intention to break through and open a bloody path by force? Of course that is the only answer in this confusing situation. However, the impressive thing is that Do Hang Sa's attitude has changed compared to before. In the end he still thinks it is possible to break through by force, but in reality there is no other way than to break through in this situation. Lee JaHa's thinking is like reading people. Most leaders are people lack knowledge and need a strategist. However, they do not accept being the leader but being directed by a subordinate. Therefore, history continues as repeated over and over, whether it is a powerful army or a bunch of nonsense black men. In another dimension perhaps Do Hang Sa would be a famous general. However, in the world of crazy ghosts, he is a stupid guy. His mind is not normal, but in return his fighting style is quite good. He did not ask for help from the male protagonist and directly threw his sword away. Even into that large army, no matter how damaged his body was. Could it be that the deaths of his subordinates awakened something inside, and this also made the male protagonist feel exclamation and praise? He rolled up his sleeves, clapped his hands, and said, "Good fight. You guys have worked hard, but you still have to sacrifice for a worthless guy." That's the kind of fighting that Lee JaHa he really wants it, and he is clearly showing his intention to cheer for both sides. Even though he tried to ignore those bad curses, Do Hang Sa still couldn't stand it. He tried to brutally kill the warriors of the Supreme Sword Association. But did not forget one thing. To remind the male protagonist to keep his mouth shut. Do Hang Sa swung his sword to cut the unfortunate guys in half and stopped. "Just shout at me, shut up. In the end, are you friends or enemies?" Another person also pointed at Lee JaHa. "If I were an enemy, you would still be alive and standing there right now." After responding to this sentence, he immediately jumped into the air and moved to another position. Lean Master also stopped and wanted to see what this talkative guy could do. It was Master of Flying Arts. Lee JaHa's body is now bouncing very high. The molten internal energy is radiating out and making the air tense. This familiar move is exactly the same as when he did the battle killed almost all the previous enemies. A huge fire was preparing to shoot straight at Cheon Seryong. Not only him but also all the subordinates of the Supreme Sword Association. Maybe because he had a headache and wanted to go to sleep, Lee JaHa thought he needed to kill with one strike. The corner of his mouth jumped up into an evil smile and headed towards where the Supreme Sword Association guys were. Viet Millet Great Hand Seal with the animation of a fiery hand shooting downwards. Dozens of people were forced to pull out their swords to block, including the guild master. The giant pillar of fire shot so fast that there was no time. Look at how they still plan. After that, Most of their numbers were severely damaged and only a few survivors remained. With only 3 cheap pieces of silver, the joint owner was able to successfully hire a person with extremely high-class strength. Everyone was skeptical about that person and didn't believe in anything, but in the end, everyone had to rely on this person to keep their lives. Cheon Seryong used all his internal strength, so now he is nothing more than a soulless corpse. Even though he tried to move and run away, his steps were too heavy and he could not move. Just a second later, there was the sound of the male lead's footsteps landing on the ground approaching. At this moment, when he heard that sound, his whole body suddenly trembled. Hall Master Cheon Seryong returned. "It's me." Lee JaHa spoke up as a greeting. Maybe Cheon Seryong won't be as lucky as the previous episodes. If you want to know, please press the register button to continue watching with us. After regaining his composure, he asked who the male lead was because he had never heard of the Southern Heavenly Trouble having such a master. The person who brutally beat to death those who dared to curse their parents. "It's me. This is crazy," and Cheon Seryong was shaking his head in frustration. Then in a moment he realized an extremely strange and familiar situation. As soon as he remembered, his area was set on fire and he immediately realized that the person who did it was none other than the guy opposite him who was talking. Knowing what he was thinking, Lee JaHa also nodded and took it as a statement. It was that person. The fire had also begun to burn from the moment he raised the sword. Time was counting down for the fate of Cheon Seryong, a cunning man. And time even slower from Do Hang Sa's side as he sucked on his saliva, wanting to see what the crazy master would do. The apricot blossoms were flying out and falling in front of everyone. Then it has condensed and blended into a quite familiar move. The burning from the internal force and flexibility of the apricot flower has created the apricot sword technique. They all rotate around and shoot strongly towards Cheon Seryong. No longer were the fragrant apricot branches. Now they were hot and wanted to burn on the way. Suddenly a huge explosion created a deafening echo in this dangerous canyon. Fortunately, the people of the Southern Heavenly Trouble were not affected. Cheon Seryong's mouth also opened up because he did not believe that this person was so strong. All the people of the Supreme Sword the Association has now all died before Lee JaHa's sword. The only person the male protagonist allowed to try again was Cheon Seryong. At this time, he proactively approached him. Because he doesn't have enough strength to resist anymore, so this guy can only wait for death. "So, do you crazy guy want to say anything else?" After saying that sentence, Cheon Seryong decided to run away and didn't care about his honor or reputation anymore. The male lead was also quite upset because he couldn't say anything moral and wanted to die. Then what? That's why he sped up and chased after him to say a few more things for him to understand. From behind, Hall Master Cheon Seryong's speed suddenly seemed to slow down. He couldn't walk faster because there was a Lee JaHa's many voices remind him not to do that. Why should he run away? Come back here. Anyone who feels death is approaching will definitely show the best of themselves. Just close. The best thing Cheon Seryong can do is run. Cheon Seryong leader, please hurry up and faster. Why are you so slow? Right when you're just getting close enough, his sword slashed strongly sideways. He tried to turn around and swing his sword suddenly to attack Lee JaHa's weak spots. The male protagonist's sword also immediately moved forward to block that attack. The two continued to hack and slash, but Cheon Seryong was already too weak. The way he fought now was just following the natural defense instinct of an animal. His arm is so tired and sore that he can't do anything else. Maybe this guy also knows that his downtime is measured in minutes. Lee JaHa, once a child my decoy, had to listen to a few things, but I don't know why he chose to do that. He used all the previous methods to kill the Supreme Sword Association's leader. Temporarily ignore the male main sword comparison. Again directed the opponent to compare his internal strength. Cheon Seryong understood, so he also raised his hand to fight back. A burst of smoke and dust spread everywhere, causing the image to be obscured. From inside the classroom in that dust, Hall Master Cheon Seryong's body was knocked back. The force being pushed back was so strong that he unconsciously fell into the cliff, probably unable to hold on any longer. So the force called the Supreme Sword Association has now been completely destroyed. At this time, according to the plan that was outlined before, the male protagonist will probably need to deal with the Southern Heavenly Trouble. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, their numbers were also severely affected and the survivors no longer had the strength to fight. The sound of Lee JaHa's footsteps approaching made Do Hang-saw also cry. Turned around to look cautious. There is a high possibility that it will be a lesson in behavior and leadership. "That bastard, say something," Lee JaHa spoke up. The Supreme Sword Association lost. The Southern Heavenly Trouble fought stupidly, so it was like a failure. But I am not a loser, today's victory is mine. A very special mood fun, but the atmosphere here doesn't seem to be very good. Stop pretending, quickly stand up and observe who's still alive. You're still alive, right? Actually, this is an order that needed to be given by Do Hang-saw because some of the Supreme Sword Association's subordinates were still alive. Immediately the male protagonist sat down on the ground and faced the Alliance Master. He didn't dare say it out loud. Not a single sentence because from the beginning until now it's just been Lee JaHa talking. "I won't kill you, but let's clearly define high and low and then go our separate ways. My strength is too much to love and I can't do it. What can you do? It's okay if your love power is poor. Why have you done something to those who are worse than you lately? I heard that you forced them to kneel before you, is that true?" Do Hang-saw denied and said that those things were just fabrications. "One thing is for sure, I have never been polite to those who are weaker than me. I find that meaningless." Craving wanting to either kill or give, the male protagonist kept silent and looked in his direction. A person who was about to faint from exhaustion like Do Hang-saw now could only do that. He was always silent, and this is also a great thing for the male lead to say more things. I asked if that guy knew who he was, but as expected no one knew. When your subordinates are walking around and ask the forces that visited and fought to come to me and came in a very arrogant way. Look at the results of today. When you rushed into the dangerous valley, no force came in and followed you completely. They all ran away, so there's no way any crazy person would go into a dangerous valley looking for a place to die. Actually, Lee JaHa is criticizing all the decisions of the leader of the Southern Heavenly Trouble. You guys even ignored my advice because of the person whose subordinates' bodies were scattered all over this canyon. Everything was right, so Do Hang-saw could only choose to stay silent. Facial muscles, his body didn't move at all, so naturally, Lee JaHa continued to slap him a few times. While hitting him, he looked straight at his face and then kept digging. I told him to consider the surrounding situation. "Then you idiot, it's because of you that your subordinates died in vain. You stupidly did it your way and now you killed so many brothers without even apologizing." Perhaps all of his subordinates turned towards the male lead when he slapped Do Hang-saw repeatedly in the face. The action of hitting the leader in the face will never be appropriate, as the joint owner admitted his mistake. "It's because I was too stupid and stubborn, so don't do that again." Also from that saying, but for a moment Lee JaHa was able to suppress his anger. The sect master's fault for not stopping the sect master from attacking the Supreme Sword Association is his fault. I hope Do Hang-saw will punish the sect master. Penalty. Do Hang-saw also began to be confused and asked what the two words "subject" mean here. One of the mercenaries told his subordinates that the person in front of the joint master was the master of the subject. JaHa clan. Him participating in attacking the Supreme Sword Association with us is also a lucky thing. Although the situation is a bit hot-tempered, but sincere, our subordinates also realized it and didn't have time to inform us. Inter-owner knows. Perhaps this truth is also Do Hang-saw's mistake, because his subordinates did not have the right to speak openly, so even the things that should have been reported never came with his ears. This group of subordinates is also quite quick but seems to be quite afraid of that joint master. After knowing the situation, he hastily bowed, apologizing for my failure. Worshipping with him today, thanks to the master, otherwise we would have died in this alley. Once again, on behalf of the Southern Heavenly Trouble, I would like to thank him. From now on, as long as he says anything, Do Hang-saw and the Southern Heavenly Trouble will try their best to respond and do the same to repay the favor of saving lives. Even though we are black people, we also know that the morality of gypsies requires gratitude. Also from that way of doing things, all of those who are still alive behind are all doing the same thing as the joint master. Thank you, master, for your help. In the future, if you have anything to say, please let us be so drunk that we will not give up. What a bastard, these guys are now talking nonsense. Why do I not know what to say? While thinking about Lee JaHa, he looked towards the joint owner with many plans in mind. Now that idiot knows his mistake, I can't beat him. After that, he asked if the guy who recognized him was still alive. The other person quickly raised his hand. Just seeing his face made the male lead remember the moment he beat him. To the point of life or death. Okay, if you're still alive, it's good. Master, after peace, can we go to JaHa clan to thank you? Well, wherever you go, trouble will come from there. Now the Supreme Sword Association has been defeated, so you just need to manage the Southern Heavenly Troople well and I will handle the rest. The heavy atmosphere suddenly disappeared immediately. The male lead stood up again and wanted to announce something that everyone was looking forward to. However, he changed his mind and stopped. I don't want to talk anymore. You people have a deep-rooted nature and want to change things overnight. It's difficult, so let's take it slow. Maybe it's better to talk about the name Do-hang Sa now. Hearing his name mentioned, the joint master slowly walked towards the JaHa clan's sect master. It was because of you that the brothers had to rush into this alley. The brothers had to risk their lives to follow. To save you from there, so please remember everyone's hearts. Do-hang Sa now does not dare to be angry but just nods yes. Suddenly the surrounding atmosphere becomes strangely quiet. Lee JaHa, with the senses of an expert and a person with no concept of shyness, turned his head to the back. Far away from the scene of the massacre of the two forces, there were two silent figures. Quietly and attentively watched. A man on the left was holding a fan in his hand and on the right was a ragged beggar like a beggar. The male protagonist immediately recognized them. There is a high possibility that they are the two masters of the gang. According to his memory from his past life, he knows that their names are Notion and Magunja. What a shame they are letting the masters move around now. Is there any purpose like this? After thinking about it, he also reminded Do-hang Sa to let his people quickly retreat because it was no longer safe here. Lee JaHa spoke to the joint master in a very calm voice. Guy, I didn't know anything so I had to nod and obey. So immediately everyone proactively assigned work and cleaned up the scene. At that moment the male lead turned around to check but the other two men have also disappeared since when? Because they often have their own way of life, it is difficult to predict their actions and there are too many corpses so there is a high possibility that they are looking for a place. Somewhere to hang out. Everything was almost over so Lee JaHa took the initiative to sit cross-legged and meditate. He tried to think that he would have to find a way to attract the masters of the clan to return to JaHa clan. If you can do that, then the next battle with 100 subordinates will only leave a few people dead. There's a high possibility that it's very unlikely to happen because of the male lead's selfish attitude and eccentric personality. Therefore, everything in the future can be calculated and manipulated. The two experts above are discussing whether this guy hasn't left yet or should he run out and punch him a few times. Those guys seem to have guessed my strength. They have lowered the volume to but I could still hear them. Probably because they were subjective because they saw that I was still quite young. Knowing that the other two masters were still lurking there, the male protagonist needed to do something important. He sighed and stopped meditating, then stood up and took a deep breath. After that, he also freely moved around the canyon. Lee JaHa tried to increase the internal energy in his steps. Things that causes the increased weight of the body to create a lot of sound. Very few people know about the crazy ghost because at this time the crazy ghost has not yet appeared. The male lead jumped off the cliff on the left. Jumped again to the cliff on the right. Anyone who saw him do that thought he must be a crazy person who likes to make things funny. This is also really strange because normal people don't do that. Even Lee JaHa hasn't eaten anything since last night and yet he's showing off too much. Well, since he did it, the other two guys were more or less observing and guessing. That's right, was tired because he had just finished fighting and had to continue working. Lee JaHa began to mumble. At this time, he found the highest position on the mountaintop and landed. Right at that moment from behind there was also a voice. Is your family trying to run away? Very quickly, the male lead turned his head and saw that they had been waiting for a long time. Lee JaHa looked at the beggar and nodded, making him chew his white teeth. Is there a problem? The name looks like beggar? He suddenly became dumbfounded because of that kind of comparison. He called me beggar, but for some reason he recognized me. Tell me, the man in white clothes asserted. Only you don't know, but no one who sees it doesn't know. Well, let it go. Both of you continued to turn to look straight at Lee JaHa. Your body style doesn't seem to be right. The best thing is to jump up the cliff. If you continue like that, your knees will be damaged. Of course the male lead knows that because he only intentionally did that to make them subjective. After thinking about it, he asked who they both were because a person's face looks like a turtle's shell. This statement made the other person feel very shocked and just wanted to show off. Faced with that angry expression, the old beggar smiled again, laughing too much. So it's fair for both of them to receive fatal comments from the JaHa clan master. With those jokes, I'm putting the entire fate of JaHa clan into it. The person who is calculating every move in those sentences is me. What an interesting brat. Have you never learned how to use honorifics? His voice also became more stable, so the male protagonist shook his head to deny that he had never learned. Even though the luxuriously dressed man became silent, the beggar's laughter was heard. Getting bigger and bigger. Okay, let's keep talking clearly like that. By the way, I see that you're pretty good at climbing mountains. I'll compete with you to see who can climb faster. Maybe when we win in this nonsense contest, will the male lead also win their respect? Whoever loses will have to use honorifics with their opponent. How do you feel? This is a very good idea. Let's compete. The beggar continued to talk. Honestly, they are better at flying than anyone else, but they seem to be quite interested in it. My ability to fly. Lee JaHa is not a person who knows how to dodge. Moreover, the competition is that these people are much older and have a much higher martial arts background, so if there is a fight, he will gaining the upper hand and a light attack competition is the most necessary thing. Even so, according to my own memory, competing with this or that person in a light attack competition will have a high rate of defeat. But that's what the leader of the JaHa clan wants. If he successfully recruits the masters on the road, then the light attack or fighting is no longer important. Then because of this silence, the martial artist the white doctor had to ask if Lee JaHa was scared or not but didn't dare to do it. In response to that question, he tried to show his composure and looked straight at them. Then he tried to say the words. The words were extremely respectful but also mixed with a bit of mockery. Just looking at the two of you, you must have practiced light martial arts to the point of death, right? While speaking, point directly at the beggar's face and make comments that make the other person stay silent. This brother here seems to love freedom, so he lives like that. Moreover, the two of them also practice both internal and external exercises to increase their speed. Perhaps there are very few people who dare to confront them, right? From behind, Hall Master Cheon Seryong's speed suddenly seemed to slow down. After commenting on the beggar, Lee JaHa continued to look straight at the other person, the scholar. Not the type of person who likes to fly around, right? You only maintain a noble posture like a gentleman walking around, but your inner strength is profound, so few people dare to confront you. As soon as all the words were interrupted, the expressions of both of them changed and turned back to look at each other. Of course you're surprised because I only say things I remember from my previous life. You know those things just by looking at other people. Perhaps they couldn't help but be surprised because everything the male lead said was very true. If that's the case, then why do you hesitate in such a simple matter? Actually, I want to compete with two people, but that doesn't work. The old beggar started to get impatient and asked what the reason was. I practice martial arts to deal with someone, not to compete. Working together with you guys, and I'll be honest, I've only practiced for 3 years, so how can I compare the two of you? This time, both of us were completely shocked and could even speak out loud. The male protagonist didn't think they would believe him, so he reduced his training time to limit it to 3 years. Actually, if the time period was shorter, they wouldn't believe that 3 years is too appropriate. I can't believe who your master is. The old beggar continued to ask. Lee JaHa shook his head and asserted that he was no one and did not learn martial arts from someone. You've been practicing for 3 years but you don't have a master, is that true? This is not important, knowing that the two of you have much better flying ability than me. Since I realize that, why do I need to compete anymore? Just like that, the male lead brought both of them. The martial artist follows his plan. You continuously make the old beggar feel impatient. Why do you keep hesitating and making me angry? This hot-tempered guy is nicknamed Slow and he has always been the most impatient person in the gang. That's why Lee JaHa tries to speak his thoughts slowly. As each day goes by, the other person feels more and more frustrated. What the heck, please say it quickly. It took a while for Lee JaHa to try to look commanding and observe both of them. What he meant here was to talk about contempt and both the details in it. Perhaps these experts are being led by a crazy person without even knowing it. My words mean that like gong is something worth practicing hard. Don't say too much such obvious words. If there's something wrong, just say it straight away. Isn't that what he's saying? Why don't you just shut up and listen? If you sit here quietly and listen, you'll probably die. After listening, the old beggar also became silent and tried to be calm compared to his companion. I am now showing signs of mania. Both continued. I opened my mouth and wanted to know what that disease was. Because I didn't practice martial arts properly, my spirit and way of speaking were constantly changing and there was also an imbalance between positive and negative energy. Can you have the breath of both positive and negative energy? I know a man at the hospital, Mr. Moying Beck, who is also my friend. He said that perhaps my body is the body of yin and yang. Talking about this issue, everyone wishes to have such a body, but only those who practice martial arts. Well said, your body is a gift from heaven so you can able to perform martial arts in just 3 years. Magunja is very curious about the yin and yang body, and Notion is eager to compete in light martial arts with me. As he thought, he also looked in the direction of the two of them were talking about strange things to each other at that time. I'm sure of one thing, they felt like I was a mysterious person. After thinking about it, they said we'd see each other again. I still have a lot of work to do. While tiptoeing, Magunja quickly spoke loudly to stop the action. Shouldn't you also tell us your identity so we can address you later? Sure enough, the fish took the bait, but this was not enough. Lee JaHa needs to make them crave more passionately to be satisfied. He coldly jumped up and left. Used to leaving sound transmissions. The master of JaHa clan, that's what Notion and Magunja heard. Anyway, both of them are definitely smart enough not to miss this fateful relationship. Above on the way to escape, Lee JaHa increased his speed and tried to run for his life. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would abandon his mother because cutting too much would expose his vulnerability. There's a high possibility that those experts will do everything they can to find news about him. Everything will be clear later, so please click register to follow us.